Chapter 749. The black oil itself is expensive, but for immortal zombies, because it can delay the collapse of the blessed land, its value is even higher. Feng Yuan pondered. He also coveted the black oil. As his blessed land continued to collapse and disintegrate, it had shrunk by a lot. The black oil was also suitable for him. However, to obtain this black oil, he had to go through the Zombie Alliance. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was situated above the entrance of Earth Trench. Zombie Alliance's greatest force was stationed here. Although the Zombie Alliance delivered a large amount of black oil every year, there were fixed sellers. There were few goods, but the demand was high. It was a seller's market, just like the Gutsku business. Thus, in this aspect, Feng Yuan could not interfere. Although he had formed an alliance with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, his force was too small and could not compare to a super force. If that's the case, I'll have to take action from within the Zombie Alliance. Accepting this mission is one way. Feng Yuan secretly memorized the mission of gathering black oil. The meeting continued. In the meeting hall, the light was dim. There were more than 20 immortal zombies. Even though most of them were wills left here, the Yin energy was still very dense. The entire discussion lasted for a day and a night. Feng Yuan participated in the entire process and had a general understanding of Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's status in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than the super forces. But from many missions, it could be seen that the Righteous Path super forces were tacitly suppressing Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had many collaborations with Demonic Path Gu Immortals, especially Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the Demonic Path headquarters of Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance was a faction that was both good and evil. This position was related to the higher-ups. The higher-ups of Zombie Alliance were all immortal zombies. As long as it was an immortal zombie, there was almost no immortal zombie that did not want to be reborn. These immortal zombies came from all levels. When they were alive, they had all sorts of identities. After death, they gathered together because of the same goal. As long as it was related to the goal of rebirth, the Zombie Alliance would be very interested. They would do everything in their power to obtain it. As such, this involved many of the Righteous Path's benefits. Many of the Righteous Path's methods that couldn't see the light of day were frequently used by Zombie Alliance. This also led to another characteristic of the Zombie Alliance, which was that it had many members but a loose structure. The Zombie Alliance had more than 20 members. This number could not even be compared to the Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Even though immortal zombies were usually weaker than living Gu Immortals, their combat strength was slightly weaker. However, with more than 20 members, they had the advantage of numbers. If they truly united, they would have long since become a superpower. However, the threshold to enter the Zombie Alliance was very low. This could be seen from Feng Yuan entering the alliance. The origins of immortal zombies were complicated. It was very difficult to work together. Thus, recently many immortal zombies were extorted by Gu Immortals. After the meeting ended, Feng Yuan left a malicious message in the meeting hall. Then he followed Gu Yi to another hall and received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Feng Yuan's contributions to the Zombie Alliance. Other than the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal Gu. It was used for communication to pass on Zombie Alliance missions, or for members to join. Significant information about a member's withdrawal or death. Gu Yi wanted to say goodbye and suggested that Feng Yuan take a stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that he had the token, he could walk around Dark Flow Giant City freely. However, Feng Yuan did not want to let him go. He dragged him around and chatted with him, trying to get some information from him. Feng Yuan asked about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie. Known as Blazing Heaven Demoness, she had rank 8 cultivation level. His actions were rude and unreasonable, and he was arrogant. Her battle strength was especially outstanding. Feng Yuan asked how outstanding it was. Gu Yi only said one sentence, but Feng Yuan understood. Her lifespan has not reached its end. She turned into an immortal zombie on purpose to break through. Most immortal zombies were Gu Immortals who had reached the end of their lifespan, and were forced to prolong their lifespan. Of course, there was one point to note. Gu Immortals could not only prolong their lifespan by turning into an immortal zombie, there were many other methods. For example, Wood Path Gu Immortals could turn into Tree Man. But these methods usually had limitations. For example, Strength Path Gu Immortals and Fire Path Gu Immortals could not turn into Tree Man. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method. Gu Immortals of all paths could use it. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not forced to turn into an immortal zombie. She did it on purpose. It was to break through and increase her battle strength. Think about it. To what extent did her battle strength have to rise? To what extent did she have to break through for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make such a choice, turning into an immortal zombie? Clearly, this breakthrough would be extremely high and move people. There are rumors in Zombie Alliance that the leader already has a revival method. During the conversation, Gu Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled. This rumor was not groundless. Since she turned into an immortal zombie, she might really have a way to revive. Fang Yuan dug out a lot of good information from Gu Ye's mouth. Combined with what Fairy Li Shan had given him and what he had seen, Fang Yuan quickly drew the outline of Zombie Alliance in his mind. Gu Yi still had the mission to protect the old Earthwood, so he bid farewell to Fang Yuan in Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan also left. Before leaving, he looked into the distance, looking at the huge ravine guarding Dark Flow Giant City. The ravine was like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast, silently opening in the darkness. This was the entrance to the Earth Trench. It was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance. Yin Lugong, Dragon Commander Yicha, and Huang Quan Wang, these 3 rank 7 immortal zombies, took turns guarding it. Fang Yuan activated 100 Li Eye at this moment and could see clearly. He knew that if he followed this entrance, the ravine would expand by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. The interior of the Earth Trench could be said to be grand. The space was extremely vast. It was not a problem for it to contain tens of thousands of Dark Flow Giant City. It was also extremely deep. No one in Zombie Alliance had ever explored its true depths. One day I will go deep inside and take out the inheritance, increasing my foundation and bringing glory to the world. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Even if he did not become an immortal zombie, he would think of a way to take this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze. He quickly flew up and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying for 1,000 li, the darkness that shrouded Dark Flow Giant City gradually dissipated. Fang Yuan could see the light of day again. He changed his direction and flew for over 10,000 li, finally confirming that there was no one following him. He landed in an inconspicuous forest, setting up Mortal Goo and activating fixed immortal travel. Green light flashed. He vanished on the spot. The Mortal Goo that were left behind were split up, minimizing the remnant aura of Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for Fairy Li Shan's news, he started to research the Wisdom Path Killer move he had. Harboring Malicious Heart. This mortal killer move was not used for offense. It used Wisdom Path methods, modifying a Gu Immortal's heart, filling it with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and outside, turning it into Malicious Heart. If Malicious Heart was formed, not only would it use all the blood essence in the body, it would also generate a large amount of malicious intent. Moreover, when Fang Yuan used malicious intent to think, the consumption of malicious intent would be greatly reduced. But unfortunately, even though this mortal killer move was good, it was targeted at ordinary Gu Immortals. As for Fang Yuan, he was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was filled with Strength Path Dao marks. He was not a Wisdom Path Gu Immortal. Most importantly, his blood essence was already dead. He could not use blood essence to nourish the malicious heart, and even transforming it into a malicious heart was a huge obstacle. Harboring Malicious Heart Killer move. Even though Fang Yuan could not use it, but the theory behind it gave Fang Yuan a lot of inspiration. Especially the contents of the killer move. It was somewhat similar to the killer move that Fang Yuan had obtained earlier. This killer move was obtained from Fairy Li Shan's Poison Breath. Poison Breath was a killer move that could spit out poisonous gas with every breath. After accumulating, it would deal heavy damage to the enemy. And harboring Malicious Heart. Every beat of the heart could transform blood essence into heart force, forming malicious intent. There were similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path Gu Immortal, nor do I have a Wisdom Path Foundation. But since there are similarities, I might as well use Wisdom Gu's power to give it a try. Northern Plains, Fengxian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, rank 8 Gu Immortal Prince's Impatience was sitting. Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Shang were excusing themselves. Go. I have many immortal goo on me that do not suit my path. I need to exchange them at the auction. You have done a good thing for Northern Plains. You have prevented a lot of fighting and killing. Very good. Prince's impatience let them go. His tone was filled with encouragement. Crown Prince cannot attend the auction. It is the regret of the whole of Northern Plains Goo immortal world, Fairy Li Shan said respectfully. Prince's impatience shook his head. There is no other way. I was adjusting my immortal aperture's heaven and earth chi earlier, but because of the immortal goo, I had to come out. Right now, I am at the crucial moment of adjusting my immortal aperture world. I cannot go. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yulan, go send them off. Behind Prince's impatience, there were two female attendants. They were both rank 6 female goo immortals. One was cold and refined like an ice flower in the snow. The other was tender and beautiful like a yellow flower in a green valley. Hearing Prince's impatience's orders, that cold female goo immortal stood up and bowed to Prince's impatience, before saying to Qin Bai Shang and Fairy Li Shan, please, we will have to trouble Swordmaster Yulan. Qin Bai Shang and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be careless. They quickly responded. This Swordmaster Yulan was famous in Northern Plains. She cultivated sword path. Her cultivation level was only rank 6, but her battle strength was very strong. Her sword path attainment was even at Grandmaster level. Swordmaster Yulan led the two. She was silent as she led the way. The three walked through a long corridor, passing through several doors before stepping out of the Grotto Heaven's door, returning to the outside world of Northern Plains. Swordmaster Yulan, please wait. There is no need to send us off. Qin Bai Shang said politely. Be it cultivation level or battle strength, he surpassed Swordmaster Yulan, but the latter had Northern Plains' few rank 8 goo immortals behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yulan nodded and closed the Grotto Heaven's door. Once the door was closed, there were no abnormalities in the sky. It was no different from the surrounding sky. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of turbid air. We have already visited the 5 rank 8 great experts. We even used Mountain Pledge Goo to sign contracts and successfully invited them. In this way, the general trend has been set, and the holding of the auction is a foregone conclusion. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. Qin Bai Shang smiled as he praised. Saying so, he took out an immortal goo and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. I will give this reward to Fairy as promised. Qin Bai Shang had a sincere expression of gratitude. Chapter 750. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan smiled as she received the immortal goo. After inspecting it, she placed the immortal goo in her immortal aperture. This matter is done. Let's split up and meet again in half a month. Half a month later, it was the agreed date for the auction. The location was Qin Bai Shang's Bai Shang Blessed Land. It was still situated in the Crimson Reed Marsh. The two immortals separated on the spot, each choosing a direction and flying away. Not to mention Fairy Li Shan's free time. She used moving perspective cups goo to contact Feng Yuan. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Shang left, in Fengxian Grotto Heaven, another person appeared in the guest hall. This person was wearing a red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. His eyebrows were long. His eyes were shining with divine light. Under his gentle appearance was extraordinary confidence, like a fierce dragon crossing the river. A gentle smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked casual and elegant, but he didn't lose his domineering spirit. He had his hands behind his back, facing the rank 8 prince's impatience. There was no pressure on his face or in his heart. It was as if they were equals. But from his unconcealed aura, he was only a rank 7 goo immortal. Even Qin Bai Shang had to bow and scrape to Prince's impatience. Prince's impatience looked at this person. His tone and attitude changed. He was no longer arrogant like when facing Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Shang. He was actually calm and equal. This rank 8 goo immortal spoke. Feng Jioga, have you really decided to represent me in this auction? The red and white-robed rank 7 goo immortal smiled. That is correct. Prince's impatience frowned. You became an immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi in your immortal aperture world comes from Central Continent. It is slightly different from Northern Plains. The auction will be a grand event. Northern Plains goo immortal experts will gather. There will even be rank 8 Gu immortals present. If you are discovered by them, you will be in trouble. You know, Northern Plains Gu immortals are holding back their anger. They want to find the culprit behind Imperial Court Blessed Land. Especially when Dongfang Naganori deduced before his death that the culprit behind the Imperial Court Blessed Land case was not from Northern Plains. Instead, it came from the outside. If your identity as a Central Continent Gu immortal is exposed at this crucial moment, the consequences would be disastrous. When Prince's Impatience said this, he did not avoid the 2 Gu immortal attendants in the hall. The 2 female Gu immortals, including Swordmaster Yulan, heard this, but their expressions did not change. Fengzhouge laughed. "Don't worry, Crown Prince. Please watch my methods." As he spoke, a light flashed on his body, and his appearance changed drastically. Prince's Impatience gasped in surprise. Swordmaster Yulan, who had been cold and aloof, opened her eyes wide. The other female Gu immortal was Liao. She opened her small mouth and looked at the female companion beside her. Then she looked at Fengzhouge, who was not far away. It turned out that Fengzhouge's transformation was exactly the same as Swordmaster Yulan's. It was so lifelike that it was as if they were carved from the same mold. What kind of trick is this? Prince's Impatience smiled and exclaimed, "Not only does it look flawless on the surface, but it also has many tricks. The Dao marks are also disguised. It looks like they are sword path Dao marks. The aura is also exactly the same as Northern Plains Gu immortals." "This is vaguely familiar face," Fengzhouge answered. "So it is, no wonder, no wonder." Prince's Impatience came to a realization. Shortly after, he sighed. Only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's method can be so profound and amazing. Fengzhouge nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, familiar face. This series of killer moves originates from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The former is a mortal killer move. It is insignificant. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move. The core consists of 3 immortal Gu, 2 of which are transformation path immortal Gu. When used, it is hard to distinguish the real from the fake. This killer move was obtained by a fortuitous encounter in my early years. I only obtained this killer move. This killer move has a flaw, that is, it needs someone to act it. If the acting is not good, even the tone of voice can reveal flaws. As for familiar face, it does not have this flaw. Even if the acting is not good, it will not make others feel that it is strange. It can even affect the perception and mentality of others. Even if it turns into a non-existent person, it will make others feel like they are acquaintances or good friends. Fengzhouge spoke with confidence and composure. The immortals finally understood why Fengzhouge turned into Swordmaster Yulan instead of the others. It was because women were usually cold and quiet. They did not have high requirements for acting skills and were easy to disguise. Prince's Impatience nodded. Every rank 9 venerable is a peerless genius with unparalleled methods. With this method, I will not have to worry about you being exposed. Fengzhouge smiled proudly. Even if I am exposed, who can stop me from breaking out? Prince's Impatience thought of the sparring between him and Fengzhouge a few days ago. He could not help but laugh, praising, "Not bad, that immortal killer move of yours has peerless power. Even rank 8 Gu immortals like us do not want to block it. Fengzhouge, you live up to your reputation. You truly have the ability to move unhindered in the world." Fengzhouge bowed, saying from the bottom of his heart, "Compared to senior brother and the 2 junior sisters, for the great cause of Spirit Affinity House, you chose to undergo immortal ascension in Northern Plains and hid for hundreds of years. I truly admire you." Prince's Impatience, however, showed a dark expression. He clenched his fists and said hatefully, "It is a pity that before I could make a move, someone actually used our arrangements and took the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Don't let me know who it is, otherwise humph." It turned out that the great Prince's Impatience, one of the 5 rank 8 great experts of Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House had made a huge move. In order to arrange for Prince's Impatience, Spirit Affinity House had undoubtedly given up on many of Central Continent's benefits. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 Gu immortal guarding Central Continent, they would definitely be able to obtain more benefits from the competition with the other 9 sections. But Spirit Affinity House was in charge of the destruction of 88 Point Jinyang Tower, and in order to complete this plan, They did not hesitate to arrange for Prince's Impatience to be sent to northern plains. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Prince's Impatience might have secretly contributed a lot to the destruction of 88-point Jinyang Tower for Central Continent's Gu immortals. They provided a lot of help and contributions. But in Fang Yuan's current life, Prince's Impatience had yet to show its usefulness, and the original plan was already ruined. As the main culprit of this case, immortal zombie Fang Yuan had already arrived at Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal Gu. Of course, he did not borrow Immortal Gu for free. Fang Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Yuan stones for this. 3 was already an extremely favorable friendship price. If it were someone else, even if it were 10 Immortal Yuan stones, Fairy Li Shan would not casually borrow it. Borrowing Immortal Gu was also risky. There was an example right now. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, had lent Yuan tribe an Immortal Gu. When Blazing Heaven Demoness left Eastern Sea, Yuan tribe had been keeping this Immortal Gu. Zombie Alliance would ask for it once a year, but they could not return it. After using Mountain Pledge Gu to form an agreement with the Land Spirit of Langya, the Land Spirit of Langya roared as more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil. These coffins were filled with immortal qi. They were pure white like clouds. The surface of the coffins was filled with life and death. They were condensed from some immortal killer move. When the coffins were opened, the sleeping Gu immortals were revealed. In every coffin there was a Gu immortal captive. There were a total of 13 coffins, 13 Gu immortals. Even though Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, he was shocked at this number. There are actually so many captives? Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open. His expression was a little exaggerated. The Land Spirit of Langya laughed smugly. He liked to see Fang Yuan's shocked expression the most. He shook his head. Who do you think I am? Don't even think about it. These Gu immortals are truly suicidal. They actually dared to invade my blessed land. Selling them off is what they deserve. Fang Yuan took a deep look at the Land Spirit of Langya. In Langya Blessed Land, there seemed to be 12 desolate beasts at most. Resisting the attacks of 3 mysterious forces, the desolate beast formation was rather thin. But Langya Blessed Land's true method was likely the Land Spirit's treasured immortal Gu. I have a premonition that the number of immortal Gu in this Langya Blessed Land is definitely more than what I have now. Moreover, it seems that one of the immortal Gu, or one of the Land Spirit's immortal killer moves, has the miraculous effect of capturing Gu immortals alive. Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was clearly not normal. Most of the invading Gu immortals had already been captured. Only a small portion had died in battle. Fang Yuan opened the coffins one by one to inspect them. He saw some familiar faces like Hua Hai's 3 immortals Loner Hongyu and Gue Wang. As for the other unfamiliar faces, he learned from the Land Spirit of Langya that there were Metal Path Gu Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path Gu Immortal Xue Xiong, Wood Path Gu Immortal Mu Diansong, the famous carefree 4 sages of Northern Plains lone cultivators, and a rank 7 Gu Immortal Wu Hao known as Rushing Thunderhand. His battle strength was at rank 7 middle tier. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened. Be it his previous life or this life, this was the first time he had seen so many captives, such a heavyweight lineup. It was like Gu immortals had become worthless cabbages, placed on a street stall. The joy in Fang Yuan's heart gradually faded. Worry and graveness appeared on his face. To be able to gather such a lineup and attack Langya Blessed Land again and again, this mysterious force hiding behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. If I sell this, I'm afraid I will immediately become a thorn in that mysterious force's side. A thorn in their flesh. Fang Yuan touched the coffins, sighing deeply. But with such great benefits in front of him, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan decided to do this. He had never been a person who was afraid of trouble and did not dare to take risks. He was a demonic path person. He had an adventurous nature. If he did not choose to take the risk, that meant the benefits of taking the risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked the Land Spirit of Langya. You interrogated them and used many methods. Did you not gain anything? The Land Spirit of Langya shrugged. Nothing. These Gu immortals were gathered here because of various reasons. There were indeed 3 crucial people in charge of connecting them, organizing the attack and providing information about Langya Blessed Land. But these 3 Gu immortals have already died in battle. Even if I purposely held back, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation was somewhat strange. Their souls were completely destroyed. I could not even find a fragment of their soul. At the end, the land spirit of Langya gradually frowned. Chapter 751. Feng Yuan planned to bring the 13 sleeping cloud coffins back to Hu immortal blessed land. Because of the mountain pledge, land spirit of Langya not only did not obstruct him, she even gave Feng Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the keys to unlocking the immortal killer move sleeping cloud coffin. Remember to use them according to the sequence I gave you. Only then can you successfully unseal the coffin, otherwise, you will be destroyed along with the Gu immortal captives inside. Before Feng Yuan left, land spirit of Langya instructed. Feng Yuan nodded, memorizing these mortal killer moves. These killer moves did not even have names. Their only use was to act as the keys to unlocking sleeping cloud coffins. But to Cloud Path Gu immortals they might have some value as references. Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path. Feng Yuan planned to let Tai Bai Yunsheng take a look at these mortal killer moves. Feng Yuan brought the 13 Gu immortal captives and smoothly returned to Hu immortal blessed land. He first summoned Hu immortal land spirit and asked for the latest information. Hu immortal blessed land was doing well. Feng Yuan had instructed Hu immortal land spirit to operate it steadily. Step by step, she sold the rockmen in the blessed land, and also brought in some fox groups. Hu immortal's main body was an enslavement path Gu immortal who controlled fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu immortal blessed land, was the most suitable place to raise fox groups. If she continued on this path, she would be able to raise desolate beast level fox groups. The profits would be huge. Compared to Feng Yuan selling 2 or 3 batches of guts Gu, the profits were much higher. But this method took a long time. It needed to be persisted for a long time. Hu immortal was a lone cultivator. Her situation at that time was terrible. After several earthly calamities, her economy collapsed, and her losses could not be replenished. Her battle strength fell, and she died at the hands of the blue charm lightning shadow. Gu immortal apertures face calamities and tribulations every once in a while. They were like obstacles that restricted the number of Gu immortals in the 5 regions' great world. There was another huge shackle, and that was the limit of lifespan. Hu immortal had Dang Hun Mountain at that time. She naturally wanted to use this unique resource to make profits. What she did was also a wise move. Although he raised a fox group, this was Hu immortal blessed land's way of management, but the results were too slow. The longer it took, the more accidents there would be. Moreover, Immortal Fox's situation was deteriorating, and she could no longer develop slowly. However, she did not have Wisdom Gu. He could not think of a similar method for Airsac Gu. He could only use Guts Gu to indirectly increase the Rockman's scale and sell them. Feng Yuan had used this method before, but it did not yield much benefit and was extremely troublesome. The Rockman market was already saturated. How could it be as easy and popular as selling Guts Gu? In the end, Immortal Fox failed. Died in the earthly calamity. The wealth she had left behind had benefited Feng Yuan. At the crucial moment, it would provide Feng Yuan with an irreplaceable help. Hu immortal blessed land could be said to be the place where Feng Yuan started his business, the place where he flourished. In his previous life, because Feng Yuan attacked Feng Kim Hong, he destroyed Hu immortal blessed land. In this life, he became the owner of Hu immortal blessed land. The contrast between before and after was quite amazing. Right now, since Feng Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly, and had extra money, he was no longer in a pinch. He would naturally make use of Hu immortal blessed land again, walking on the righteous path that even the original owner, Immortal Fox, did not have time to walk. He would slowly accumulate fox groups and raise desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Feng Yuan was not anxious, and did not look forward to the profits. After paying attention to Hu immortal blessed land situation, Feng Yuan paid attention to Crane Gate and Combat Immortal Sect's latest movements. In name, Hu immortal blessed land was Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate had to pay more attention to it. As for his brother Guyue Fengzheng, who was in Crane Gate, Feng Yuan had already thrown him to the back of his mind. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, so what? It was like back on Qingmao Mountain. As long as they did not block his path, He would not even bother to step on them. No time. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and energy to step on them. That younger brother of mine, I'm afraid he's already dead? Feng Yuan guessed. Earlier, Feng Jing had used empathy immortal goo to communicate with Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan gained a lot of information unilaterally. He knew Feng Jing's situation. He saw Feng Jing being in a blood pool with demonic flowers growing all over his body. Recently, Immortal Crane Sect's situation had been mediocre. They successfully resolved Great Heavenly Sword Sect's problem. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had a third Gu Immortal. They were preparing to get rid of their status as Crane Gate's subordinate force. Crane Gate was a righteous sect, even though their strength far surpassed Great Heavenly Sword Sect. The righteous path had rules, they could not take action forcefully, they could only recruit Gu Immortals from Great Heavenly Sword Sect. Eventually, they successfully recruited a Gu Immortal from Great Heavenly Sword Sect, who was the third person. Great Heavenly Sword Sect had limited resources, they could barely provide for 2 Gu Immortals. Adding a third would be even more difficult. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was enticed by Crane Gate's conditions and joined Crane Gate. Great Heavenly Sword Sect lost a crucial person. Their strength fell. They no longer had the confidence to leave Crane Gate. They could only renew the subordinate contract. However, even though Crane Gate stabilized the situation in the Northwest region, they were suppressed in Reincarnation Battlefield. The Gu Immortal guarding there, Lei Tan, had to return to the sect to recuperate because he was heavily injured. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had fought intensely for countless years to occupy this place. Crane Gate's attention was once again focused on Reincarnation Battlefield. They could not do anything to Hu Immortal Blessed Land in the short term. He Fengyang, who had been in charge of taking down Hu Immortal Blessed Land, was also busy recently, trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was no doubt good news to Feng Yuan. He could participate in the auction without worrying too much about Central Continent. Feng Yuan paid more attention to Combat Immortal Sect. From some insignificant news from Combat Immortal Sect, Feng Yuan sensed something unusual. These news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for some time, but to Feng Yuan, who was familiar with the inside information, he could see it clearly. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed secretly mobilized Gu Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Feng Yuan thought. He still did not know that ever since he left, Immortal Monkey King Shirley had been trapped in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals as reinforcements, but when they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with a slight obstruction. This way, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. This concerns Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's Dream Realm, and also Great Dream Immortal Venerable's Prophecy. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely secretly attack this Grotto Heaven. I need to hurry, the advantage of my rebirth is shrinking bit by bit. Feng Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ever since he became familiar with all the forces in Central Continent because of the Gutsku transaction, it was much easier to gather information. But this information was only general, it could not be considered important secrets. It could not compare to the Northern Plains information obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Feng Yuan did not pay much attention to this. Many Gu Immortals place great importance on the collection of information. They invested large amounts of funds every year to obtain crucial information and maintain the channels to obtain information. But Feng Yuan did not need this. He saved a lot of expenses because of this. Because he had the advantage of rebirth, the information in his previous life's memories was countless times more important and detailed than the information these Gu Immortals obtained after paying a huge price. After confirming the situation of Hu Immortal Blessed Land's surroundings, Feng Yuan relaxed. He looked at Tai Bai Yunxing's letter, and then paid attention to He Lolan's situation. Tai Bai Yunxing was currently exploring Yulu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and the rest. Landscape as before Immortal Gu had completely repaired Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. Tai Bai Yunxing gained a lot of goodwill and successfully joined the exploration team. As for He Lulan, she was undergoing tribulation recently. Gu Immortals would face calamities and tribulations every set period of time. Rank 6 Gu Immortals would face an earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not the time of the 5 regions, but the specific time of each Gu immortal's immortal aperture. Because every immortal aperture had a different tributary of the river of time, the time flow rate was also different compared to the outside world. He Lulan had the great strength true martial physique's immortal ascension and became a super-grade blessed land. Her time flow rate was extremely high, even higher than the time path Gu immortal Tai Bai Yunsheng. It was 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions' time was 38 years in He Lulan's blessed land. She had to go through 3 earthly calamities, and there were only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed since Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed in the 5 regions' time. He Lulan's blessed land had already gone through 2 earthly calamities, and was going through the 3rd one now. Each tribulation was a difficult one, but He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and also had several immortal Gu. If she encountered any problems, she would ask Fang Yuan for help. There was no news from her side now, that meant she was fine. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan no longer had any worries. He went back to his plan. He calculated. There was less than half a month left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the time flow was 5 times faster, it was slightly less than 2.5 months. The Guts Gu business still had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to test the inspiration that he had earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out of the underground cave with a satisfied expression. He had made great gains in this deduction using the light of wisdom. He successfully fused poison breath and the contents of concealing evil heart, forming a brand new incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it poison breath. With the immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was naturally named immortal path. But the killer move was not complete. Every time it was activated, a large amount of poison gas would remain in the body, causing the aftereffects of the poison. Thus, it could only be considered an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can use poison breath 3 times in a row. After 3 times, the poison gas in my body will poison my soul to death. These 2 killer moves are the manifestation of wisdom path and poison path attainment. They are a firm foundation. And the formless inspiration brought by the light of wisdom allows me to make full use of this foundation, to blossom. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. Chapter 752. A few days later, Tai Bai Yunsheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met him and saw the joy in his eyes. He said, "Old Bai, it seems that your trip to Eastern Sea this time was a joyous one." Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed heartily. "Junior brother's eyes are sharp, that is indeed the case. Why don't you guess what I gained this time?" Fang Yuan was curious. Fairy Yulu is a servant girl of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivates Earth Path and Water Path. She is proficient in defense and healing. I know about the lineup you used to attack the Blessed Land. You actually succeeded in one attempt and directly took down Yulu Blessed Land? The truth was, Fang Yuan did not think much of Tai Bai Yunsheng's trip. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression froze. He sighed. "So junior brother did not think much of me. You were right after all. This time we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal almost died, but was saved by my man as before immortal Gu." "Oh." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew the value of man as before immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yunsheng exposed this Gu, his value would definitely soar in the eyes of others. As expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued. "After my man as before immortal Gu was known, I received many compliments. Next, I received Shark Demon's warm invitation. He invited me to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. How could I dare to go to someone else's headquarters alone? I rejected him politely. In the end, Shark Demon and the other 2 immortal zombies hosted me in Haishur Blessed Land, and during the banquet, I learned of an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Bai Yunsheng paused for a moment. He looked at Fang Yuan with a bright gaze. Fang Yuan laughed internally. He followed along and asked, What important news is it? Is it worth it for you to keep me in suspense?" Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression turned solemn. He said excitedly, "It's a method that can allow junior brother to be reborn and leave your immortal zombie body." "Oh." Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance and had not made any progress. Who would have thought that Tai Bai Yunxing would gain something before Fang Yuan did? What is it? Fang Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yunxing said, Shark Demon has a dual cultivation companion. His name was Su Baiman, also an immortal zombie. In his early years, Su Baiman had a fortuitous encounter and defeated a strong enemy, obtaining a time path immortal goo called Time Anchor. This goo could move in the river of time, make a mark. It is useless on its own, but if used with other time path immortal goo, it will have an extremely good effect. When Fang Yuan heard this, he immediately understood what Tai Bai Yunxing meant. His eyes lit up, but he immediately calmed down. Old Bai, I'm not sure. Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I have long heard of Time Anchor immortal goo. If used with your landscape as before, it can allow mountains and rivers to return to a certain time in the past. If used with your man as before, in theory it can also restore the target to a certain state in the past. But the prerequisite for all this is that Time Anchor immortal goo has to leave a mark. That's right. My man as before immortal goo can only restore the time to an instant ago. But if used with Time Anchor immortal goo, it can break through the time limit. Junior brother, you might be able to use this method to get rid of your immortal zombie body, Tai Bai Yunxing said excitedly. Tai Bai Yunxing's words were not false. Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, they had a single function. Each was different. Immortal goo were unique. Although they were powerful, they had their own limitations. Man was the spirit of all living beings. They were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using different goo worms together could increase their effectiveness and complement each other's weaknesses. With Time Anchor immortal goo, man as before immortal goo can indeed break through the time limit. But Fang Yuan shook his head and continued, using two immortal goo together is not as simple as activating them together. Instead, it requires the assistance of many mortal goo worms, or even immortal goo, to form an immortal killer move. The combination of man as before and Time Anchor is indeed possible in theory. But you do not have the corresponding immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies treated you with great hospitality because they wanted you to help them and contribute man as before so that they could research an immortal killer move. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded, praising, Junior brother, you are a smart person. Your guess is very accurate. That is indeed the case. It is a pity, a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. What is a pity? I feel that this method has great hope. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Fang Yuan in confusion. Old Bai, it is already a fact that I became an immortal zombie. Maybe Shark Demon and the others had already used Time Anchor immortal goo before becoming immortal zombies, and left behind a mark in the river of time. But I did not. Thus, even if this killer move is researched, it is useless to me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunxing laughed. Junior brother, you are right to worry. But I have good news to tell you, that Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not use Time Anchor immortal goo to leave a mark in time. Oh, back then Su Baiman defeated a strong enemy. Although he obtained Time Anchor immortal goo, he did not know its use. Su Baiman was on the verge of death at that time, and had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned of it, in order to accompany his wife, he also resolutely turned into an immortal zombie even though he had enough lifespan. After the two became immortal zombies for several years, they finally figured out the origin and usage of Time Anchor immortal goo. Tai Bai Yunxing said. So it was like that. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. It was not uncommon to find out the origin and usage of mysterious immortal goo after obtaining them for several years or even more than a decade. Back then, Fang Yuan had obtained many immortal goo in Imperial Court Blessed Land, but he did not dare to test their usage recklessly. Fortunately, he had Land Spirit of Langya. He was able to figure it out by relying on him. Tai Bai Yunxing continued. When the two learned about the usage of Time Anchor immortal goo, they were filled with regret, but it was already too late. I had the same concerns as you, Junior brother, so I asked them directly during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method. They mentioned Spring-Autumn Cicada. Oh, Fang Yuan had a curious expression, mixed with suspicion. Is Spring-Autumn Cicada on that mystical goo list? Legend has it that it can go against the river of time and return to the past. Unfortunately, it has never been proven. Tai Bai Yunxing had no suspicions. Spring-autumn cicada is not reliable. I mention spring-autumn cicada only as an example. Shark Demon wanted to say that although they missed the opportunity to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo, if they had an immortal goo like spring-autumn cicada, they could bring the goo immortal to the river of time. At that time they could use Time Anchor Immortal Goo to set down the coordinates upstream, and then use manas before Immortal Goo to return. I think this method has a chance of success. Fang Yuan closed his eyes, falling into deep thought, and did not speak. Tai Bai Yunxing did not know that this Fang Yuan in front of him was the current owner of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunxing, they did not know much about Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was only rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could use Spring-Autumn Cicada directly, I would have done so long ago. Why would I need to use Time Anchor Immortal Goo at that time? But this method in theory is indeed feasible. Fang Yuan had reached an agreement with Wisdom Goo. To a certain extent he had grasped Wisdom Goo. He was able to quickly rise up from the immortal zombie quagmire, advancing valiantly in half a year, and changing his situation. Most of the credit was due to Wisdom Goo. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring-Autumn Cicada to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie problem, he would have used it long ago. Not to mention the failure rate of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. In his trip to Northern Plains, Fang Yuan's strength was too weak. Even if he revived, there would be too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have half a chance of obtaining greater benefits. Reaching an agreement with Wisdom Goo was a perfect time, place, and people. The circumstances at that time were too special. The rank 9 Wisdom Goo was Fang Yuan's greatest gain from this trip. Without Wisdom Goo, there would be no greater benefits. However, other than Spring-Autumn Cicada, there are other Time Path Immortal Goo. For example, viewing past Immortal Goo and visual memory Immortal Goo can allow the Goo Immortal to observe the past from the present. But there is a difference between the two. Using viewing past, one can see the flourishing scenes of the past from the old Earthwood. Using visual memory Immortal Goo, one can observe one's past experiences. The fusion of these two Immortal Goo can form the rank 8 Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, which can extract the Goo Immortal's will and observe the river of time, observing everything that happened in the past. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I have the Time Path Investigative Immortal Goo Extreme Forward, I can use it with Time Anchor Immortal Goo to form a Time Path Immortal Killer move that can observe the past from the present. After that, I can use manas before Immortal Goo to restore my body and revive without losing Wisdom Goo. Of course, Extreme Forward Immortal Goo is only an example. Maybe there are other Time Path Immortal Goo that are more suitable to be used with Time Anchor. Fang Yuan thought for a long time before opening his eyes. Oh, thank you. He thanked sincerely. Although this method has great prospects, it will expend a lot of energy, resources, and time. It is a project that will last for 100 years. But it is still a hope. We are one family, there is no need to thank me. What's there to thank? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately said. However, towards Fang Yuan's words, old Tai Bai had some understanding. He sighed and continued, that is right, at least there is hope. Although it will take a long time during this period, Junior Brother can use Zombie Alliance's black oil to delay the Blessed Land's collapse. Although it is hard to get the black oil with my cooperation with Shark Demon, it is very convenient. Fang Yuan smiled. While you were away, I had already used the identity of Sha Huang to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, so Junior Brother had a plan. Fang Yuan continued, I am going to participate in Northern Plains auction, come along. This is the Mortal Killer move Unfamiliar Face, created by Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. There are also a few Cloud Path Killer moves for you to take a look. Don't you cultivate Cloud Path as well? Tai Bai Yunxing received these killer moves. He could not help but feel a warm feeling in his heart. While I was thinking about Junior Brother was also thinking about me. Fang Yuan showed him the Goo Immortal captives, and told him about the transaction with Land Spirit of Lengia. Tai Bai Yunxing was incredibly shocked. Then he said with mixed joy and worry, looks like the auction this time will be a good show. I will go with you. It is best if He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan come as well. They will definitely go. Although we exposed our alliance relationship to He Cheng, it is not good to travel with them now, Fang Yuan said. Chapter 753. The green peak pierced through the clouds. At the peak, there was a lake that was quiet like a mirror, reflecting the white clouds in the sky. This was true martial blessed land, the foundation of Northern Plains Yuan clan. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very common. It existed in southern border, Eastern Sea, Western Desert, and other regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was even more important. It represented a superforce, it was supreme authority. In the sky above the lake, a white-robed old man waved his spear. His aura was grand and majestic. He created waves of clouds and wind. The old man had white hair. He was hale and hearty. His movements were as fast as lightning at times, and as still as a rock at other times. The spear in his hand stretched out like a swimming dragon. It was full of spirituality. But no matter how much commotion he caused, the lake at the peak of the green peak did not have any ripples. It was as calm as a mirror. The lake was full of life. The water plants swayed without any ripples. A large group of carp stared at the white-robed old man's spear through the water. They opened and closed their mouths. They started to speak. Old Yuan, your dance is quite good. It is quite nice. This spear move is quite good. It has the shadow of spear Taoist from back then. This spear move is too much. It is a bit biased. Hearing the carp say this, the white-robed old man stopped his movements. He landed beside the lake. The spear in his hand shined with white light, turning into a goo that entered his sleeves. Next, he bowed towards the carps in the lake, asking humbly, "May I ask why the sweep earlier was biased? You used too much strength. Too forceful, it lost its charm. The old man is too old. His internal heat is too strong. He should eat some water plants to cool it down." The carps started to talk, commenting freely. These carps were extraordinary. Their skin was white as snow, their scales were black as ink. Black and white were distinct, there were no other colors. People called them true martial carps. They were spiritual creatures of heaven and earth. Each was a mutated beast king. The white-robed old man thought about it. He raised his finger. Using his arm as a spear, he tested it. Can this work? No. Wrong. Old man. You are so stupid. The carps started to criticize the old man. At this time, Yuan clan Gu immortal Yuan Qi rushed over, hearing the true martial carp's criticism. However, he was already used to it. He bowed to the white-robed old man. He said respectfully, "Greetings, first supreme elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan clan's first supreme elder. He had rank 7 cultivation level and peak battle strength. When he saw who it was, he frowned in displeasure. "Junior Yuan Qi, why are you here? Didn't this old man tell you not to disturb me when I'm practicing martial arts in peace? My lord, you took care of me earlier. Let me remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Qi's greeting was even more respectful. "Oh, there was such a thing. I almost forgot. Does this mean that the auction is approaching?" The Yuan family's grand elder slapped his forehead. Yuan Qi smiled bitterly. "Sir, today is the day of the auction." Time passed so quickly. Brat, you reminded me well. When I return, I will give you a reward. Let's go this way. Saying so, Yuan clan's first elder waved his sleeves as an immortal goo flew out of the mirror lake. This goo was called human language. It could turn the words of wild beasts into human language. Once human language immortal goo left, the discussions of the true martial carp group stopped. Only the sound of their mouths opening and closing could be heard. Yuan clan's first elder stored human language immortal goo and flew into the sky, turning into light. The carp group coiled around each other. After some discussion, they got bored and swam away. Yuan Qi watched as the first elder's figure completely disappeared from his sight. First elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves towards the mirror lake. Immediately, winds blew and clouds moved, as thick white clouds covered the most important area of Yuan clan. Mulan oars in the lotus flower village. After singing, the night air turns cold. Beyond the smoke, beyond the willows, beyond the lake, the mountain's eyebrows are blue and the moon's eyebrows are yellow. The scholar shook his head, holding a scroll as he sat in a pavilion. Outside the pavilion, the lotus flowers were blooming. The moon was shining brightly. There was a light breeze and a faint fragrance. A maid was beside the scholar. Her face was like a painting, her wrist was white as snow. She was holding a small flask, pouring wine into a wine cup on the stone table. After the scholar finished reading the poem, he held the scroll with one hand. his gaze still on it, his other hand grabbed the wine cup. He did not even look at it. He poured the wine into his mouth and smacked it, muttering, "Even though the wine is good, there is not much left. I can use the auction to ask for a few more jars of Lai Shi from that person. Hong Xiu, come with me this time. Let Tianxiang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The maid was slightly happy, replying, "Clang clang clang." The sound of immortal Gu heavenly bell resounded in Gu immortal He Lang Zi's mind. He sat cross-legged on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly bell is amazing indeed. I only used 5% of its power, but my organs shifted and my blood flowed in reverse. Even though I have been using a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly. His blood flowed back and disappeared in a few breaths of time, as if he had never been injured. With such power, I don't need to worry about not being able to exchange immortal Gu. He stood up, flying towards the direction of Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh? It is truly a beautiful scenery. A rank 8 Gu immortal with a tall hat and a large cloak looked down from the sky, looking at the reed marsh below him. There were reeds everywhere, the waterways were like alleys, it was complicated like a maze. The main character here was not the ducks, nor the herons, nor the fishes, it was the Crimson Reed Marsh. Tens of thousands of reeds leapt out of the water in a vigorous manner. They seemed to carry a heroic aura as they spread out in a grand and unbridled manner. With the posture of a king, they subdued the creatures that lived here and took them for themselves. This rank 8 Gu immortal observed for a while, saying with deep emotions, "This scenery is majestic and beautiful. There is a deep ravine hidden within the heroism." Using the scenery to judge people, this Qin Baishang was a meticulous person. Bold, uninhibited, and shrewd. No wonder it could stir up a commotion in Northern Plains and hold this auction. Sect leader has great insight. A rank 7 Gu immortal beside him said. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Qin Baishang's move is like the clouds with a flip of his hand and the rain with a flip of his hand. It's a marvelous move that can bring the dead back to life. I, Murong Jinxiao, admire him greatly. I am really looking forward to this auction that includes all the heroes of Northern Plains." The rank 8 Gu immortal who was called the cult leader retracted his gaze as he said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, the East Sea is rich. Heroes came forth in large numbers. Even though Northern Plains had many talents, they could be an overlord of an area, dominating the whole of colored glass sea. However, there aren't many who can catch your eye," Murong Jinxiao said respectfully. From his words, this mysterious cult leader was not a Northern Plains Gu immortal. It was from the East Sea. "Brother Qin, we meet again." Fang Yuan cupped his fists and greeted Qin Baishang. "Ha ha ha, Brother Sha. I've been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side." Qin Baishang was very enthusiastic. He held Fang Yuan's arms, as if he was treating Fang Yuan as his own brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng traveled together. They did not walk in Northern Plains. Instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land. Through Whole Earth Gu, they arrived at Baishang blessed land. Because of their previous cooperation, and because of the mountain pledge, Fairy Li Shan and Qin Baishang's blessed land already had a pair of Whole Earth Gu. They could communicate easily. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and entered the blessed land through this method. Meeting Qin Baishang again. "I had no choice. I have great treasures on me, but my cultivation level is low. I could only use this method to avoid any accidents." Fang Yuan purposely smiled bitterly. "Brother, don't be humble. You are an unfathomable person. Just based on your relationship with Fairy Li Shan, who would dare to target you?" Qin Baishang said in a respectful tone. "No matter how strong you are, there will always be someone stronger. But one day, if I have your battle strength, I won't be afraid." Fang Yuan quickly replied. In terms of communication skills, he did not lose to Qin Baishang. "I wonder who this is?" Qin Baishang turned his gaze towards Tai Bai Yunsheng who was beside Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng had also used unfamiliar face, turning into an ordinary old man. His appearance and figure were very different from before. "This is my good friend, Gu Immortal Baishang." Fang Yuan introduced generously. "Baishang, forgive me for not knowing much. But I did not know that there was someone like you in Northern Plains. Qin Baisheng took the initiative to greet. You flatter me, you flatter me. Tai Baiyunxing quickly returned the greeting. Qin Baisheng brought Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunxing to the auction venue. For this auction, I specially modified the blessed land to form this huge auction venue. Qin Baisheng introduced. It is truly extraordinary, it has a grand aura. As expected of Brother Qin's creation. Fang Yuan smiled, praising Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng showed a trace of unease and worry, saying, there is no helping it. This auction has invited almost all of Northern Plains forces and countless experts. I am in charge of this. If the auction venue is too shabby, I might offend people. To speak the truth, I have been under a lot of pressure these days. I can barely sleep. Thankfully, Brother Sha is here. The Gu Immortal Blessed Land will definitely cause a commotion. I am looking forward to it. I wonder how many there are. Fang Yuan did not say the number. He only smiled and said, Brother Qin, don't worry. Aha, of course I am. Qin Baisheng's gaze flickered. He could not probe any further. He changed the topic. My auction venue has a main hall, individual rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can be used to communicate. The individual rooms are for those Gu immortals who like to be alone and have strange tempers. The secret rooms are for concealing the Gu immortal's identity. These three arrangements have already been written in the alliance agreement. Brother Sha does not need to worry that I will tamper with them. Brother Sha, what position will you choose? Can these three positions be changed during the auction? Fang Yuan asked. Of course. But once a secret room is occupied, without the owner's permission, no one can enter or leave. Qin Baisheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said. I will also choose a secret room. Tai Baiyunxing said. Qin Baisheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms are already reserved. I will give you the 10th and 11th secret rooms. How about that? Chapter 754. In the secret room, Fang Yuan played with the Gu worms in his hands with interest. These mortal Gu were naturally Qin Baisheng's, but he had already lent them to the secret room's owner, allowing Fang Yuan to use them. He mobilized some primeval essence and tried to inject it. The secret room's environment changed immediately. It seems that Qin Baisheng put in a lot of effort. Although it is a secret room, it is a small world larger than a garden. I can also use these mortal Gu to change the environment, creating mountains and rivers, or even seas and lakes, pavilions, and so on. As Fang Yuan moved, the secret room's environment continued to change. At times there were lush green mountains and he was in a pavilion on a mountain peak. At times there were surging rivers, and he was in a boat by the river. Of course, these changes were all illusions, they could not be real. If it was real, to change the world in an instant, the power of immortal Gu would have to be used, and immortal essence would have to be expended. Fang Yuan took the Gu worm in his hands, and looked at it with his mind. In this east window Gu, there were many auction items, all of which were precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazzled as he looked at it. Some of the items even had corresponding conditions written behind them. Other than using immortal yuan stone to buy them, one could also use resources to exchange for them. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the items wanted. Fang Yuan looked at the contents in front, and focused on the latter part. This part listed many immortal Gu, they were of all kinds and involved many paths. Behind these immortal Gu, there was information to exchange for them. Different from the previous items, immortal Gu were unique. No matter how many immortal yuan stones there were, they would not be sold. This was the iron rule of the market. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was the same. Thus, if one wanted to buy an immortal Gu, one would need to use another immortal Gu as the price. Fang Yuan's attention was focused. He soon saw some of his immortal Gu listed on it. There were 4 immortal Gu: Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The first 2 were movement immortal Gu, one was Cloud Path, the other was Water Path. They did not match Fang Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Baiyunxing cultivated Cloud Path as a secondary path, but he was a Time Path Gu immortal, rising rapidly was not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckon immortal Gu, as high as rank 7. But the effect was ridiculous, it was simply a suicidal weapon. Although Fang Yuan had thought of some uses, it would be more worth it if he could exchange it for other immortal Gu. Finally, delight in water and mountain immortal goo can generate a lot of happiness. But Feng Yuan was already preparing to mass refine malicious thought goo. In this way, the effect of joy could be suppressed. He might as well take it out and see what immortal goo he could exchange for. If he couldn't get it, he would just have to take it back. After the 4 immortal goo, there were naturally the immortal goo requirements that Feng Yuan wanted to exchange for. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal goo were handed over by Feng Yuan through Fairy Li Shan. It could be said that he had cleared his name. Even though Calamity Beckoning and other immortal goo were quite troublesome to sell, there might even be trouble. But if he could exchange it for an appropriate immortal goo, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Miss this golden opportunity. If he waited any longer, he would have to wait until the 5 regions' chaotic war in a few hundred years. Feng Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was decisive when it was time to take a risk. He would not cower. Other than these 4 immortal goo, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada. Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and Wisdom goo can barely be considered as well. Feng Yuan calculated, he needed the remaining 5 immortal goo. He would not auction them, in fact, he would try to avoid exposing them as much as possible. Spring Autumn Cicada, whoever used it would know, even though there was a chance of failure, Feng Yuan had gained a lot of benefits and experience he could not stop. Even with Wisdom goo in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his greatest trump card. Feng Yuan had already decided to keep Spring Autumn Cicada as his vital goo in his first aperture. If there was a chance in the future, he would choose to undergo Immortal Ascension and Time Path. Cleanse Soul Immortal goo was the core of the Immortal Killer move Miri itself. Even though he was hungry now and could not use it, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal goo was a supplementary immortal goo that made up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Feng Yuan had personally experienced the power of Luck Path. He would not let go of this immortal goo. Wisdom goo was even more out of the question. Once it was taken out, there would be a huge storm and a fatal disaster. As for Woman's Heart Immortal goo, it was something Feng Yuan had abandoned. But due to a coincidence, Feng Yuan comprehended the killer move Poison Spit. Right now, Woman's Heart Immortal goo was already embedded in Feng Yuan's right chest. It was shaped like a heart. It was beating slightly, but it was small, only the size of a baby's fist. It was purple-black in color. Poisonous gas lingered around it. It was already connected to Feng Yuan's blood vessels. With every breath Feng Yuan took, the zombie blood would flow slowly, and poison gas would seep out and enter Feng Yuan's internal circulation. From this, one could see the shadow of the Wisdom Path killer move, harboring malicious intent. But the supplementary mortal goo around Woman's Heart were more like a reverse refinement goo formation. Through reverse refinement, the strength of Woman's Heart was extracted. This was thanks to the special property of immortal goo Woman's Heart, nurture and refinement in one. This goo needed to be fed with a woman's heart, and on the basis that it was full, the more it was fed, the stronger its power. Right now, Feng Yuan reversed this process and extracted its power. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Woman's Heart was an expendable immortal goo. Normally, it would be expended in one go. But by thinking of a method and using goo worms, he could extract its power continuously and use it repeatedly. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal killer move. It needs to be perfected in the future. With Wisdom goo there shouldn't be a problem. Feng Yuan collected his thoughts, putting down the east window goo. With a thought, the area in front of him became transparent, allowing Feng Yuan to see the auction hall directly. The auction hall had the main hall, single rooms and secret rooms. Feng Yuan could not see the latter two. He could only see the scene in the main hall. At this moment there were already over 20 goo immortals sitting in the seats in the main hall. They were talking to each other. The content was not hidden from others. Old Lu, long time no see, how have you been? So it is Qing Xianzi. It seems you have passed the second heavenly tribulation. I am ashamed, I am ashamed. My foundation is insufficient, I am afraid. These last years, I have mostly planted my blessed land in the outside world of northern plains. I also spent a lot of money to borrow Time Path Immortal goo, greatly slowing down the time flow of the blessed land. Right now, I still have first heavenly tribulation cultivation. Earthly calamities are hard to pass. Heavenly tribulations are even harder to pass. Sir is experienced and prudent. You do not advance rashly. This is the safest path. Sure Yu Yan, you are here too? Your words are too strange. You Wu Rong can come, why can't I? Humph. Back then I will definitely take revenge for you stealing my goo. Just you wait and see. Hee, I know this immortal goo is suitable for you, but I have already decided to auction it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so today. Some goo immortals were reminiscing about the past, trying to get to know each other, while others were in a state of mutual hostility. At this time, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall with his head held high. Aha, so many people are here. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder. He looked around and laughed loudly. His bold laughter attracted the attention of the people in the hall. Their discussions became quieter. Fang Yuan also looked over. This Yuan tribe's first supreme elder was a rank 7 Gu immortal, the leader of a superforce, Northern Plains Yuan tribe. He had extraordinary battle strength and wealth. He was a strong competitor. Qin Baishang had been standing at the entrance to welcome the guests. He took the initiative to greet. Lord Yuan, your presence brings light to my Baishang blessed land. Don't call me Lord, call me Yuan Rang Zun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baishang and his eyes shined. He patted the latter's shoulder intimately. In the past, he had fought with Qin Baishang. The latter's strength was acknowledged by him. But I have gained some insights from practicing my spear techniques recently. When will we spar again? Yuan Rangzun suddenly changed the topic, revealing his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear technique is still fresh in this junior's mind. I wonder if Senior Yuan wants to sit in the main hall, a single room, or a secret room. Qin Baishang smiled, not following Yuan Rangzun's words. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew it was not the time to arrange a battle. He thought about it and decided. Yuan Rangzun had just stepped into the single room when a handsome scholar with a female Gu immortal behind him also entered the auction hall. Free Scholar is here too? The gazes of the Gu immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I heard that Free Scholar has great luck with women. He has 2 Gu immortals as maids. They are Hong Xiu and Tianxiang. I wonder which one it is? More male Gu immortals looked at the female Gu immortal. Looking at her fiery red dress, it should be Fairy Hong Xiu. Fairy Tianxiang has a body fragrance. If she were here, the main hall would be filled with fragrance already. A Gu immortal who was familiar with the situation said excitedly. In Fang Yuan's mind, the relevant information flashed past. This Free Scholar was a lone cultivator. His origin was a little complicated. His ancestors were not from Northern Plains. They came from an aristocratic clan in Central Continent. There were many sects in Central Continent. Clans did not have strong competitiveness and could not survive. Those with the conditions would pass through the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Living alone in a foreign land, Free Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of strength. It was hard for them to survive in Northern Plains. Their situation was getting worse. After a few generations, they finally assimilated into Northern Plains, but they were like dying people. They were beyond cure. By the time it reached Free Scholar's generation, the clan could not turn back. It was completely destroyed. Free Scholar brought his 2 maids and escaped with their lives, surviving with great difficulty. In the midst of difficulty, even when facing the danger of death, Free Scholar did not abandon his 2 maids. Eventually he obtained a fortuitous encounter and became a Gu immortal. After becoming an immortal, he did not hesitate to spend money and effort to bring his 2 maids to become an immortal with him. This became a legend in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. Be it Yuan Rangzun, Free Scholar, or other Gu immortals, they all had their own spectacular stories. They were the main characters of their own legends. Chapter 755. Brother Qin, you go do what you need to do. We can choose our own rooms. The Free Scholar waved at Qin Baishang. His words and tone showed that he had a good relationship with Qin Baishang. Then the Free Scholar walked leisurely and entered a single room with Fairy Hong Xiu. After him, more Gu immortals entered. Some chose single rooms while most chose the main hall. As for those who chose a secret room, there was another secret passage that led directly to their respective secret rooms. But it could not be seen in the hall. Although Qin Baishang is a rogue cultivator, he is strong and humble. He travels a lot and is friends with many strong cultivators. Tai Bai Yunsheng sent a secret message from the 11th chamber. This was his first time meeting Qin Baishang, and he had a very high opinion of him. Fang Yuan analyzed as he looked at the scene in the hall. It's not just Qin Baishang's work. Earlier, when 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had obtained many immortal Gu. They needed to exchange for them and satisfy their own requirements. It was also because of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Adding on the destruction of Imperial Court blessed land, the situation in Northern Plains had changed drastically. All the forces needed to set new rules. It was precisely because of the right timing, location, and people that this auction was so grand. Qin Baishang and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite a rank 8 Gu Immortal not just because of them. As time passed, more and more Gu Immortals entered. In the hall, the Gu Immortals were conversing intensely, creating a huge commotion. Although Gu Immortals were strong and had unlimited primeval essence, suppressing mortals, they were busy managing their immortal apertures and had to make preparations to deal with calamities and tribulations. They had limited time. Furthermore, the world was vast and Gu Immortals were rare. It was a rare opportunity for them to communicate with each other. Especially an opportunity like this where so many Gu Immortals could gather, it was extremely rare. Gu Immortals needed to socialize. They placed great importance on their network. Immortal Gu were unique. Many times, Gu Immortals needed to borrow other people's immortal Gu to solve their own problems. Also, this world's commerce wasn't very developed. Rare and precious resources were difficult to purchase with immortal Yuan stone. Most of the time, rare resources could only be exchanged. This auction gathered almost all the Gu Immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to communicate was extremely rare. Thus, in the hall, the Gu Immortals were talking non-stop. They exchanged information. There were even 2 or 3 pairs of enemies that had been mediated and temporarily resolved. Gu Immortals were few in number. The circle was only so big. They were either acquaintances or enemies. Even if they were strangers, they would often be brought out from the complicated network of relationships with each other. Not long after the free scholar, an old man holding a walking stick slowly entered the auction house. Seeing this, Qin Baishang's expression shook, and he hurriedly took a few steps forward. Stepping forward, Qin Baishang greeted. Qin Baishang greets Lord Medicine Sovereign. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains. The hall went silent. Many Gu Immortals could not sit still anymore. They stood up. Greetings rang out incessantly. Lord Medicine Sovereign, you are my benefactor. Please accept my bow. If it wasn't for Lord Medicine Sovereign, I would still be injured. Lord Medicine Sovereign, do you still remember me? I'm Little Four, the one who helped you find the bean sprout worm. Even the Gu Immortals who went into the single rooms earlier came out. He bowed to the Medicine Sovereign. Hello, everyone is well. Everything is fine. Thus, under everyone's envious and jealous gazes, the two entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 Gu Immortal to enter, followed by Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Xue Hu. Each of them caused a commotion in the hall. Before Great Dream Immortal Venerable appeared, rank 8 was the peak of Gu Immortal strength. The 5 rank 8 Gu Immortals of Northern Plains were grand achievements that people looked up to. Among them, Old Ancestor Xue Hu was the #1 person in the demonic path, the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was Yao Clan's first Supreme Elder, a righteous path rank 8. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were both righteous and demonic, they were neutral. The final prince's Impatience was also a righteous path Gu Immortal, but he was only an external Supreme Elder of a superforce Gong clan. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline. His status was quite awkward, and because of some grudges with Gong clan in his early years. As a result, he lived outside all year round. He did not work for Gong clan. Only when Gong clan faced a huge crisis would he take action. 5 rank 8s, 2 righteous, 1 demonic and 2 neutral. They were mutually restricting each other. This formed the current balanced situation in Northern Plains. The 3 rank 8 great experts who came later wanted a single room. There were already 40 to 50 people in the hall. Of the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already been seen. Only Lord Prince's Impatience is left. This is truly a grand event that is hard to see even in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opener. To be able to show my face in front of such a person. This is already a worthwhile trip. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and majestic. I wonder how glorious and majestic Prince's impatience is? Just as everyone was secretly anticipating, a cold and aloof female Gu immortal entered the hall. It was Fengjiuge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about the relationship between Fairy Yulan and Prince's impatience. Their gazes were immediately drawn over. Qin Baishang quickly went up to greet them. Master is recuperating the grotto heaven to Qi. I will represent his will in this trip. Fengjiuge said without a smile. He had great skills and was bold. As an outer region Gu immortal, he dared to participate in Northern Plains auction during this sensitive period. Once he entered, even if he announced it loudly, it would be a deterrent to others. He would use Prince's Impatience's name to help him bid for the rest of the auction. Hearing that Prince's Impatience was not coming, the hall was filled with disappointment. Fengjiuge had an indifferent expression. Vaguely familiar face was truly extraordinary. The Gu immortals in the hall could not see any flaws. Of course, this was also because Gu immortals respected each other. They would not use investigative Gu to spy on others for no reason. Especially Fengjiuge, who was disguised as Fairy Yulan. Behind him was a rank 8 great expert. No one could have imagined that someone would be so daring. Under everyone's intense gazes, Fairy Yulan entered the single room. Like Feng Yuan, he first played with several mortal Gu, changing the environment of the single room. Next he grabbed East Window Gu and looked inside. Looking at it, Fengjiuge's mind shook. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu. Aren't these the core Gu worms of our sex Immortal Gu House Water Pavilion? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Fengjiuge's eyes before he calmed down, showing his supreme control over his mental state. It seems that some of the sect's supreme elders guessed correctly. Back then, the sect's saintess Mo Yao had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, Mo Yao would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed, 88-point Jinyang Tower has collapsed, Water Pavilion has also been destroyed. The core Immortal Gu have been obtained by Northern Plains Gu Immortals. And Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. According to the sex records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path from 88-point Jinyang Tower and refined Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, wanting to help her husband Bo Qing. Unfortunately, Bo Qing's tribulation was too deep. Even with Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu to attract a small portion of the calamity, he could not continue and both died. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu was also destroyed during the tribulation. To think that there was a new Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. This discovery gave Fengjiuge even more questions. Where did Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu come from? Who refined it? Was it the auctioneer? Or was it because Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, scattered outside and taken by others? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao had left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the refinement recipe of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu? At once, Fengjiuge's thoughts were complex as they flashed through his mind. He suddenly laughed. Coming to this auction was the right choice. I have just entered and I have already obtained so many clues. No matter what, I have to take back delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace. Spirit Affinity House has already lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu, it is rank 7, the price for it is too high. I will take a look before making a decision. Chapter 756. Time continued to move forward. The number of Gu immortals entering gradually decreased. After waiting for a while, Qin Baishang closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the platform in front of the hall and announced, "Everyone, according to the agreement, the time has arrived, the auction will officially begin." Strange, why did Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan not enter? Tai Bai Yunsheng transmitted to Feng Yuan. That's right, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, she should be sitting in the hall after entering. But she is nowhere to be seen. Feng Yuan replied, "This auction has a main hall, a single room and a secret room. If she chooses a secret room, she will enter it through a secret passage and will not show herself in public. But even if Fairy Li Shan enters a secret room, she will definitely inform us. Did you notice that none of He tribe's Gu immortals are here? Tai Bai Yunxing pointed out. Fang Yuan pondered. Let's send a letter first and ask about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan have the Snowy Mountain alliance with us. The possibility of them betraying us is not high. If they are attacked by He Cheng's group with their strength, they should be able to send a letter requesting for help. While the two were discussing, the first item was brought out on the platform. As everyone knows, this is a sky chief cloud. When spread out, it can stretch for over 1 million square kilometers. Such a large number of sky chief clouds are rare even in jewel yellow skies. The starting bid is 20 immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 5 immortal yuan stone. Please begin. Qin Baisheng spoke. Sky chief cloud, this is suitable for my Tai Bai blessed land. Tai Bai Yunxing's attention was immediately attracted. Without thinking, he controlled the mortal goo prepared in the secret room to bid. Qin Baisheng had a feeling, he announced, 11th secret room, 30 immortal yuan stone. At the next moment, a cloud path goo immortal in the hall spoke, 35 immortal yuan stone. Tai Bai Yunxing smiled lightly, activating his mortal goo and bidding again. He directly raised the price by another 10 pieces, to 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone was enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The cloud path Gu immortal who made the bid earlier gritted his teeth. After a moment of hesitation, he chose to remain silent. There were earth chief beasts underground and sky chief beasts in the sky, within the immemorial 9 heavens. Basically, there were more or less sky chief beasts living there. The so-called heavenly chief clouds were formed by the breathing of the heavenly chief beasts over a long period of time. The cloud could create an environment. The production of cloud path goo worms in the immortal aperture increased greatly. If there was a group of sky chief beasts living in the clouds, that would be even better. If it was handled properly, there would be an endless supply of Tiankue clouds. However, the complete immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 Gu immortals. Each sky chief beast was at least a beast king, comparable to a normal beast emperor. The king of each sky chief beast herd was basically a desolate beast sky chief. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Going once. Qin Baisheng saw that no one was bidding anymore, so he shouted, "In my blessed land, there is already a sky full of float ball tea grass. At the end of this month we will have our first harvest. Next is to bring in the jade hummingbirds. If we add in sky chief clouds, we will have the foundation to bring in smallpox and floating hawks. Junior brother, even though you became an immortal later than me, you have already managed to immortal blessed land and have experience. Can you give me some advice? What do you think of my idea?" Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled as he transmitted to Fang Yuan. On the stage, Qin Baisheng spoke again. 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, going twice. Fang Yuan thought about it before replying to Tai Bai Yunxing. Smallpox indeed grows in the clouds, and floating hawks usually have cloud path goo worms on them. Old Bai, you want to cultivate time path and cloud path as a secondary path? Precisely. My time path specializes in healing. I can cultivate cloud path as a secondary path to make up for my other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunxing spoke bluntly. He was proficient in cloud path movement to begin with. His attainment was at the level of a flying master. Later he befriended Northern Plains Inkman King Mo Tansang, and sold the killer move 9 cloud ring to him at a low price, causing Tai Bai Yunxing to become even more interested in cloud path. Fang Yuan did not feel it was strange that he would make such a choice. At this time, Qin Baisheng shouted for the 3rd time, 45 pieces of immortal yuan stone, auctioning over 2 million km2 of sky chief clouds, going thrice, wait 55 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Seeing that the outcome was about to be decided, another Gu immortal spoke. His voice came from single room 17. Tai Bai Yunxing did not expect such a change. He quickly raised the price again, 60 pieces of immortal yuan stone. This price finally dispelled everyone's fighting spirit. Tai Bai Yunxing got what he wanted. Next is the second auction item, a rare black soul antelope group. The beast group is 320,000, with 5 beast emperors. The starting price is 10 pieces of immortal yuan stone. Each bid must be at least 4 pieces of immortal yuan stone. If you exchange for it with drooping rainbow ointment, you will get a discount. Qin Baisheng said. Black soul antelopes were almost impossible to see in the outside world of northern plains. This beast group was huge in scale. It should be raised in a Gu Immortal's immortal aperture. Moreover, the Gu worms that lived on the antelopes were mostly soul path Gu worms. Thus they were especially attractive to soul path Gu Immortals. The Gu Immortal who sold this black soul antelope needed the Gu refinement material, drooping rainbow ointment. Thus he could use immortal yuan stone or drooping rainbow ointment to bid. After a round of bidding, this black soul antelope was bought by a Gu Immortal for 28 immortal yuan stone. The third auction item is a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era. It is called Inch of Time. It ranges from rank 1 to rank 5. The crucial point is that this Gu recipe has already been modified. All the Gu refinement materials are commonly seen in the current era and can be found. The starting price is 22 immortal yuan stone. You can also use the skin of the desolate beast 6-headed snake as a bargaining chip. Qin Baisheng shouted. 23 immortal yuan stone. You only increased the price by 1, aren't you ashamed? 30 immortal yuan stone. I bid 32. The Gu Immortals bidding this time were clearly more than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path Gu worm. It could not be used on humans, but it could be used on other targets. It was widely used for Gu refinement. For example, to refine a Gu worm, it needed 3 days and 3 nights. At this time, by using Inch of Time Gu, it would quickly reach the requirement of 3 days and 3 nights. It would accelerate the Gu worm's preparation and transformation. And the Gu master's true time consumption might only be a short moment. Fang Yuan had once obtained the Gu recipe of the antiquity era Gu worm group strength Gu. It was only worth 2 immortal yuan stone in the market. Inch of Time was only a Gu recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but there was a complete set of 1 inch of time from rank 1 to rank 5. 5 inches of time from rank 1 to rank 5. Most importantly, this Gu recipe had already been modified by a Gu Immortal. The Gu refinement materials were suitable for the current situation. They were not hard to obtain. Unlike the original Gu recipe, many of the Gu refinement materials were extremely rare. They were either expensive or extinct. Because of this, the price skyrocketed. The starting price was 22 immortal yuan stone. It quickly rose to 48. Tai Bai Yunxing also participated in this bidding. He bid 58 immortal yuan stone. At once, he raised the price by 10, intending to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunxing was rich. He was even richer than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before. These 2-time path healing immortal Gu were very popular in Eastern Sea, especially when he explored Yulu blessed land. Even though he failed. But man as before saved a certain Gu immortal. This Gu immortal's reward was 100 or so immortal yuan stone. And he personally promised to owe Tai Bai Yunxing a favor. He would repay it in the future. Most importantly, Tai Bai Yunxing's blessed land was healthy. It produced green grape immortal essence every once in a while. He accumulated more and more green grape immortal essence. He could not use it. His Tai Bai blessed land. Time flowed 33 times faster than the outside world. It was about the same as He Lolan's super-grade blessed land. This was because it was a high-grade blessed land. Moreover, it was a time path Gu immortal. It was quite outstanding in terms of time path resources. A day in the outside world was a month in Tai Bai blessed land. In theory, the blessed land would produce green grape immortal essence every month. At the same time in the outside world, Tai Bai Yunxing's green grape immortal essence would be several times or even more than 10 times that of ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals. In contrast, Fang Yuan, although he sold guts Gu, he had to expend all kinds of resources, especially refining immortal yuan stone to exchange for green grape immortal essence. There was no helping it. His immortal aperture was already dead. It could not produce immortal essence. It would collapse and wither every once in a while. It was a huge burden to him. Tai Bai Yunxing's bid had indeed scared off most of the Gu immortals who were bidding. But there was still a group that persisted. 1 by 2, the price slowly rose to 66 immortal meta stones. 66 immortal yuan stone to buy a set of mortal Gu worm recipes. Some low-level Gu immortals in the hall were tongue-tied. It is not expensive. Although inch of time cannot be used on oneself, it can save time and shorten the steps of Gu refinement. It has a wide range of uses. We need to plan for the long term, especially for those Gu immortals who cultivate refinement path over time. They can use inch of time to save 66 immortal yuan stone in profit. A Gu immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already the limit. It would be unwise to raise the price any higher, unless they have special requirements. Unless he has a special need. Another Gu immortal added in his analysis. 66 immortal yuan stone, going once, Qin Baisheng shouted. At this time, Fang Yuan transmitted to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old Bai, let's each take out half of the immortal yuan stone. How about we compete together? Tai Bai Yunsheng was overjoyed. Junior brother, it would be great if you want to make a move. Thus, he continued to raise the price to 68. Only one Gu immortal continued to bid, adding an immortal yuan stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng worked together and bought inch of time at the exorbitant price of 70 immortal yuan stone. Time slowly passed, treasures appeared one after another. The competition in the auction hall was getting more intense, the atmosphere was getting more heated. Many Gu immortals lost their composure. Their faces were flushed with anger. Even though they were rational and calm, in front of such huge profits, they had no choice but to compete until their necks turned red. After dozens of items were auctioned, some low-level Gu immortals could no longer compete, some were covered in sweat, some were pale, some were on the verge of collapse. The competition was not just about wealth, it was also a psychological battle. Gradually, rank 6 Gu immortals became fewer and fewer. Rank 6 Gu immortals usually had hundreds of immortal yuan stone in their savings, while rank 7 Gu immortals had thousands or even tens of thousands. At rank 8, they would definitely have tens of thousands. Old cultivators might even have hundreds of thousands of immortal yuan stone in their hands. The higher their cultivation level, the more resources they would have. Ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals had weak foundations. Fortunately, they had resources to offset the price, otherwise, most of them would have been eliminated already. Fang Yuan only had a few hundred immortal yuan stone in his possession. He tried occasionally, but he rarely succeeded. Most of them failed. He waited patiently. Finally, he heard Qin Baisheng announce, "Next, the immortal Gu auction will begin. The main event is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, the other Gu immortals also became energetic. The previous auction was only a prelude. The main dish was finally on stage. Chapter 757. Qin Baisheng stood on the stage. He took out several mortal Gu and threw them into the hall. Some Gu immortals caught these mortal Gu and showed puzzled expressions. Qin Baisheng continued. The auction of immortal Gu is very important. The items that are auctioned earlier have more advantages. They have a higher chance of being exchanged for immortal Gu. Thus, to be fair, this auction will not follow the order. I have specially prepared these mortal Gu. They can be used to point to an immortal Gu auction item that is recorded. As for which item to point to, it is completely random. There is no possibility of someone manipulating it. Now everyone, please inspect these mortal Gu. These words caused a good response. The Gu immortals took turns inspecting the mortal Gu as they conversed. This is a good method. I was worried earlier that my immortal Gu would be left behind. It would not be good for the auction. Qin Baisheng is not simple. This auction has covered all aspects. If he really tampered with it, I will admit it. Anyway, I can see that there are no problems. After this set of mortal Gu was inspected by the Gu immortals in the hall, it was sent to a secret room. Soon it was Fang Yuan's turn. Fang Yuan inspected it personally. There were no problems. After the Gu immortals in the secret room finished inspecting, this set of mortal Gu was sent to a single room. The rank 8 Gu immortals were almost all in a single room. After they inspected it, the mortal Gu were sent to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who has concerns? Why don't you inspect it again?" As expected, some Gu immortals requested to inspect it again. Some of them had already inspected it earlier. There were no problems with this set of mortal Gu. But it was in everyone's hands. What if someone tampered with it during this process? The Gu immortals were meticulous in their thinking. They wanted to inspect it again. After this inspection, There was nothing wrong with it. The highlight of the immortal goo auction was about to begin. Qin Baishang activated this set of mortal goo in front of everyone. Immediately, colorful lights flickered. Smoke rose and gathered in the air, forming into the words hidden luck. I have chosen it. Then the first immortal goo is stealth luck immortal goo. Qin Baishang said loudly. Concealment luck immortal goo was originally a middle or lower auction item. To think that the first one would be auctioned. Tai Bai Yunsheng held the east window goo and muttered after inspecting it. At the same time, many goo immortals were doing the same thing. The ranking recorded in the east window goo. That's not really the order. It was very likely that he would be the next one. It was time to use his immortal goo. As for those who were ranked last, they could only blame their bad luck. This method was very fair. None of the immortals present had any objections. Even the rank 8 goo immortal great experts acknowledged this. On the stage, lights and shadows changed, showing the external appearance of concealment luck immortal goo. Qin Baishang introduced. Everyone can see this goo looks like a white longhorn beetle. It was about the size of half a palm. It was a rank 6 luck path immortal goo that could conceal one's luck. The auctioneer wanted a metal path defensive immortal goo. Who has a metal path defensive immortal goo? You can participate in the bidding. There is no limit to the minimum price. Conceal luck immortal goo concealing one's luck. Luck path has luck inspection goo. It can observe other people's luck path foundation. There is also concealment luck goo. It can conceal one's luck and prevent others from seeing it. This concealment luck goo is a rank 6 immortal goo. It can counter rank 6 luck inspection goo. Even though its effect is good, it is too limited. In the hall, the goo immortals discussed softly, but no one bid. While he was thinking, another 2 goo immortals took out transformation path immortal goo and competed. Among them was goo immortal Xiong Yuan, who had shouted in the auction hall earlier and wanted to tear He Langzi to pieces. A total of 5 goo immortals were competing for 1 immortal goo. Both sides continued to compete. They added immortal yuan stones, or rare resources, or added lost goo recipes, or gave large beast groups. Eventually, He Langzi chose the first secret room's bid. He obtained glorious smoke turtle armor immortal goo, information about ascending heaven plane, and a large group of water wolves. Both sides made the transaction. Because the goo immortal in the first secret room could not show himself, Qin Baishang passed the information to him. After He Langzi obtained information about ascending heaven plane, he checked it on the spot, but his eyes widened as he growled in anger. Chapter 758. What, is there a mistake in ascending heaven plane's information? Qin Baishang's expression changed as he asked. This was a matter that concerned his auction. According to the agreement, no matter if it was a transaction, it could not be false. If there was information, it meant that there was a real location. No. He Langzi's expression was grim. He did not want to say anything, but he looked like he had suffered a loss. Where is that water wolf group? He asked again. They are somewhere in the blessed land. Qin Baishang said. Bring me there. He Langzi said coldly. Qin Baishang waved his hand and teleported He Langzi somewhere else. The latter counted the number, seeing that there was no mistake. He collected the water wolf group, but did not return to the auction. He left in advance. Haha, seeing this wolf cub's expression, I feel so good. In the first secret room, Murongjin Xiao laughed loudly. Beside him, the rank 8 goo immortal from Eastern Sea was sitting leisurely, playing with heavenly gong immortal goo. Thank you for your help. That He Langzi saw that ascending heaven plane was in Eastern Sea, but he could not go. He must be furious. Murongjin Xiao thanked him. No need to thank me. My daughter is skilled in sound path. She cultivates sound path. I bought it for her. I have no intention of teaching He Langzi a lesson. The Eastern Sea rank 8 goo immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea. I know its exact location. How did the goo immortal in the first secret room know about it? Fang Yuan had some doubts in his mind. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. I think it is Murong tribe? Soon Fang Yuan put down his doubts. because Qin Baisheng had already chosen his third immortal goo for auction. It was Feng Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud Goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly, Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo, rank 6 Cloud Path, specialized in moving up and down. The auctioneer wants a Strength Path Immortal Goo. Now those who are interested please actively bid. Feng Yuan was already a Strength Path Goo Immortal. This was a fact, it was set in stone. Even if his Strength Path was weak, he could only walk on this path to the end. And because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, when he revives, his first aperture is going to become a Time Path Goo Immortal. Speaking of which, he felt a little helpless. The reason why Feng Yuan chose the Strength Path in the early stages of his rebirth was because of the Strength Path. Just for the transition. In the end, due to a freak combination of factors, the situation forced him to become an immortal through strength. Even because of the true meaning of the Reckless Savage. His Strength Path realm had also skyrocketed to Grandmaster level, reaching the same level as Feng Yuan's Blood Path in his previous life. This was something Feng Yuan had not expected. Feng Yuan would rather give up the Path of Blood than give up the Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was true that he was a Blood Path Grandmaster, but he was not the only Blood Path Grandmaster. The Spring-Autumn Cicada was the only one. Red Lotus Demon Venerable treated it as his vital goo. Which was more important? It was clear at a glance. But if Feng Yuan wanted to walk on Time Path, he still had a long way to go. He lacked Time Path Foundation and was not a Time Path Goo Immortal. With the current situation, Feng Yuan had an immortal zombie body, and it was still a long time before he could revive. If he wanted to raise his battle strength in a short period of time, he could only choose Strength Path Immortal Goo. This is Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo. It can obtain the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo here. I will also throw in 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil, a Qi Grand Lion Strength Goo, and 5 drops of Rulai blood. Bidding noises continued to resound. A Goo Immortal's bid made the hall buzz. Rulai blood. Did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, the Rulai calamity. Only by piercing the Rulai can this blood be obtained. This blood is a genuine immortal material. It can be used as the main material of a rank 6 immortal goo, or as a supplementary material for a rank 7 immortal goo. Feng Yuan shook his head. Although Rulai blood was precious, 5 drops were too little. He sighed inwardly. Although Strength Path was declining, there were still many Strength Path immortal goo. If not for this auction, he would not be able to see so many Strength Path immortal goo. Compared to the other 4 regions, Northern Plains Goo Immortals usually had the lowest wealth. But even so, after accumulating for so many years, their wealth could not be underestimated. Goo Immortals had many good things, but they usually kept them to themselves and hid them. Especially Immortal Goo, once they were exposed they would be targeted, thus they hid them even deeper. Only in the auction would these Goo Immortals expose them. Otherwise, why would they say that the auction was a rare opportunity? They had to cherish it and grasp it with all their strength. A total of 5 Goo Immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo. After a few rounds there were 2 who stopped bidding. Not long after, the 3rd Goo Immortal left. Only 2 were left to compete. But before they could decide the winner, Feng Yuan had already sent a message to Qin Baisheng. Alright, let's choose the 3rd person, that Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. An auction involving Immortal Goo was different from ordinary auctions. Firstly, Immortal Goo were unique. Secondly, business was not developed, there was no true currency. Thirdly, Goo Immortals had different types of resources. Many precious immortal materials were hard to appraise. Thus, during the auction the seller could choose any buyer. The buyers would bid against each other to attract and move the seller. The winner of the auction might not necessarily obtain the item. To sum it up, it was a seller's market. Immortal Goo were unique. If the seller did not sell them, where could they buy them? A moment later, Feng Yuan and that Goo Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo, while Feng Yuan obtained Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, as well as a large number of immortal materials, which matched the list of materials listed by Land Spirit of Lengia. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo was because this was the only bird strength. The rest were land beast strength. Feng Yuan had true solid bat wings now, which matched the strength of a bird. If he could use Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo while flying, it would have the effect of some immortal movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud, the fourth item was a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Once this goo appeared, it caused a commotion in the auction. Even the rank 8 goo Immortal 5 Elements Grandmaster made a move. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 goo Immortals or ordinary rank 7 goo Immortals compare to rank 8 goo Immortals? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the final winner. He risked defending a rank 8 Great Expert because the seller was moved by the rare immortal materials offered by the buyer. Immortal materials varied greatly. There were more types than stars in the sky. Even 5 Elements Grandmaster could not include all of them. But precisely because of this, everyone in the auction had a chance. It was even more exciting. The fifth and sixth items were Metal Path Immortal Goo. The auction hall's atmosphere became more heated. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these 5 paths were the mainstream. They were more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were the lowest. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained 1 Metal Path Goo Worm, while the remaining one was won by Qin Baisheng. He was not only the host, he was also one of the buyers. Time continued to pass, Immortal Goo were bought and sold one after another. This was a rare occasion in Northern Plains for hundreds of years. In the historical records, there had been such occasions, but the scale was much smaller than this. Most importantly, the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower allowed most Goo Immortals to gain something. This led to such a large-scale auction. Rarely seen Immortal Goo appeared one after another. Northern Plains Goo Immortals took the chance to gain some benefits. Next is the 23rd item, Worldly Wave Trace. This goo is rank 6, used for movement. Qin Baisheng was still introducing when 2 Goo Immortals' eyes brightened. It's finally here. Worldly Wave Trace, the core immortal goo of Water Pavilion. I will do my best to obtain it. Feng Zhouge lightly clenched his fists. In the first secret room, Worldly Wave Trace, not bad. I did not pay attention to it for so long in vain. I already have the relevant immortal goo recipe. As long as I obtain it, I can refine Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo. Worldly Horizon Immortal Goo can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens at will. It will reduce the expenditure of breaking the heavenly wind chi wall. The rank 8 Goo Immortal from Eastern Sea was already moved. The usefulness of an immortal goo varied from person to person. For Feng Zhouge, it was one of the cores of constructing the rank 7 Immortal Goo House Water Pavilion. For Eastern Sea's Goo Immortals, it could lead them to a path of golden benefits that led to the immemorial 9 heavens. These two choices, it was hard to say which was more important. I have Star Desolate Hound Strength Goo, 1 Peach Wolf Strength Goo, 1 Roar Whale Strength Goo. The Goo Immortals bid. Feng Zhouge waited patiently for a while. Seeing that the rank 6 Goo Immortals in the hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yulan's voice, he said, I also have a Strength Path Immortal Goo called Pulling Mountain. It can pull mountains. I will throw in 150 kilograms of Heaven Gold. Heaven Gold? Incredible. This is an immortal material on par with Rulai Blood. It can only be produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms at once. It is much more than those 5 drops of Rulai Blood. Did I hear wrongly? Suddenly the hall shook slightly. Feng Zhouge took out a huge reward, but once he did, he scared off almost all the competitors. 150 kilograms of Heaven Gold was not a joke. It was extremely valuable. But this was only almost. In the first secret room, the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal snorted in displeasure. He used his Mortal Goo and made another bid. A Strength Path Immortal Goo, Overturning River, and another 250 kilograms of Split Divine Water. Crazy, 250 kilograms of Split Divine Water? This is an ingredient that can be used to refine rank 7 Immortal Goo. Split Divine Water can completely match Heaven Gold. It can only be found in the deepest part of Jianghu Lake, and after 100 years, only 20 to 30 kilograms of it can be produced. A trace of surprise flashed past Feng Zhouge's face. He had not expected such a strong competitor to appear. He smiled proudly with Swordmaster Yulan's identity. He had less worries, he said in front of everyone. What else does the seller need, be it materials, goo recipes, beast groups, or variant human slaves? Just state it. Once he said this, the whole hall went into an uproar. Most of the Gu immortals immediately thought of Fairy Yulan's backer, Princess Impatience. It seems that Princess Impatience wants to bid for this immortal Gu. Even that Eastern Sea Gu immortal could not help but guess. But he laughed coldly, his fighting spirit was roused. Princess Impatience is rank 8, am I not? Next, his voice resounded in the auction hall. My conditions are the same as Fairy Yulan's. Please indicate to the seller. The whole hall went into an uproar again. They were guessing who was in the first secret room, directly opposing Swordmaster Yulan, wanting to challenge Princess Impatience. In the 10th secret room, Feng Yuan also showed a slightly surprised expression. His gaze turned as he chuckled. It seems that both sides have extraordinary origins and are determined to get it. Since they have such a request, it would be unreasonable for me to not agree to it. He directly added several times from the list given by Land Spirit of Langia, before secretly giving it to Qin Baisheng. After Qin Baisheng received it, he showed it to everyone with a strange expression. The whole hall went into an uproar for the third time. This list isn't it too exaggerated? 3,000 kilograms of heaven gold and split divine water. Who is the seller? Do they think these things are wild vegetables? This is an exorbitant price. Asking for sky-high prices. Chapter 759. Interesting. When he saw the list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan tossed out, Feng Zhouge's gaze flashed, and then he calmed down. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal's expression did not change. He leaned back on his chair and asked Murong Jin Xiao, who was beside him, how many refinement path grandmasters do you have in Northern Plains? The list was filled with refinement Dao immortal materials, and there was an extremely large amount of them. Moreover, the types were extremely disorderly as well, causing it to be dazzling. For Feng Yuan to take it out so quickly, it was obvious that he had prepared it beforehand. Only refinement path Gu immortals would prepare such a list, hoping to gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Xiao answered without hesitation. There are 4 refinement grandmasters in Northern Plains. The first to bear the brunt was Yao Clan's rank 8 Gu immortal, Yao Huang. According to rumors, his refinement path attainment had already surpassed grandmaster, reaching quasi-great grandmaster level. The second is Murong Clan's Gu immortal, Murong Shuexiang. He had once successfully refined a snow path immortal Gu. The third was the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, who had refined Gu for many demonic path Gu immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator called Lady Miaoli. She is skilled in refining enslavement path Gu worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything. The Gu immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. He wants to find so many Gu refinement materials, even if he asks for a sky-high price. We can see his extraordinary ambition. In the hall, after the Gu immortals calmed down, they realized this. Now this situation is interesting. The 2 buyers were both mighty figures with deep financial resources. The seller couldn't be ignored either. His background was mysterious, simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng's eyes were filled with anticipation as he continued to ponder. He was the host of this auction. He knew about the rank 8 Gu immortal in the first secret room. They were from Donghai. Eastern Sea Gu immortals, even if they were rank 8, had to restrain themselves in Northern Plains. Especially in a place like the auction, it was extremely easy for people from other realms to join forces and run against them. Thus, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal and Murong Jin Xiao concealed their traces and chose a secret room. Since he was going to participate in the auction, he naturally had to contact Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng helped them hide their identities. At the same time, it was also a form of respect for the first chamber. Immortal zombie Sha Huang looks ordinary, but there was probably a rank 8 old monster supporting him. And this rank 8 great expert was skilled in Gu refinement. Fairy Li Shan probably knew this as well. Otherwise, how could a mere rank 6 immortal zombie fight against the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Why are they so close? Qin Baisheng guessed. To some extent, he had guessed correctly. Because behind Feng Yuan was the land spirit of Langia. Long-hair ancestor was indeed a rank 8 Gu immortal back then. If that's the case, I'll add another 150 thunder sound leaves. After a moment of silence, Feng Zhouge made the first move. Gasps could be heard in the hall. The thunder sound leaf was no small matter. It did not exist in the outside world. It could only be nurtured in powerful lightning tribulations. It could be considered an object condensed from the essence of lightning. However, thunder sound leaves had always been rare and precious. Hard to get. This was because ordinary Gu immortals undergo tribulation in their immortal apertures. Xiao Chun was already barely able to split himself up. He did not have the ability to pluck the thunder sound leaves in the lightning tribulation. Even if he had the ability, he would need a secret method to pluck the thunder sound leaves. Thus, even in jewel yellow skies, thunder sound leaves were very rare. But now, Fengjoga took out 150 thunder sound leaves. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal laughed lightly. Is Prince's impatience so stingy? This list clearly states that he needs 280 thunder sound leaves. After pausing for a moment, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal shouted, I am willing to offer 360 heaven-flying jade. Heaven-flying jade, it is a jade that can fly in the azure sky of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade is extremely intelligent. It is like a bird or beast. It can avoid being captured by external forces. Who is the person in the first secret room? 360 heaven-flying jade at once. It satisfies the number on the list. The hall was filled with buzzing sounds of discussion. Actually, the Eastern Sea Gu immortal was also feeling heartache. Once he had a fortuitous encounter and barged into a huge azure sky fragment world to explore. He obtained over 400 heaven-flying jade after much difficulty, but he even got injured in the process. Right now, in order to fight for worldly wave trace immortal Gu, he threw out a large number of them to create a powerful attack. In the single room, Fengjoga snorted coldly, his expression turning solemn. The other party's actions made him understand that the other party was like him. They had to obtain worldly wave trace immortal Gu no matter what. Taking out 360 heaven-flying jade at once, it showed the other party's immense strength and wealth. However, who was Fengjoga? He was the publicly recognized number 1 person in the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Even though he was rank 7, he could fight rank 8 Gu immortals. With Spirit Affinity House as his backing, and after many years of accumulation, his foundation was incomparably deep. If there was a list of rank 6 or 7 Gu immortals in the auction house who could challenge a rank 8 great expert, Fengjoga would definitely be at the top. Raise the price. Fengjoga did not hesitate, bidding again. I will add 10,000 star pupil. Star pupil was a rare resource in the immemorial 9 heavens. It could not be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that came from the blue sky. Starlight shone in the blue sky. As the stars moved around, they scattered down countless stardust. Among the endless stardust, there were octagonal ones that were like diamonds. There were pentagonal ones with sharp edges, heptagonal ones, 16-sided ones. There were also hornless stardust that were round. These hornless stardust looked like round gems. The starlight condensed into the shape of the pupil. Thus it was called star pupil. Fengjoga's bid shocked the Gu immortals. When this list appeared, I thought there would not be such a foolish buyer who would pay such a huge price to exchange for an immortal Gu. I was wrong. The list only asked for 8,000 hornless stardust, but Swordmaster Yulan directly bid 10,000. This is clearly a counterattack to the opponent. Too rich, too rich. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am just like a pauper. This is not a good feeling. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal heard Fengjoga's bid and his breathing froze. To speak the truth, he had not expected that he would provoke an even more intense and powerful counterattack. Even though there are many star pupils. But I need to remind the seller. After all, star pupils also depend on the quality. A broken star pupil and a whole star pupil have different values. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal said. Feng Yuan thought about it. The voice in the first secret room was right, it was indeed so. But the list of immortal materials that Land Spirit of Langya gave him did not mention this. The reason was that Land Spirit of Langya did not think of this. This situation would occur. In his opinion, being able to obtain star pupils was already very rare. It was good enough that he had it. Whether it was in good condition or not was secondary. You have said so much. Make a bid. If you don't, I still have more. Feng Zhuge smiled coldly. He continued to attack, listing 7 immortal materials, including realm sand, sun salt, plain fire, and star han wind. Even though the quantity was not as high as the list, but the variety was shocking. A Gu immortal sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all out. The opponent did not make a bid, but she actually raised the price again. A Gu immortal beside him analyzed in a soft voice, this is only an auction strategy. In my opinion, the mysterious Gu immortal in the first secret room has a huge background. He will not give up so easily. Feng Zhuge's bid alerted the Eastern Sea Gu immortal in the first secret room. That's right, the other party can take out such a list, he probably cultivates refinement path. Gu refinement requires many materials. No matter how many of a material there is, it is useless. The other party made such a bid. It will no doubt attract more buyers. I need to change my strategy. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal thought about it before speaking again. He and Feng Zhuge continued to bid. Listing a large number of immortal materials, the Gu immortals in the hall were dumbfounded. They felt like they were in a dream. After several rounds, be it Feng Zhuge or the Eastern Sea Gu immortal, their breathing became rough. In the secret room, Gu immortal Murong Jin Shao, who was standing at the side, was speechless. These 2 lunatics. In a single room, rank 8 Gu immortal 5 elements grandmaster shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivated metal, wood, water, fire and earth path. He needed all 5 path Gu worms. He had wanted to bid for water path immortal Gu worldly wave trace, but looking at the situation now, he wisely gave up on competing. Feng Yuan was also surprised. If the immortal materials listed by Feng Zhuge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortal were added together, he would have gathered almost half of the materials on the list. Of course, Feng Yuan could only choose one of them. There would not be 2 winners in this auction. Feng Yuan was not overjoyed. His gaze flickered with uncertainty. The other party was not a fool. They were pursuing worldly wave trace immortal Gu so intensely. It meant that this immortal Gu could bring them greater benefits. I bid 5 kilograms of drunken immortal qi. The Eastern Sea Gu immortal called out again. The auction hall buzzed. It was like a small explosion had occurred. What is drunken immortal qi? This is also an immortal material, but it is rather rare. Even Gu immortals can get drunk from it. It can only be produced in special environments. This drunken immortal qi is usually sold in strands. Even in jewel yellow skies, the concentrated drunken immortal qi is sold in 2 grams. Since when is it being sold in kilograms? The Eastern Sea Gu immortal was truly rich. This heavy blow made Feng Zhuge's expression turn grim. Feng Zhuge knew the value of this drunken immortal qi. 5 kilograms was simply too shocking. Feng Zhuge hesitated. If he were to bid again, it would be worth at least 5 kilograms of drunken immortal qi. He could not help but think calmly, asking himself, is it worth it to pay such a price for 1 worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Of course it was worth it. Water Pavilion had been the hope of Spirit Affinity House for many years. Although Spirit Affinity House had all the recipes of Water Pavilion, mortal Gu were easy to refine, but the 3 immortal Gu were unique. In order to get closer to Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House's mission details were clear. Every core immortal Gu they retrieved would have a huge mission reward. In that case, let's do it. Feng Zhuge thought rapidly. After making up his mind, he gritted his teeth and took out another immortal Gu. This is the Strength Path immortal Gu pulling water. He bid. Chapter 760. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall erupted with commotion. The Gu immortals discussed. Many Gu immortals in the hall directed their gazes towards a single room. This single room was where Fairy Yulan was at. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan, who made such a shocking decision, had. As the host, Qin Baisheng was also a little dazed. He asked, exchanging 2 for 1, Fairy Yulan, is this your intention? Precisely. Since Feng Zhuge had made this decision, he did not hesitate anymore. Hearing Feng Zhuge's confirmation, the discussions in the hall quieted down. Feng Zhuge was a Sound Path Gu immortal. Why did he have 2 Strength Path immortal Gu? In fact, he had far more than these 2 immortal Gu. Feng Zhouge had led more than 10 Gu immortals to Northern Plains secretly. He had an important mission. The first task was to find out the true culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower and the arrangements made by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The second task was to collect as many immortal Gu as possible. To achieve this goal, the Central Continent Gu immortals who came to Northern Plains prepared many methods. One of them was to bring many immortal Gu from their sects with the intention of exchanging for Gu. After all, Gu worms were hard to snatch. A Gu master could easily make a Gu worm self-destruct with just a thought. Immortal Gu were also like long-wind literature. Most of these immortal Gu were from obscure paths. For example, Strength Path, Chi Path, and so on. Northern Plains information had always been in the hands of the 10 great ancient sections. Qin Baisheng had never concealed the matter of the auction. He had even purposely publicized it. Feng Zhouge and the rest had already heard of this when they were in Central Continent. One could say this time Feng Zhouge infiltrated the auction. It was not an impromptu decision, it was a premeditated action. In the current world, Strength Path was not flourishing, it was already declining. Those with conditions and ambition would not choose to cultivate Strength Path even if they were beaten to death. Using these Gu worms to exchange for other Gu worms. To the 10 great ancient sects, this was a form of victory. Eastern Sea's Gu immortals were rank 8 great experts. However, in comparison, he still lost to Feng Zhouge. After all, Feng Zhouge's trip was supported by the 10 great ancient sections. Meanwhile, Eastern Sea's Gu immortals secretly infiltrated Northern Plains. To participate in this auction, it was completely personal. Feng Zhouge had the courage to trade 2 for 1, but he didn't. However, he was unwilling to give up. So he made a final effort and bid. I will add. A giant sandalwood sacred elephant egg. Soon after, a wave of soft exclamations resounded in the hall. The sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows up, it can battle rank 7 Gu immortals. The key is to nurture them from a young age so that they can build a deep relationship. The chance of betrayal is very small. A living ancient desolate beast is worth far more than that. If it was handled properly, it was like an inexhaustible treasury. The blood of a sacred elephant was a first-rate immortal ingredient. The sacred elephant's sandalwood tusks can be used to grow again. The Gu immortals in the first secret room have taken a different approach. This is a good choice, an immortal Gu and an ancient desolate beast. Both have their advantages and disadvantages. It is hard to choose between them. Immortal Gu are unique, but ancient desolate beasts are also very useful. Especially when the seller seems to have some interest in refinement path. He might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. Everyone discussed. At this point, Feng Zhouge and the Eastern Sea Gu immortals stopped bidding. The current situation was hard to say. Feng Zhouge was trading 2 for 1, he was bold enough and had a higher chance of winning. But if the Eastern Sea Gu immortals dealt with it well, they had a chance of winning. The auction gradually quieted down. Everyone was waiting for Feng Yuan to make his decision. How did this unexpected auction end? And who did Immortal Gu Worldly Wave Trace end up in? Everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation. Feng Yuan thought about it and made his decision, secretly informing Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng nodded and announced, the seller has decided to sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu to Fairy Yulan. Once he said this, everyone let out a sigh of relief and started discussing. It is reasonable that Fairy Yulan can win. It is 2 for 1 after all. If I had to choose, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, 2 immortal Gu require a lot of immortal essence. This Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Which lucky fellow did it belong to? It was actually sold at such a high price. Exchanging 1 immortal Gu for 2 immortal Gu. That's right, if I did not see it with my own eyes, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather the prince's impatience behind her, they definitely have other motives. They are not fools since they can pay such a high price, they will definitely get more benefits. As long as there is demand, there will be a market. There will be profits. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, Feng Yuan was also trying to guess the intentions of this swordmaster Yulan in buying Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu at such a high price. Prince's impatience. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal muttered this name. his expression turning slightly grim. The auction continued. Next was an Earth Path Immortal Goo. But the atmosphere had fallen drastically. Most of the Goo Immortals were still thinking about what happened earlier. Many of them were still discussing softly. Everyone finally saw what it meant to be rich and imposing. It was an eye-opener. Even though many people were suspicious, Prince's Impatience was a transformation path Goo cultivator. Why would he suddenly be interested in a water path immortal Goo? But the thoughts of a rank 8 great expert were unfathomable. It was not something that outsiders could make wild guesses about. An immortal Goo of a mainstream path was quickly sold after several rounds of bidding. It gave people a feeling of dejection. Qin Baisheng was helpless about this. He could only smile bitterly to himself. After that it was a downturn. After all, Fengjiuge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortals bidding had a domineering aura. Everyone's morale was greatly weakened. Feng Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo, as he patiently watched the auction continue. The auction of Immortal Goo was carried out on the spot. Those immortal materials. Feng Yuan checked them, the quantity and quality were all correct. The 2 Strength Path Immortal Goo were cooperated by Fengjiuge. They had already been completely refined by Feng Yuan, becoming his own. Similarly, Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo was in Fengjiuge's hands. This is Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. After so many years, it has finally returned to Spirit Affinity House's hands. Fengjiuge sighed lightly, feeling quite emotional. Immortal Goo were auctioned one by one. After some time, the auction house's atmosphere became lively again. Next is the 34th auction item. Strength Path Immortal Goo Cauldron Strength. This is a rare defensive Strength Path Immortal Goo. When activated, it can form a Strength Cauldron. It can defend oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. Qin Baisheng said loudly. The Goo Immortals in the hall, however, showed little interest. Strength Path was already declining. Few people cultivated it. Thus the market was small. Among the owners of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, while they were secretly anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room. Wisdom Path Immortal Goo Enduring Affection of Children. This voice, it is Domination Immortal Chu Du. Shortly after, someone in the hall shouted, "That's right, it should be him, his voice is so hoarse." To think that Domination Immortal also came. What is so strange about this? Lord Chu Du is a famous strength path expert. Why would Qin Baisheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chu Du. In a single room, Fengjiuge drank tea. His eyes brightened. Before coming to Northern Plains, he had already obtained information. Information on Domination Immortal Chu Du. It was voluminous and contained a lot of information. Fengjiuge attached great importance to it. Chu Du was a rare strength path Goo Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he was also brimming with talent, creating a brand new strength path. Strength path was a huge path. It had once been glorious. Right now, strength path was divided into beast strength phantom style, weather heaven and earth style, and human strength June strength style. Beast strength phantom style was bull strength, tiger strength, and so on. The strength path Immortal Goo that Feng Yuan obtained not long ago, Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo, belonged to this path. Whether heaven and earth style was wind strength, water strength, fire strength, and so on. For example, when Feng Yuan auctioned Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo, he obtained Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. They belonged to this path. Human strength June strength style was Jin strength Goo, strength of 10 Jin Goo, strength of June Goo, strength of 10 June Goo, strength of 100 June Goo, and so on. This small path was created by Domination Immortal Chu Du alone. He led the trend and allowed the old strength path to regain the glory of youth. Right now, human strength June strength style was the mainstream of strength path in the 5 regions. In Northern Plains, most Goo masters had a foundation in strength path. Almost all of them used Jin strength Goo, strength of 10 Jin Goo, strength of June Goo, strength of 10 June Goo, and so on. It could be said that Domination Immortal Chu Du alone changed the current situation of strength path. He influenced the situation of all the Goo cultivation paths in the world. Such a person, Fengjiuge had to pay attention to him, a lot of attention in fact. Northern Plains has many battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I need to meet this Domination Immortal. Fengjiuge's lips curled into an excited smile. Meeting all the heroes in the world, this was the pride of a true man. At this time, a voice resounded. One delight in water and mountain Immortal Goo. and 5,000 kilograms of cloud mud. Feng Zhouge spat out the tea in his mouth. His eyes were wide open. He no longer had his calm expression earlier. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He gasped. Damn it, the thing I was worried about still happened. Immortal goo could be auctioned. They could also be used as bargaining chips to exchange for other immortal goo. If not for this, the immortal goo in the records would be stuck and could not be traded. It would be very detrimental to the auction. Feng Zhouge naturally understood this rule. He was also the most worried. Whatever he was worried about happened. Feng Yuan had a need for Strength Path Immortal Goo. He had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal Goo for a long time. Throwing out Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo now was one of his original plans. Heaven Pillar Wind Path. Facing Feng Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his bid. Heaven Pillar Wind was very special. It originated from Green Heaven. It was shaped like a giant pillar, extremely tall and long. When Heaven Pillar Wind blew, it would not move, it would blow on the spot. From the outside, it looked like a giant pillar that could support the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had a high value. It was not inferior to the 150 Thunder Sound Leaves that Feng Zhouge had bid earlier. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Feng Yuan muttered. He had a realization. It seems that you are my greatest competitor this time. Chapter 761. 10th Secret Room bids for a complete Heavenly Dragon skeleton and 30 tails of Earth Fiend powder. Qin Baishang stood on the platform, announcing loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid for a Heaven Pillar Wind when the Goo Immortal in the 10th Secret Room immediately increased the bid without hesitation. This is a formidable opponent. Chu Du sighed inwardly. Earlier, Feng Zhouge and the Eastern Sea Goo Immortal competed, eventually exchanging 2 for 1. The 10th Secret Room gained quite a lot. This was something everyone in the auction knew. Chu Du felt some pressure. He was an old generation Goo cultivator with rank 7 cultivation level. He had a deep foundation at his peak. He had over 10,000 immortal yuan stone. But times had changed. Chu Du's immortal aperture underwent tribulation recently. But his foundation became thinner because of it. Thus he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered White Heaven to explore, replenishing his resources. In the end he made some gains, but he was injured. To heal his injuries he borrowed other people's immortal goo. He expended a lot of them, he made a loss in the end. The immemorial 9 heavens were rich in resources, but it was also a dangerous place. To gain something one had to take risks. Thus Chu Du was short of money now. But Strength Path defensive immortal goo are rare. I have been a Strength Path Goo Immortal for so many years, but I have only encountered one today. If I do not try to get it, I will regret it in the future. Chu Du thought of this and gritted his teeth, continuing to bid. But no matter how much he bid, Feng Yuan kept on bidding. After a few rounds, Chu Du could not hold on any longer. He secretly sent a message to Qin Baishang, wanting to communicate with the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baishang was surprised, but his expression did not change. He secretly asked Feng Yuan. After getting Feng Yuan's permission, only then did Chu Du send a letter to Secret Room number 10. In the letter, if Feng Yuan could withdraw from the competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du would owe Feng Yuan a favor. He would do something of equivalent value for Feng Yuan in the future. If Feng Yuan did not believe it, he could use an immortal goo to make an oath. Not only that, Chu Du would also provide Feng Yuan with precious information on how to obtain Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning. Feng Yuan was pleasantly surprised as he read the letter. Domination Immortal Chu Du's letter was undoubtedly to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, but he did not have enough wealth. Therefore, he wanted to negotiate with Feng Yuan. Of course, Feng Yuan would not agree. He was also a Strength Path Goo Immortal. He naturally wanted this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. As for the Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true intent, Feng Yuan also had a rough understanding of it. In fact, he was someone who had personally benefited from it. I had originally thought that Domination Immortal Chu Du was very wealthy, but I didn't think that he would be exposed so quickly. It seemed that he was out of luck. It was the lowest point. Feng Yuan snickered as he made another bid, adding a huge counterweight. Chu Du gritted his teeth and joined in the bidding, but the items he used were all scraped together. Feng Yuan bid again. He used a rank 7 immortal material. It could be used as the main material for refining rank 7 immortal goo. It was very expensive. Chu Du sighed. Unwilling to give up, he gathered all sorts of materials again, bidding for many rank 6 immortal materials. Its total value was equivalent to Feng Yuan's rank 7 immortal material. This time, the goo immortals in the hall could see some clues. Strange, Lord Chu Du seems to be struggling. I vaguely heard that Domination Immortal underwent a tribulation several months ago. It seems that this tribulation injured him deeply. Chu Du had once borrowed healing immortal goo from Yao Huang. Apparently he paid a huge price. Everyone whispered to each other, sighing. Chu Du was secretly anxious. There was another person who was even more anxious than him. That was Feng Zhouge. This Domination Immortal is too incompetent. Feng Zhouge was disappointed. He was still hoping that Chu Du would be able to dominate the 10th secret room. He would be able to suppress the 10th secret room and advance triumphantly, obtaining victory. But Chu Du was famous, but he did not have much wealth now. Feng Zhouge could not bear to watch this. He had to think of ways to prevent Feng Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo are in the hands of the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a huge origin. He might even be the culprit behind the imperial court case. I know about him or her, but he or she does not know about me. Right now the enemy is in the open while I am in the dark. If I directly ask him or her to buy Delight in Water and Mountain, it might not be appropriate. Not only will I alert him or her, if he or she notices something and decides not to sell the immortal goo, that would be even worse. Feng Zhouge continued to think. He was a strategist. He was skilled in both literature and martial arts. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not have given him such an important task, sending him to infiltrate Northern Plains as the leader. If I directly make a move and participate in the auction, it would not be appropriate. Even though I am using Swordmaster Yulan's identity, I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Goo. If I openly buy Worldly Wave Trace again, if the person in the 10th secret room knows about the secret of Water Pavilion, the chances of me being exposed would be much higher. Feng Zhouge had disguised his identity and infiltrated Northern Plains. Even though he had great battle strength, he was fighting in a guest's territory. He had his concerns. The most annoying thing is, in this auction, even if I outbid everyone else, if I do not choose the seller, I will still fail. If I directly make a move, even if I suppress everyone, there is no meaning. And there was another point. Even if Feng Zhouge succeeded in the auction and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, what would he use it for? He did not need Strength Path Immortal Goo. He would instead sell Strength Path Immortal Goo to exchange for other suitable Immortal Goo. Feng Zhouge's mouth was a little dry from the thought. He took a sip of tea and felt a little regretful. If I wasn't alone this time, or if I had companions to help me, it would be much easier to deal with this problem. But firstly, his vaguely familiar face was an immortal killer move. It was hard to teach it to others. Secondly, the Goo immortals around Prince's Impatience could not use it. This reason was simple. If Feng Zhouge's identity was exposed, it would not have much to do with Prince's Impatience. Prince's Impatience could announce that he did not know anything. It would be easier for him to continue hiding. After thinking about it, Feng Zhouge finally calmed down and secretly contacted Domination Immortal. Chu Du, the Goo immortals in the single rooms, and the main hall could contact each other directly. Unlike the secret room, Chu Du needed Qin Bai Shang as the middleman to contact Feng Yuan. As long as the Goo immortals in the secret room were not willing to communicate, they could not communicate with each other. Chu Du felt strange when he received Swordmaster Yulan's letter. He was close to Yao Huang, but had only met Prince's Impatience once. In the letter, Feng Zhouge said directly, he was willing to help Chu Du obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. But he had a request. He hoped Chu Du could give him the immortal material True Heaven Silver. It seems that getting injured in this exploration of White Heaven was worth it. 600 kilograms of True Heaven Silver is extremely rare even in jewel yellow skies. With Swordmaster Yulan's help, we can still compete. Chu Du naturally had some suspicions towards Feng Zhouge's true motive. But he had always been eager to obtain cauldron strength immortal goo. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Jioge, thanking him for his help. He also said that after the matter was completed, he would tell him the exact location of the true heaven silver. With Feng Jioge's help, Chu Du had confidence. He started bidding again. The changes in the world were mysterious and interesting. In Feng Yuan's previous life, when Chu Du died in battle, the person who killed him was Feng Jioge. But now, because of Feng Yuan, the two of them had secretly joined hands with Yin Chongyang. Both sides working together was a win-win situation. To Chu Du, he needed cauldron strength immortal goo. Feng Jioge's help was like coal in a snowstorm. To Feng Jioge, what he helped Chu Du would return to him in the future. He paid the least, but achieved his goal of obstructing Feng Yuan. After several rounds of bidding, the price became higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have made a comeback. He seemed to have more confidence, bidding without hesitation. Feng Yuan gasped, feeling surprised. The immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land had been used up. He had no choice but to use the immortal materials he obtained earlier as capital. This situation caused Feng Jioge to involuntarily feel suffocated. These immortal materials were what he had previously. To think that after they were leaked out, they would be used as a weapon against him so quickly. But Feng Jioge had no choice but to persevere, while calculating his limits. It seems the situation with worldly wave trace immortal goo is going to repeat itself. Domination immortal Chu Du seems to be very interested in this strength goo. He is determined to get it. The 10th secret room has been asking for a strength path immortal goo. Opposing Chu Du, neither side is willing to give in. It seems that there will be another round of auction. In the main hall, the goo immortals discussed. Feng Yuan could not sit still anymore. He left his seat and started pacing around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope. That's why he sent this letter. But how did he suddenly gain wealth again? Is this a plan to feign weakness? Impossible. Unless there is a hole in his head, he would not use such a clumsy plan. In that case, someone must be helping him. Feng Yuan frowned as he thought deeply. He had a premonition, but he could not grasp it. Who was this person who was helping him? Why was he helping him? On the surface, it seemed like the two were competing, but Feng Yuan felt that there was a mastermind behind the scenes. Feng Yuan knocked on his immortal zombie head, before returning to his seat and using the wills in his mind to help him think. He thought while bidding. After 2 exchanges, he suddenly opened his eyes. Bright light flashed in his eyes. He had some gains from his earlier thoughts. He had some guesses. I must get this cauldron strength immortal goo. Feng Yuan shouted, putting up a brave front. What else does the seller need? Just state it. I will try my best to satisfy them. Same here. What does the seller need? State it. Chu Du was silent for a while before following up without showing any weakness. The main hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple. He is directly challenging Chu Du. As expected, it has started. Is there going to be a second wave? This was the situation during the auction of worldly wave trace goo. Now let's see what the seller needs. The seller did not think for long, immediately stating a new request, a wisdom path inheritance. Seeing this request, Chu Du smiled bitterly. He did not have any wisdom path inheritance. Wisdom path had been passed down for a long time, but it had always been passed down to only one person. It was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the intense competition and became greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Jioge also smiled bitterly. He had many immortal goo, but the seller's request for a wisdom path inheritance was truly difficult for him. Wisdom path was extremely rare. Only a few sects among the 10 great ancient sects had a few wisdom path inheritances. Feng Yuan had offered a high price in jewel yellow skies for a wisdom path inheritance, but he had never gotten it. In the end, he was lucky and only obtained an incomplete inheritance, and the other party urgently needed an ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path goo worms, but wisdom path inheritances were very rare. Chapter 762. The seller was asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This was making things difficult for them. The list of immortal materials that Feng Yuan threw out earlier, Most Gu immortals had at least some of them, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. Moreover, even wisdom path Gu immortals would not sell their own inheritances, the foundation of their existence, to others so easily. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance. Neither did Feng Jioge. Feng Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, and it was quite incomplete. It could not meet this requirement. He sat on his seat and licked his dry lips, not speaking, but his heart was filled with anticipation. For a moment, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du. No one spoke. The hall fell into a strange silence. Gradually, the hall became filled with discussions. Asking for a wisdom path inheritance. This condition is too difficult. Wisdom path immortal Gu are easy to obtain, but they actually want to obtain a wisdom path inheritance. This is greed. The 10th secret room and domination immortal cannot take out such a condition. The heated scene earlier has already been ruined. Maybe this cauldron strength immortal Gu will not be auctioned. But this is not a big deal. If an immortal Gu is not auctioned according to the procedure, there will be a second round of auction. The seller of cauldron strength immortal Gu also sensed something amiss. He was anxious and quickly tried to salvage the situation. Qin Baisheng received the seller's transmission and announced, "A wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete. Even an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine. Of course, the higher the degree of completion, the better." Feng Yuan laughed heartily. He had an extremely incomplete wisdom path inheritance in his possession. In the 10th secret room. His voice was heard. "I happen to have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance with me." Chu Du heard Feng Yuan's voice and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had some hope in his heart. His hope was naturally placed on Swordmaster Yulan. In his opinion, Swordmaster Yulan had the support of Prince's impatience. Her foundation was extremely deep. She might not necessarily have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. Spirit Affinity House did have some incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any now. He quickly used Whole Earth Gu in his immortal aperture to transmit the information. He contacted the other 9 Central Continent Gu immortals. The 9 Central Continent Gu immortals naturally knew about Feng Jioge's actions. In fact, they were already lurking around the Scarlet Reed Marsh. They were waiting to receive Feng Jioge. After receiving Feng Jioge's message, there were 2 people with incomplete inheritances. One was Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path Gu immortal. The other was Chan Junqi of the 10,000 Dragon Dock. A flying grandmaster. He had once explored a ruin and obtained one by chance. Naturally, Feng Jioge was overjoyed when he received the two's reply. He hurriedly negotiated with them. Wisdom path inheritance, even if it was an incomplete inheritance, was very valuable. Old Oracle and Chan Junqi were not from the same sect as Feng Jioge. Even if they were from the same sect, they still had to settle their debts. They communicated for a while. Feng Jioge finally reached an agreement with Chan Junqi and paid a heavy price. He bought the incomplete wisdom path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Jioge hesitated. He could help Chu Du with the incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But that would be too obvious. He had deceived Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted the immortal material True Heaven Silver in Domination Immortal's possession. But now, for a mere True Heaven Silver, he wanted to help a precious incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like sacrificing a watermelon for a sesame seed. It was too unreasonable. Feng Jioge could completely expect that once this inheritance was taken out, Chu Du would immediately suspect his true motive. Sigh, if only I had a comrade who knew me well by my side and could make a move now. Feng Jioge sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller will choose the 10th secret room. It is a pity that when auctioning Immortal Gu, I cannot contact the seller directly. Just as Feng Jioge was willing to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to help him, Chu Du said, "I do not have an inheritance, I will withdraw from this auction." Feng Jioge was stunned. It turned out that after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart gradually faded away. He put himself in their shoes. He did not have a deep relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince's impatience. They were only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they sacrifice so much to help him? Just for a mere 600 kilograms of true heaven silver. That was clearly impossible. Chu Du was a smart person. Even though he was a lone cultivator, he still had some pride. Right now, Feng Yuan had already made a bid. With so many people watching, Chu Du could not remain silent. Thus, he admitted his failure and withdrew from this auction. Feng Zhouge's expression sank. The moment Chu Du announced his withdrawal, he realized the cause and effect. At once Feng Yuan's victory was set in stone. Feng Zhouge did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, putting himself in the shoes of others? Feng Zhouge himself had hesitated as well. In the end, he lacked companions by his side, so his hands and feet were tied when he did things. However, it is not impossible to sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo. After the public auction, there will still be free transactions. Feng Zhouge consoled himself, his mind quickly calming down. He had experienced many storms. His setbacks were no less than Feng Yuan's. If not for this, Feng Zhouge would not have become who he was today. A person like Feng Zhouge had many similarities with Feng Yuan. They were both unyielding. They did not care about momentary success or failure. They were adaptable. The situation of the auction for Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo was clear now. Domination Immortal Chu Du withdrew, while Feng Yuan offered an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance. But when Qin Baisheng made the first bid for Feng Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is also willing to bid. It is offering a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and immortal materials of equal value to the 10th Secret Room. Qin Baisheng suddenly announced. This unexpected situation made the Goo Immortals in the hall interested again. Another mysterious Goo Immortal is bidding. 11th Secret Room actually offered such a high price. The auction is indeed very deep. Since when did Strength Path Immortal Goo become so popular? Everyone is competing for them. Qin Baisheng was even more curious than the others. He knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng and Feng Yuan came together. They should be in the same group. Why did they suddenly fight amongst themselves? Not just him, even the person involved, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was confused. He had only just received Feng Yuan's message, thus he made the bid. In any case, the seller could only choose one person to transact, whether it was Feng Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng. They would only get one price. From start to finish, Feng Yuan did not violate the rules of the auction. In the 10th Secret Room, Feng Yuan sat on his seat, his fingers tapping on the large handle. He closed his eyes, leaving only a slit as he made another bid, competing with Tai Bai Yunsheng. After bidding several times, Tai Bai Yunsheng put together all sorts of things, showing his lack of financial resources. Next, he purposely remained silent before bidding, showing his hesitation. After bidding a few more times, Tai Bai Yunsheng received Qin Baisheng's notice. After getting his permission, Tai Bai Yunsheng received a letter from someone else. The content of this letter was roughly the same as the one he had written to Domination Immortal, with the reason that he fancied a certain precious immortal material in Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid. Seeing that Tai Bai Yunsheng was not strong enough, he was willing to sponsor him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, as you expected, someone is willing to sponsor me. Tai Bai Yunsheng immediately reported this matter to Feng Yuan. Oh! Feng Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, subconsciously straightening his back. Who is it? Swordmaster Yulan. Swordmaster Yulan. Feng Yuan's eyes flashed with a bright light. Swordmaster Yulan. Prince's impatience. He could not sit still, directly stood up and started pacing. Feng Yuan's arrangement just now was just a test that stemmed from some kind of guess. Now that the test had a result, this result made Feng Yuan feel very surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du must have received sponsorship to compete with me. This person is very likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is really her, why did she sponsor Chu Du first and then Tai Bai Yunsheng for what? I am afraid it is not because of the immortal material, but to prevent my delight in water and mountain immortal goo from falling into the hands of others. Delight in water and mountain immortal goo has no use in my hands, so I sold it. If it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, He will not sell delight in water and mountain immortal goo if he needs it. Swordmaster Yulan had spent a huge sum earlier, using 2 strength path immortal goo to buy worldly wave trace goo. Now she is thinking of ways to stop my delight in water and mountain immortal goo. For what? The answer had already flashed in his mind. That was the rank 7 immortal goo house, water pavilion. Feng Yuan paced as he pondered. After a while he suddenly stopped and raised his head to look. The secret room had a picturesque scenery, but Feng Yuan's gaze was deep and eerie, as if he could see through layers of illusions. He could see the many goo immortals in the hall, Swordmaster Yulan in the single room, and even the central continent outside of northern plains. Feng Yuan's gaze was cold as ice. He sneered in his heart. Amazing, this is a great investment. In my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a certain supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House successfully attracted Prince's impatience with his emotions. Prince's impatience suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House, catching everyone off guard. They almost killed Ma Hongyun, who was already rank 7, causing the situation in Northern Plains to worsen. A large number of Northern Plains goo immortals were sacrificed, countless territories were lost. Spirit Affinity House became the #1 sect among the 10 great ancient sections. To think that Prince's impatience was a pawn of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Jioge had vaguely familiar face disguise. Feng Yuan could not find out the truth. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects sent Feng Jioge and the other goo immortals to infiltrate Northern Plains. It was an important secret mission. Several Wisdom Path goo immortals had worked together to conceal all traces. With Feng Yuan's intelligence-gathering ability, he naturally could not find out anything. Chapter 763. This Swordmaster Yulan has brilliant methods. If not for Chu Du's letter to me, I would not have found out. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected the dots. Feng Yuan sighed inwardly. Feng Jioge's scheming ability was not inferior to Feng Yuan's. Thus, when they made their moves, they were like the spring breeze and rain, leaving no traces behind. But in this battle of wits, Feng Yuan was slightly superior. Firstly, Feng Jioge was tricked by Chu Du. Domination Immortal's letter to Feng Yuan was not known to Feng Jioge. If he knew, he would not have done this. But Chu Du would not tell him for no reason. After all, this was a matter of losing face. At the same time, Chu Du had always thought that Feng Jioge truly wanted his immortal material, the true heaven silver. Feng Jioge's second weakness was that he did not have any companions. He was also using a fake identity. He had too many concerns and his hands were tied. Unlike Feng Yuan, he had Tai Bai Yunxing to help him, saving him a lot of trouble. Feng Jioge's third misfortune was that his opponent, Feng Yuan, was not simple. He was someone who had been reborn. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce many secrets from certain major events. Feng Yuan sat down again. He quoted the price and acted with Tai Bai Yunxing while thinking. Now the situation had changed. Feng Yuan was kept in the dark at first, but now that he had a grasp of the situation, he found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Although he did not know the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Feng Yuan had the initiative, while Feng Jioge did not know that Feng Yuan had already seen through his motive. This was a great situation where the enemy was in the open and he was in the dark. Right now, Feng Yuan was thinking about whether to keep delight in water and mountain goo and ruin Spirit Affinity House's plan, or to exchange for Cauldron Strength Immortal goo, or to directly sell delight in water and mountain goo to Swordmaster Yulan. To sell it to Swordmaster Yulan? With Feng Yuan's breadth of mind, it was not to the extent that he could not see others doing well. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House in exchange for tempting benefits, Feng Yuan would definitely do this. But on the other hand, Feng Yuan could not bear to part with Cauldron Strength Immortal goo. This Strength Path defensive Immortal goo was very rare. If he missed this opportunity, there wouldn't be another one. Just as Feng Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from the single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal goo Good Thought goo, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and twice the amount of immortal materials. To bid for this Cauldron Strength Immortal goo. The hall was in an uproar. Because the goo immortal bidding for Cauldron Strength Immortal goo, had an extraordinary background. He was one of the 5 great rank 8 Gu immortals of Northern Plains, Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yao Huang. The medicine sovereign is participating in the auction as well? He is a Refinement Path Gu immortal. Why does he need Strength Path? Don't tell me this cauldron Strength Immortal Gu. What important interests were involved? It's just that we don't know. In the single room beside Yao Huang sat one of the leaders of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lugong. Yin Lugong said, Senior Yao Huang, are you really going to buy this cauldron Strength Immortal Gu? Yao Huang chuckled. Precisely. I want to refine the Immortal Gu resurrection from the dead. There is a hurdle. I need a formless vessel as the refinement ground. This vessel needs to be ethereal. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. Thus ordinary fire, ice, wood, metal and chi paths. None of them can succeed. Of those that can succeed, Phantom Path is the best. Strength Path is the best, Space Path is second, and Rule Path is the last. Yin Lugong realized, Phantom Path Immortal Gu are rare to begin with. They are similar to Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal Gu that can be used as a formless vessel is even rarer. But this cauldron Strength Immortal Gu uses strength to form a cauldron. It cannot be tainted by the 5 elements. It is ethereal and ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is indeed an excellent Gu refinement vessel. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use and refine, it all depends on the heart. Immortal Gu are only tools, how they are used varies from person to person. Little Lu, now you should believe my sincerity, right? Yin Lugong smiled bitterly. Earlier, Yao Huang had taken a liking to him, pulling his hand and bringing him into the same room. Their close relationship made other Gu immortals envious. But outsiders did not know the inside story. Yao Huang had other intentions. These last years, Yao Huang had been researching, trying to create an immortal Gu called Resurrection from the Dead. As the name suggested, this Gu could allow dead people to revive. Yao Huang walked Refinement Path. He was also most proficient in refining healing Gu worms. This Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Gu was his first creation. He had spent a lot of time and effort on it. Previously, I had been working with your alliance using immortal zombies as samples to research on the law of life and death. Over these years, I have made great progress. I have 30% confidence in refining Immortal Gu Resurrection from the dead. Yao Huang said proudly. 30%. Yin Lugong showed shock and respect on his face. 30% confidence was already very high for refining Immortal Gu. Once I refine the Immortal Gu, the biggest beneficiary will not be me, but your zombie alliance. Yao Huang said to Yin Lugong while bidding. Yin Lugong's heart shook. Senior is saying? That's right. Yao Huang admitted. This Gu involves the law of life and death, turning death into life. It is suitable for you immortal zombies. It can allow you to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie swamp. It actually has such a wondrous use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lugong was shocked, but he quickly concealed his shock. But Lord, with this immortal Gu, not only will it bring huge profits, it can also be used to extend your lifespan, right? Haha, little Lu, you are really astute. You are right, lifespan Gu are hard to find. I do not have much lifespan left. I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, cooperate with me? Yao Huang smiled, admitting it. Yin Lugong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has already seen that Junior is moved. But to cooperate with Senior, Junior will need to pay at least 10 immortal zombies. Even though I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us can only manage Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This is an important matter. Junior needs to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. Ten immortal zombies is already the minimum. To refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal Gu, there needs to be something with life and death Dao marks. Thus, immortal zombies are the best main Gu refinement material. I know that in your Zombie Alliance's Earth Trench, there is a tomb with all the past immortal zombie corpses. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lugong quickly waved his hand. Lord Yao Huang, we cannot do that. We immortal zombies pay more attention to this because our bodies are incomplete. If I dig up the tomb, I will definitely incur the wrath of Zombie Alliance. It will also ruin Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation. Think about it, an alliance that even uses the corpses of its own members. Who would want to join such a heartless alliance? Junior has 2 immortal zombie corpses. They are traitors of Zombie Alliance. Even so, Junior used the killer move Rock Skin Coffin to keep them inside. To guard the discussion hall's door, I did not use it lightly. You immortal zombies can't even think straight. If I succeed in refining resurrection from the dead immortal goo, it will be very beneficial to you. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression, vaguely exerting pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because of Zombie Alliance's persistence in this matter, Yao Huang had once disguised his identity and infiltrated Zombie Alliance, wanting to steal the immortal zombie corpses personally. But unfortunately, his plan was completely destroyed by the discussion hall's door. Yin Lu Gong was under huge pressure, but he did not dare to give in on this matter. He considered his words before saying, "How about this, Senior? I really cannot make the decision on this matter. Even the three of us leaders do not dare to take on this responsibility. We need to inform Leader Fentian and let her decide. Within a few months we will give you an answer." Yao Huang had an unhappy expression. The three of you leaders are truly loyal to Fentian. Yin Lu Gong was covered in cold sweat. Hearing Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had discussed this with the other leaders as well. At the same time, he replied to Yao Huang, "It is quite shameful to say that we are loyal. The truth is, we immortal zombies are more agreeable to Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most Gu immortals reject us immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance can be considered our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly, bidding again, pouring all of his unhappiness into this auction. "I withdraw." From the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan's voice could be heard. Not long after, from the 11th secret room, Tai Bai Yunxing also said, "I do not dare to compete with Senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat." Yao Huang was determined to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo. This was not only his own will, but also to show Yin Lu Gong his determination. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, he did not hesitate to expose a portion of his Wisdom Path inheritance. He even split an Immortal Goo to bid for. The transaction was immediately completed. Yao Huang held Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo, sighing, "This is only rank 6. It seems I need to put in some effort to raise it to rank 7. That way, I will have more confidence in refining resurrection from the dead goo." Yin Lu Gong's heart shook. He knew these words were directed at him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been persuading him. He was trying to show his determination now. This was the determination of a rank 8 great expert. If it was not handled properly, Yao Huang would be enraged. A rank 8 great expert would attack. Yao Clan and Zombie Alliance might even start an all-out war. The Gu Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo would end up in Yao Huang's hands. Fang Yuan backed off. Feng Zhouge also let out a sigh of relief. This situation was also in line with Feng Zhouge's benefits. If Feng Yuan succeeded, the seller would obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. Feng Zhouge would not be able to buy it. The seller needed a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. They would not sell it easily, and most importantly, Feng Zhouge could not find the seller. From start to finish, the seller did not expose his location or identity. He had been asking Qin Baishang to speak. From this, it could be deduced that the seller was a low-tier Gu cultivator with weak battle strength, otherwise, he would not be so careful. After the Cauldron Strength Immortal Goo's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal Goo. This is the third Luck Path Immortal Goo. A Gu Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal Goo had long been famous. Because of Giant Sun Immortal, Northern Plains Gu Immortals had a special feeling towards Luck Path Immortal Goo. The second Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Peach Blossom Luck. It had already been bought at a high price. This Luck Path Immortal Goo was called Good Luck. It was a storage Immortal Goo. It could collect the ownerless good luck in the world. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal Goo. Chapter 764. In the following auction, as if it was planned, several Luck Path Immortal Goo appeared one after another. Move Luck Goo that could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck Goo that could seal luck, Transfer Luck Goo that could transfer luck, and also the Break Luck Immortal Goo that Fang Yuan had already found out about. Unfortunately, the sellers of these Luck Path Immortal Goo had their own needs. They wanted to exchange for mainstream Immortal Goo like metal, wood, water, fire and earth. This was Fang Yuan's weakness. If he did not satisfy this basic requirement, Fang Yuan would not even have the qualifications to participate in the auction. Fang Yuan had tasted the bitterness of Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the sweetness of Luck Path. He had wanted to see if he could obtain some Luck Path Immortal Goo, but there was no chance at all. The most regretful thing was that he had missed Break Luck Immortal Goo. Fang Yuan already had Connect Luck Immortal Goo. It could be used with Break Luck Immortal Goo. Unfortunately, he did not have enough opportunities. He could not obtain it. This auction was not specially organized for him. Fang Yuan's gains were naturally accompanied by losses. The next Immortal Goo is a Rank 7 Luck Path Immortal Goo. It is called Calamity Beckoning. Finally, it was Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's turn. Qin Baishang introduced it slowly. Rank 7 Immortal Goo were very rare. In this auction, most of them were Rank 6 Immortal Goo. Even though it was only one rank, the difference in value was huge. This was because the success rate of raising rank 6 to rank 7 was very low, and the refinement cost was very high. As for rank 8 Immortal Goo, there was no one in this auction. The Goo Immortals in the hall heard that it was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. They were interested and looked over. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo's usage, the Goo Immortals shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo harmed oneself while benefiting others. Helping others to undergo tribulations would attract calamities and tribulations to oneself. There were people who sacrificed themselves for others, but there was usually an exchange of benefits. Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo had a market. Some large forces needed it and could help their own members. Some Goo Immortals were also interested. They could use this Goo to help others and gain profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a rank 7 Strength Path Immortal Goo. No one in this auction could take it out. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good. He quickly informed Qin Baishang, announcing that he could use rank 7 Time Path Immortal Goo as well. As expected of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. I wonder if this Immortal Goo also came from the Goo Immortal in the 10th secret room? Feng Zhouge pondered for a while before secretly communicating with Qin Baishang, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Fairy Orchid, you really can't hold it in anymore. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. He rejected the request without hesitation. Eventually, because no one bid, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not sold. Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared for this outcome. After all, it required a rank 7 Immortal Goo, and it had to be a Strength Path Immortal Goo. There were not many of such Immortal Goo. Most importantly, Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not as attractive as other Immortal Goo. In the end, no one showed any interest in it. Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo was not the only Immortal Goo that was not sold. At the very beginning, there was one Luck Concealment Immortal Goo that was not sold. After that, several other Immortal Goo fell into the same fate. For these failed auction Immortal Goo, there was still a chance. After the auction, there was another segment of the convention which was free trade. When it was time for free trade, they could still bid. Time continued to pass. Immortal Goo after Immortal Goo appeared on the stage and were bought. The Goo Immortals' expectations gradually increased. There were few Immortal Goo left on the list. They were about to be sold out. The final item of this segment would be revealed soon. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Baishang obtained. The next Immortal Goo is called Delight in Water and Mountain Goo. It is Wisdom Path Rank 6. The seller's condition is a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. Defensive Immortal Goo is the best. Qin Baishang announced. When there were only a few Immortal Goo left, it was finally Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo's turn. This time he was still asking for a Strength Path Immortal Goo. As for the Immortal Zombie Body and the requirement for rebirth, he did not mention anything. He also did not mention anything about the White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo. Once these two matters were mentioned together with the Strength Path Immortal Goo, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. This was already known to everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince's Impatience and Spirit Affinity House, he would not make such a request without thinking. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo in exchange for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal Goo. The threshold for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo. Qin Baishang had just finished speaking when several Gu immortals made their bids. Strength path was declining, while wisdom path was mysterious and undying. In the eyes of most Gu immortals, rank 6 wisdom path immortal Gu were much more enticing than rank 6 strength path immortal Gu. At once, the atmosphere of the auction for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu became quite lively. Feng Yuan listened to the bids carefully. He did not move. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yulan to make a move. Not long after, Swordmaster Yulan indeed joined the auction. I have an Eat Strength Immortal Gu. This Gu is of both Food Path and Strength Path. It is a Strength Path Cultivation Immortal Gu. It can allow the Gu Immortal's Strength Path Dao marks to grow on their own by eating Strength Path beast meat or fruits and vegetables. It is completely compatible with the Gu Immortal's body. Once she said this, almost all the Gu Immortals present were shocked. This is a good Immortal Gu. For Strength Path Gu Immortals it is indeed rare. Food Path no longer exists. It is even worse than Strength Path. At least Strength Path was still at its peak, but Food Path did not exist, and there are no traces of it now. I have only heard that it is very beneficial for raising Gu. Hearing the discussions of the Gu immortals in the hall, Feng Zhoge smiled. This immortal Gu did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent, but not long ago, Feng Zhoge had expected Feng Yuan's request, thus he asked Princess Impatience for help. Even though he had many Strength Path Immortal Gu, in terms of Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Princess Impatience happened to have one of them. As it turned out, after 88-point Jinyang Tower collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Princess Impatience's grotto heaven. Princess Impatience personally broke the formless hand and captured Eat Strength Immortal Gu. This Gu was very beneficial to Strength Path Gu immortals, but to Princess Impatience it was not very useful. Feng Zhoge sent a letter asking for help. Princess Impatience, as a fellow disciple, immediately used a method to secretly send this Gu to Feng Zhoge's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if this immortal Gu can be transferred? I am willing to use another Strength Path Immortal Gu to exchange for it, along with a high price of immortal materials. I will not interfere with your contest for delight in water and mountain immortal Gu. Soon Chu Du sent a letter. Domination Immortal is also moved, but it is no wonder. But this Gu he is giving, even though it is also Strength Path, how can it be more attractive than Eat Strength Gu? Feng Zhoge replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. His smile became even more confident. The mysterious Gu immortal in the 10th secret room had repeatedly asked for Strength Path Immortal Gu. It was very likely that he was a Strength Path Gu immortal. Even if he was not, the temptation of Eat Strength Immortal Gu to this person was absolutely shocking. Everything went as Feng Zhoge expected. Feng Yuan heard the introduction of Eat Strength Immortal Gu, and was shocked and joyful. This Eat Strength Immortal Gu was too suitable for him. One had to know that Gu immortals mainly relied on their immortal aperture to undergo tribulations. Every time they passed a tribulation, the Gu immortal's body would gain more Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks a Gu immortal had, the closer they were to heaven and earth, to the laws of the great Dao. The greater the tribulation, the deeper the Dao marks they would obtain after passing it. Thus, when discussing Gu immortal cultivation level, they would use first or second heavenly tribulation as a standard. The deeper the Dao marks, the deeper the resonance when using the corresponding immortal Gu, the greater the amplification of the immortal Gu's power. When Feng Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were not related to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks. They conflicted. Thus, the effect was not good. He could only use 70 to 80% of his strength. But if Feng Yuan used Strength Path Immortal Gu like Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water, he could resonate with the Immortal Gu. Not only could he increase the Immortal Gu's power, he could even use 120 to 30% of it. Furthermore, the deeper the resonance, the more Feng Yuan could understand the laws of Strength Path through using the Immortal Gu. The deeper the understanding, the more his Strength Path attainment level would increase. It would slowly accumulate and deepen. One day, the quantitative change would lead to a qualitative change. However, Feng Yuan's biggest problem was that he had an immortal zombie body. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a small portion of the blessed land would disintegrate, but no calamities or tribulations would descend. The heavenly Tao was fair and balanced. the targets of calamities and tribulations were all blessed lands. The greater the blessings, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. It was a good thing that immortal zombies did not undergo tribulations. Since the immortal aperture was dead, if calamities and tribulations appeared, there was basically no way for immortal zombies to survive. But for Feng Yuan, without calamities and tribulations, there would be no increase in Dao marks, there would be no progress in his cultivation level. Of course, to increase Dao marks, I can use immortal goo like Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to carve Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength immortal goo are not suitable for the human body. They are rare and have little effect. The Dao marks engraved by 2 or 3 beast strength immortal goo are not as good as the Dao marks obtained from passing an earthly calamity. Feng Yuan had experience in using beast strength goo worms. Beast strength was not suitable for the human body, it was not easy to use. Sometimes it could create beast phantoms, sometimes it could not. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Feng Yuan obtained, it could engrave a portion of the strength path Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle on his body. But these Dao marks were not perfect for Feng Yuan's body. After all, the structure of a human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of an Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Feng Yuan's body, Feng Yuan would be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle, and unleash the strength path beast phantom of an Iron Crown Eagle. Unless he obtained all-out effort immortal goo. All-out effort's true effect was to resonate with the strength path Dao marks on the human body at all times. But Feng Yuan's all-out effort goo was only rank 4. Even though it was his vital goo, he had no idea how to ascend to an immortal. All-out effort goo's immortal goo recipe seemed to have been lost in the long river of history. Regarding this, Feng Yuan's greatest hope was the land spirit of Langya. There were thousands of immortal goo recipes in Langya blessed land. He hoped that there was an immortal goo recipe for all-out effort goo among them. Chapter 765. But currently, the relationship between Feng Yuan and land spirit of Langya had not deepened to the point where he could sell immortal goo recipes. Even the mortal goo recipes, land spirit of Langya treasured them and refused to sell them. Regarding goo refinement, land spirit of Langya was very stingy. Feng Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men earlier. These variant human slaves, as long as they were related to goo refinement, land spirit of Langya treated them as treasures. Not to mention goo recipes. But if Feng Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal Goo, the situation would be greatly improved. Eat Strength Immortal Goo could allow Goo Immortals to create their own strength path Dao marks. This way, the Dao marks obtained would be perfectly suited to his body. Feng Yuan's cultivation level was currently stagnant. He could use this Immortal Goo to make up for it. Feng Yuan was moved. One could say, as long as it was a strength path Goo Immortal, they would be moved when they saw Eat Strength Immortal Goo. With this strength path immortal goo, I am not afraid the other party will not be moved. Feng Zhouge sat calmly, he was very confident. Once this goo appeared, the surrounding competitors immediately paled in comparison. As long as one was not an idiot, they could see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal Goo. If I did not see any flaws, I might have made the exchange already. What a pity. Feng Yuan laughed coldly. At this time in the 23rd secret room, someone made a bid. 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo, along with 15 drops of the immortal material Law Eye Blood. Hearing this voice, Feng Yuan's smile became even wider. Earlier he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal Goo to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo. But during this process, he did not expose his identity. Feng Yuan had confirmed the buyer through Qin Baisheng. Thus the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Goo ended up in someone's hands. Other than Qin Baisheng, the other Goo Immortals present did not know. Qin Baisheng had signed the alliance agreement. He naturally would not leak any information. Thus Feng Yuan could use it boldly. As for the person in the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Zhouge had made preparations for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Goo. He asked Prince's Impatience for help. How could Feng Yuan not make the necessary preparations? He had already arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to secretly change the secret chamber through Qin Baisheng. Although Tai Bai Yunxing did not reveal his and Fang Yuan's identities when they were in the 11th secret room, the Black Dragon Sect's secret room had already been destroyed. But in another secret room, it was undoubtedly better. After Tai Bai Yunxing made his offer, Fang Yuan did not respond. As time passed, Feng Zhouge secretly frowned. On the other side, Domination Immortal Chu Du suddenly made a bid. He also took out a beast strength immortal goo and added a small portion of immortal materials as a bargaining chip. Chu Du did not need delight in water and mountain immortal goo. He could use it if he had it. He was also a strength path goo immortal. The reason why he gave up on a strength path immortal goo. He was eyeing each strength immortal goo. Fang Yuan chuckled, immediately understanding Chu Du's thoughts. Who asked Chu Du to expose his identity? He could easily fall into a passive state. As for Chu Du's interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see it. He did not say anything and allowed the auction to continue. Under his instructions, Tai Bai Yunxing raised his bid again. Feng Zhouge's brows furrowed even deeper. He had no choice. He also started bidding. The moment he said that, Tai Bai Yunxing immediately spoke. His aura was overbearing, showing his determination to obtain this immortal goo. Feng Zhouge could not help but feel suspicious. Could it be that this eat strength goo did not attract the person in the 10th secret room? Or was he being greedy? He had to wait for a higher price. Feng Zhouge did not fall into the trap easily. He was a hero after all. He decided to slow down. This way he could analyze the situation calmly, and also probe Fang Yuan's intentions. Swordmaster Yulan stopped bidding. As if she was unwilling to part with each strength immortal goo, she backed out of this competition. This situation attracted the attention of the goo immortals. The happiest one was Chu Du. He sent another message, urging Feng Zhouge to sell each strength immortal goo to him. Feng Zhouge laughed lightly, rejecting again. On the other side, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yunxing, raising the price continuously. As the price rose, it gradually became higher. Most of the participating goo immortals backed out, saying that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunxing were left. Chu Du was having a hard time now. His true target was each strength immortal goo. But Feng Zhouge did not relent. He seemed to want to compete for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Chu Du did not dare to slack off. He kept bidding. On one hand, it was to prevent each strength immortal goo from falling into his hands. On the other hand, even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, he would have a high chance of exchanging it with Swordmaster Yulan. Tai Bai Yunxing's thoughts were very simple. Whatever his junior brother instructed him to do, he would do it. Even if he obtained delight in water and mountain immortal goo, it was fine. Anyway, the price he bid would end up in his pocket. Feng Zhouge's strategy was very simple. He would sit back and reap the spoils. When the competition was almost over, he would put in some effort and raise the price by a large margin, deciding the outcome. Between these three people, due to their own intentions, a stalemate was formed. As the stalemate continued, after a few rounds, a goo immortal in the hall was the first to realize. He blurted out, "Why is this delight in water and mountain immortal goo so popular? There is a huge pile of immortal materials. The price is already so high." Only then did everyone suddenly realize this point. Yes, it is already very high. A wisdom path immortal goo that can only produce joyful will can be sold at such a high price. It is quite rare. In my opinion, the reason why the price is so high is because Lord Chu Du is involved. He is willing to give up a strength path immortal goo to obtain delight in water and mountain. He must have his own plans. Chu Du, who was being discussed, was not in a good state. He had a worried expression. He was truly lacking in financial resources. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have delayed the tribulation. The pressure from Tai Bai Yunxing made Chu Du feel unwell. When did I, the Grand Domination Immortal, fall into such a predicament? Chu Du had outstanding battle strength, but in this auction it was not battle strength that mattered, but financial resources. Under Fang Yuan's instructions, Tai Bai Yunxing raised the price again. Chu Du gritted his teeth and endured. After a few rounds, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price. Under the attention of the Gu immortals, it slowly rose. Qin Baishang had been observing this silently. When he saw this, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Sha Huang as an immortal zombie is actually so shrewd. He is not simple. But Chu Du's financial resources are clearly depleted. He is already hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would stop while I am ahead. Qin Baishang knew. Fang Yuan's plan looked simple, but it was not easy to execute. To execute this plan while being part of the situation, it required a lot of judgment, as well as analyzing other people's thoughts. If he went overboard, it would be all for naught. Fang Yuan did not understand the meaning of stop while he was ahead. He kept instructing Tai Bai Yunxing to raise the price. He was imposing. Chu Du could not hold on anymore. Sweat appeared on his forehead. His gaze pierced through the single room. He looked towards the direction of the 23rd secret room, thinking that this person probably had a special need for delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Otherwise he would not bid such a high price, and he was acting like a fierce tiger, pressuring others. Forget it. Chu Du sighed. He went silent and did not participate in the auction anymore. Like this, only Tai Bai Yunxing was left. Even so, Tai Bai Yunxing raised the price again. He raised the price by a small amount. Meanwhile, there was no sound from Swordmaster Yulan. It was as if she had withdrawn from the auction long ago. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, telling Qin Baishang his decision. Qin Baishang heard this and was stunned. Why would he sell his own people to his own people? But he soon realized that Sha Huang and Baishang were not as close as they looked. He thought about it and understood. But he felt that there was something fishy going on. Qin Baishang shook his head. He was on the stage. He did not have time to think. He announced, 23rd secret room going once. After pausing for a while he said, 23rd secret room going twice. The Gu immortals in the hall discussed softly. It seems that the winner of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right. Number 23 is very concerned about delight in water and mountain. Even if Domination Immortal withdrew, he still raised the price. His goal is to differentiate and increase the gap. This is to prevent the seller from selling it to Domination Immortal at the last moment. This price is really high. I am drooling over the immortal materials. To think that such a high price would appear at the last moment, it is almost in the top 10 of the highest prices. The outcome was decided, but Fang Yuan became nervous. He squinted, his heart wavering. Did I guess wrongly? 23rd secret room going thrice? Qin Baishang shouted until here when he was interrupted. Feng Jioga spoke. 1 eat strength immortal goo. And 400 kilograms of red refinement gold on top of the 23rd secret room's price. 400 kilograms of red refinement gold immediately raised the price. This was much higher than when Tai Bai Yunxing raised the price alone. Everyone gasped to think that there would be such a change at the last moment. Qin Baishang was also stunned. Domination Immortal Chu Du's expression turned pale. He sighed deeply. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. Swordmaster Yulan, you are really patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunxing's voice could be heard. He raised the price again with an angry tone, as if his plan was spoiled. Feng Jioga smiled bitterly. After watching for so long, he believed that the person in the 23rd secret room was bidding sincerely. My luck is not good this time. I wanted to buy 2 immortal goo, but I met with opponents who were determined to get them. Most importantly, these 2 opponents have deep wealth. No, this auction does not prohibit secret room swapping. There is another possibility. The person in this secret room is someone from the first secret room. Maybe he knows about water pavilion's matter? After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance. Or maybe the other 9 sects of Central Continent do not want to see my spirit affinity house. Feng Jioga was a smart person, but smart people think too much. No matter what, for the sake of water pavilion, I need to get this delight in water and mountain immortal goo. Feng Jioga quickly made up his mind. He raised the price again. He and Tai Bai Yunxing fought back and forth, not letting up. Under the increasingly shocked gazes of the Gu immortals, delight in water and mountain immortal goo's price continued to rise. Soon it entered the top 5. Next, it climbed to the second highest price at an astonishing speed. The first highest price was naturally Feng Zhouge's 2-for-1 exchange for Feng Yuan's worldly wave trace immortal goo. Do I have to exchange 2-for-1? Feng Zhouge had a cold expression. He had the same feeling as Chu Du. He had experienced what was called an overbearing aura. No matter how he raised the price, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately raise the price, and it would be higher. Feng Zhouge could not sit still. He started to pace around the secret room. If the 2-for-1 exchange could succeed, he would grit his teeth and do it. However, he had a nagging feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong with it. If I exchanged 2-for-1 again, someone might see through my true motive. It would be a huge hindrance to me when I search for water and milk fusion goo. Feng Zhouge's target was Water Pavilion. But of the 3 core immortal goo, only 2 appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain water and milk fusion goo. Feng Zhouge felt that something was amiss. He even felt a vague sense of unease. He sat back on his seat, deciding to take the initiative. He called out again, asking the seller to give him a new request. He would try his best to satisfy it. Feng Yuan purposely paused for a while, giving the impression that he was thinking. Next he asked Qin Baisheng for a new request. A complete wisdom path true inheritance. Everyone gasped. This price was too high. Someone actually dared to say it. Feng Zhouge was stunned. He did have a wisdom path true inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was doing this. Did he want it to go unsold? Tai Bai Yunsheng shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Feng Zhouge followed. I also have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Tai Bai Yunsheng snorted coldly, saying, The seller, please state a new request. Chapter 766. Both sides transacted secretly. When the transaction was completed, Qin Baisheng was already auctioning the next immortal goo. Feng Zhouge was expressionless, looking at delight in water and mountain immortal goo in his hand. His gaze flickered. The uneasy feeling in his heart was still lingering. After so many twists and turns, I finally obtained this immortal goo. Even though I spent a lot, the sect mission rewards are enough to make up for it, and even exceed it. Each strength immortal goo is precious, but it is only useful to strength path goo immortals. Even if I sacrificed vaguely familiar face, I only gave a portion of it. Even if I gave it all, the core immortal goo is still in my hands. I am not afraid of the other party using it freely. Feng Zhouge reflected in his heart. His expression gradually eased. In the hall, many goo immortals were bidding for immortal goo. Feng Yuan was like Feng Zhouge. He was not on the stage, he was also inspecting his gains. After Feng Zhouge gave up each strength immortal goo, Feng Yuan easily refined it and stored it in his immortal aperture. There was nothing wrong with it. That incomplete wisdom path inheritance was slightly more complete than Feng Yuan's malicious thought inheritance. There was a goo recipe for rank 1 to rank 5 memory thought goo, an immortal goo recipe for recall immortal goo, and several mortal killer moves. This memory thought goo is quite suitable for me. I can only recall the rough parts of my previous life's memories. With the help of this goo, I should be able to recall them more clearly. If I can refine recall immortal goo, that would be even better. Feng Yuan inspected it and stored this wisdom path inheritance in satisfaction. He did not intend to refine immortal goo for the time being. The cost of refining immortal goo was extremely high. The risk was extremely high. Feng Yuan already had many immortal goo. He did not need to use recall immortal goo. It was just icing on the cake. Feng Yuan's urgent matter was to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his life. Even if each strength immortal goo could add Dao marks, it could only make up for it slightly. It could not compare to undergoing tribulation properly. Although undergoing tribulation was dangerous, it would add a lot of Dao marks. If not for that, He Lulan would not undergo tribulation desperately. Feng Yuan focused on vaguely familiar face. This was an incomplete immortal killer move. It was only 50% complete. However, Feng Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party could not possibly sell the complete immortal killer move to him. To be able to obtain such results was already not bad. Especially when the contents did not hide the crucial core immortal goo. Core immortal goo. It was the foundation of killer moves. Now it was under Spirit Affinity House's control. Even though I cannot obtain it, I can modify the killer move. This was Feng Yuan's original plan. He had transformation path attainment level, Wisdom Gu's help, and the foundation of vaguely familiar face, the complete unfamiliar face. Now with this 50% of vaguely familiar face, his confidence was quite high. 3 familiar faces at first sight is Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's classic work. However, I can learn from the wisdom left behind by the predecessors. At the end of the day, they were all human and others could do it. Why can't I do it? Therefore, you don't have to copy others' words. Feng Yuan still had this bit of magnanimity. A moment later, Qin Baishang had already auctioned the final few immortal gu. The second last immortal gu among them. Unfortunately, it was not sold. The gu immortals' gazes were already overflowing with anticipation. Everyone knew that the next part of the auction was the main event, the auction of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. After communicating with Qin Baishang, Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng changed their secret rooms in time. Not just them, many gu immortals did the same. After all, if the following essence of the luck path true inheritance had huge value, many gu immortals hoped that others would not know what immortal gu they had obtained. Actually, allowing secret rooms to be changed at any time was one of the loopholes in the rules of the auction. This auction was held in a hurry. There were many loopholes. It was not as complete as during the 5 regions chaotic war in Feng Yuan's previous life. Qin Baishang was well aware of this, but there was nothing he could do about it. He held this auction to protect himself. If there were too many rules, he would offend many forces and people. To him, holding the auction once was enough. He did not want to offend others because of this. The next auction item is the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of luck inspection gu's recipe. Qin Baishang's words attracted the intense attention of many gu immortals. Luck inspection gu. As the name implied, it was an investigative gu worm that could observe luck. Luck was formless and intangible. It could not be detected with the naked eye or normal methods. Only luck inspection gu could do so. It could be said that luck inspection gu was one of the most important cornerstones of the luck path true inheritance. Especially when some gu immortals had bought some luck path immortal gu like move luck gu, seal luck gu, transfer luck gu, break luck gu, and so on. They had to be used together with luck inspection gu. Qin Baishang had his reasons for placing this luck inspection gu's recipe at the end. Looking at the restless gu immortals below the stage, Qin Baishang continued. This set of luck inspection gu's recipe not only includes mortal gu recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, it also includes an incomplete immortal recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal gu. What, there is no luck inspection immortal gu? Heavenly Lord Baizu asked. Qin Baishang smiled. There is indeed a rank 6 luck inspection immortal gu. It is in my hands now, but I do not want to auction it. But I can guarantee that other than this immortal gu, everything related to luck inspection gu is on the stage. Because of the alliance agreement earlier, Qin Baishang's words were very convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal gu? Immediately, a gu immortal in the hall raised his eyebrows, expressing his dissatisfaction. Qin Baishang snorted coldly, his gaze fixed on the person who spoke. A rank 6 luck inspection immortal gu. I think I can still protect it. Guorong, do you have any objections? If you buy this immortal gu, can you protect it? Gu immortal Guorong's expression changed. He did not speak anymore. He was only a rank 6 gu immortal while Qin Baishang was a rank 7 expert. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Looking around, Guorong could not help but break out in cold sweat. He scolded himself for being foolish. He wanted to use everyone's influence to threaten Qin Baishang. But the immortals watched coldly from the sidelines. It was as Qin Baishang said. Even though he was forced to hold the auction, he still had the ability to protect a rank 6 luck inspection immortal gu. This was due to his strength. After this small interlude, Qin Baishang immediately stated his bidding requirements. Because this auction does not involve immortal gu, you can use any resources to exchange for it. Be it immortal yuan stone or the immortal materials on the list, they are all acceptable. Saying so, he threw out another list. There were only a dozen or so immortal materials on the list. The quantity was not much. It was not as scary as the list that Fang Yuan threw out. Qin Baisheng was not skilled in gu refinement. Gu refinement expended a lot of resources. Lone cultivators were rarely skilled in this path, unless they were extremely talented. Fang Yuan guessed. These immortal materials were most likely to be used as food for immortal gu. The auction started. The atmosphere was extremely lively. Because it did not involve the exchange of immortal gu, the threshold for bidding was very low. At once most gu immortals joined in. They started to bid. In the hall, the sounds of bidding rose one after another. The momentum was so strong that it could be said to be the first in this auction. The price also rose rapidly under the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng watched with a smile. Since he was holding this auction, he naturally arranged a process that was more beneficial to him. Fang Yuan also bid a few times, but was soon surpassed by others. I already have one luck inspection gu. Unfortunately, mortal gu had no effect on immortals. This set of mortal gu recipes has no benefit to me. Qin Baisheng said that he had luck inspection immortal gu. Even if I obtain a 7th revolution remnant recipe, I deduce that immortal gu are unique. I cannot refine luck inspection immortal gu. Fang Yuan wisely stopped bidding, not bidding anymore. He was just one of the people who had withdrawn from the bidding. The intense bidding quickly eliminated a large number of people. Only Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 gu immortal, Feng Zhoga, Yuan Rang Zun, and some other experts were left. These people all had one thing in common: they were all members of the major forces. To them, the mortal luck inspection gu's recipe was much more attractive than the incomplete rank 7 gu recipe. With mortal path luck inspection gu, he could observe mortals. With them, these forces would have a whole new set of standards to evaluate talents. All along, the gu master world had always used aptitude as the standard of evaluation. However, other than aptitude, there was also a person's talent, temperament and opportunity. Talent included battle talent, comprehension, refinement path talent, and others. They could be gradually revealed during cultivation. Temperament could also be observed through interaction and familiarity. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to fathom. Many times, gu masters who did not have good aptitude or talent would soar to the sky due to fortuitous encounters, or rise up unexpectedly. This was a common occurrence. Especially in this world, there were gu master inheritances and cultural traditions. If these forces had this gu, they would no doubt be able to evaluate talents more comprehensively and promote them. Those lone cultivators all backed out of the bidding. But to the major forces it was extremely attractive. All of them competed with each other, not giving in. Eventually, this mortal gu recipe was sold for an astronomical price. Several force leaders almost used immortal gu to exchange for it. In the end, Yao Huang said, "I guarantee with my reputation that I will buy it first, and will definitely sell this gu recipe to everyone in the following free transactions." Yao Huang was one of the 5 rank 8s of Northern Plains. He had the highest reputation. He was also a leader of a righteous sect. With his guarantee, everyone stopped. Qin Baisheng was filled with hatred, but he smiled on the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, the second item. A luck path rank 7 immortal gu, called Turn Misfortune into Fortune. As the name suggests, this gu can turn bad luck and bad luck into good luck. Qin Baisheng said loudly. This immortal gu was similar to Calamity Beckoning immortal gu. They were both luck path, both rank 7, but the reaction was like heaven and earth. Many rank 7 gu immortals and even rank 8 great experts bid for it. With this immortal gu, there was no need for any luck inspection gu. It was very practical. As expected of the essence of a luck path true inheritance. Regarding Turn Misfortune into Fortune, intense competition started. The intensity was no less than the bloody battles on the battlefield. Because the starting bid was a metal path rank 7 immortal gu, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Eventually, the price continued to rise, surpassing first place Worldly Wave Trace and second place Delight in Water and Mountain, becoming the highest bidder. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 767. The fierce bidding finally came to an end. Eventually, one of the rank 8 Goo Immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo and a rank 6 Metal Path Immortal Goo as the main ingredients, along with several other immortal materials, becoming the final victor. The 5 Elements Master cultivated the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. Thus he had many Metal Path Immortal Goo. But this time, to him, he had to bear the pain of parting with his treasures. He had to give up a steamed bun for a meat bun. Feng Yuan felt rather regretful, but he had no capital to bid. Even though he had Goo Immortal captives, in terms of value they could not compare to a unique Immortal Goo. In fact, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Goo was especially suitable for Spring-Autumn Cicada. The disadvantage of the Spring and Autumn Cicada was that it brought misfortune to its host. But using this Immortal Goo, not only could it make up for the weakness, it could even increase the host's luck. Undeniably, turning misfortune into fortune Immortal Goo's usage was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal Goo. Sadly, the difference in wealth between Feng Yuan and characters like the 5 Elements Grandmaster and the Medicine Sovereign was extremely obvious. Feng Yuan had only ascended for a short period of time. It had only been 2 years in the 5 regions since he obtained Hu Immortal Blessed Land. In the southern border, the Great War of Etian Mountain had not even begun. To be honest, it wasn't easy for Feng Yuan to build up such a foundation with his immortal zombie body in such a short period of time. As for the 5 Elements Grandmaster, Medicine Sovereign and Feng Jioga, they had all accumulated their strength over a long period of time. Immortal Yuan Stone was already in the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands, not to mention other immortal materials. Every year, the output of the immortal aperture world would pile up into a mountain. This was especially true when it came to producing resources. It could even seriously affect the market of jewel yellow skies. These were all giants, be it in terms of combat strength, wealth, social connections, or status. The current Feng Yuan was unable to reach him. After turning misfortune into fortune, it was still a rank 7 Immortal Goo. It was called Fortune in Misfortune. This Goo's power was profound. It targeted immortal aperture calamities and tribulations. After Goo Immortals undergo tribulation, they would have more Dao marks on their bodies and their cultivation level would rise. This was common knowledge in Goo Immortal cultivation. Fortune from Disaster Immortal Goo targeted this. As long as it was used, after a Goo Immortal passes the tribulation, the Dao marks on their body will increase by more than double. This was a terrifying number. This was the harvest of a single tribulation. It was equivalent to the result of 2 tribulations for others. But this Goo had a flaw. It had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations started. Only when the calamity was over could it be stopped. Affected by this Goo, the power of the calamities and tribulations would be the same as before. It seemed to have increased by 30 to 40%. This weakness caused the fire in the Goo Immortal's hearts to weaken slightly. However, he still found it hard to suppress his desire. After all, 30 to 40% of the power and more than double the amount of Dao marks were obviously more beneficial than detrimental. To those experts who had confidence in passing the tribulation, this Immortal Goo was extremely attractive. An intense bidding war unfolded once again. As a Metal Path Goo Immortal, Qin Baishang naturally used a rank 7 Metal Path Immortal Goo. This was the base price of the auction. In the end, sweat appeared on Heavenly Lord Baizu's forehead as he defeated his competitors with a high price. Take down this Goo. The following auctions took place one by one. Luck Immortal Goo that could make countless fortuitous encounters take the initiative to find him. To mainstream Goo Immortals, Metal Luck, Wood Luck, Water Luck, Fire Luck, and Earth Luck were the 5 great Immortal Goo. A rare Immortal Goo that surpassed Luck Path and Wisdom Path. Calculation Immortal Goo. It could expend one's own good luck to make predictions in terms of good or bad luck. A Luck Suppression Immortal Goo that could suppress luck and prevent luck from flowing away easily. These Immortal Goo were indeed the essence of the Luck Path true inheritance. Not only were they mystical divine weapons, they were also extremely useful and eye-opening. But these Goo were in the hands of giants like Yao Huang and Feng Jioga. This was to be expected. Feng Yuan also wanted to interfere, but he did not have any Metal Path Immortal Goo. This was something that he could not do anything about. The other rank 6 Gu immortals and most rank 7 Gu immortals were like Feng Yuan. They could only watch as the giants bid against each other. The auction prices reached new highs. Feng Yuan's 2 immortal Gu had already been pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final item of this auction. It is also the most important item. Qin Baisheng introduced. Keeping them in suspense immediately attracted the interest of the Gu immortals. Just as everyone was guessing what immortal Gu it was, the sleeping Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun appeared on the stage. Qin Baisheng explained. No need to be surprised. I believe many Gu immortals have already guessed it. That's right, these two were the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance back then. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She had early intelligence and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Even though she was not the true inheritor, she obtained many benefits from the luck path true inheritance light lump. She obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. And this young man is called Ma Hongyun. He is the sole inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he was also implanted with the rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven Gu. Once he said this, there was a huge commotion. Countless scorching gazes were fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It really is fortune rivaling Heaven immortal Gu? Fortune rivaling Heaven. This is a rank 8 immortal Gu. It is Giant Sun Immortal's trump card Gu. Even though there are no records of it in history, there are many rumors that praise this immortal Gu of yours. However, this fortune rivaling Heaven immortal Gu seems to be an expendable Gu. It can only be used once. Since it is rank 8 fortune rivaling Heaven, can Brother Qin use the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate it? In the hall, a Gu immortal suddenly asked. Qin Baisheng smiled as he replied, according to the information I obtained, only a rank 8 luck inspection immortal Gu can fully observe fortune rivaling Heaven's appearance. Luck inspection immortal Gu below rank 8 can only observe a portion. And this is because the other party did not use any concealment methods. To speak the truth, I have already used the rank 6 luck inspection immortal Gu to investigate, and found some clues about fortune rivaling Heaven. As for why I am certain that fortune rivaling Heaven Gu was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I use soul-searching methods on both of you. If you can buy one of them and search their souls, you will be able to see what happened in Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then you will know that I am not lying. At the same time, these two have inherited a large portion of the luck path true inheritance. In the process of soul-searching, you will be able to obtain the contents of the true inheritance that you have learned. Saying so, Qin Baisheng paused for a moment before speaking in a bewitching tone. First, I have bad news to tell everyone. The luck path true inheritance is destined to be incomplete. In the true inheritance, the immortal Gu recipe of fortune rivaling Heaven immortal Gu is already missing. But there is another piece of good news in the true inheritance. There is a method to retrieve fortune rivaling Heaven. It can reverse refine a used fortune rivaling Heaven immortal Gu into an immortal Gu worm. Of course, in the process of Gu refinement, the main material that cannot be missed is this young man Ma Hongyun. Hearing this, most of the Gu immortals' eyes almost spat out fire. Some even gulped down saliva. Their hearts were filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Baisheng's lips curled up. He showed a confident smile. I think that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Now, I will auction them because they are not immortal Gu. There is no reserve price. You can bid for one of them alone, or both of them can bid at the same time. Let's begin. No reserve price? I will bid 300 immortal yuan stone. The Gu immortals in the hall were excited. One of them shouted, 30,000 immortal yuan stone. Feng Zhouge said coldly, raising the price by 100 times. But this price did not restrain the enthusiasm of the other experts. It only excluded most of the bottom-tier Gu immortals. Yao Huang, Eastern Seas Gu immortals, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Xue Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu made their bids. The representatives of the super forces did not show any weakness. The price shot up like a rocket. The momentum was terrifying. Feng Yuan heaved a deep sigh. His wealth paled in comparison to that of these people. Unless all the Gu immortal captives joined in, he would not have a chance. But Feng Yuan would not do that. He was already in Strength Path. He planned to focus on Time Path. He did not intend to make any significant progress in Luck Path. Moreover, he was the culprit of Imperial Court Blessed Lands case. He had more experience than Ma and Zhao. He knew the most basic inside information. The contents of the Luck Path True Inheritance, as well as the reverse refinement of Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, were extremely tempting. But Fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu was rank 8, Feng Yuan was a mere rank 6. How could he have the cultivation level to refine it? He definitely did not have enough wealth to support it. Even if he succeeded, he would not have the ability to preserve it. The bidding for Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for over an hour. Eventually, the two unimaginably high prices occupied the first and second places without any doubt. The second was Feng Zhouge, who bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui Hu. This leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the #1 demonic path powerhouse, displayed terrifying wealth at the final moment. Before this, he had been restraining himself and rarely made a move. Finally, at the final moment, he struck with a heavy blow, sweeping away everyone. The Gu Immortals, especially the representatives of the Huangjin bloodline super forces, could only watch helplessly as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed. He had fought several times before and expended a lot of wealth. Thus, at the final moment, he lost to old ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. Many Gu Immortals of the Huangjin tribes consoled themselves. But they did not know that Swordmaster Yulan, who represented the will of the prince's impatience, was actually Feng Zhouge in disguise. Speaking of which, it was quite ironic. Chapter 768. The public auction has ended. There will be 2 hours of rest next, everyone. Please do your own thing in the auction hall. After 2 hours we will start the free transactions. Qin Baisheng said this as he left the platform. He was tired. He had been hosting until now, especially during the auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence. It concerned his own benefits. He had schemed a lot during the process. Even though there were traces of it, many Gu Immortals could see it. People died for wealth. Qin Baisheng could not care less about it. After the auction is over, I will immediately leave and hide from the world. I will operate for 100 years in secret. After digesting my gains, I will roam the world again. Qin Baisheng made up his mind. It could be said that he was one of the biggest winners in this auction. The immortal materials he obtained were piled up like a mountain. The metal path immortal Gu were perfect for him. As the saying goes, humans die for wealth, birds die for food. Wealth moved people's hearts. Even though Gu Immortals were usually high and mighty, they only looked down on mortal materials. The auction of the Luck Path True Inheritance Essence was extremely profitable. It was a bit of a hot potato. Even Qin Baisheng, a rank 7 expert, felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon broke out. Many Gu Immortals walked out of their rooms and entered the main hall, conversing with each other. Of course, Qin Baisheng had his own reasons for leaving 2 hours free. It was not for resting, but for the Gu Immortals to have a chance to communicate and interact. From the earlier auction, everyone had some understanding of each other's resources. Right now, in order to exchange for something they wanted, naturally they had to inquire about it beforehand. Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing sat in the secret room, not moving. They did not know each other. But mortal killer moves had limited effects. The two were vigilant and did not dare to be careless. Not being able to obtain any of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance, Feng Yuan felt a sense of regret. Especially Ma and Zhao, they were involved in the truth of the Imperial Court case. Feng Yuan was happy about it. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch from the side. He could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, the Gu Immortal captives had not been sold yet. He hadn't thrown it out yet. He was still looking forward to the transaction. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng appeared again. He announced the start of the transaction. To be fair, he used the same trick, using a Gu worm to randomly choose a lucky person to go up first. This first Gu immortal took out a lot of broken wave flowers and asked for prosperity soil. The broken wave flower was a miraculous flower that could instantly bloom and die in the waves of the great river. Because the time it took for it to grow and wither was extremely short, it was difficult to pick. As for flourishing life soil, drill soil, green fist soil, these were things that ordinary Gu immortals desired. Gu immortals managed their immortal apertures and used the production of the immortal aperture to cultivate. The fertility of the soil has always been a key factor. Flourishing soil could grow all kinds of flowers. Drill soil was easier to produce metal ores. Green fist soil was fertile and did not disperse easily. It was suitable for barren immortal aperture landforms like deserts and seas. There were many Gu immortals who had flourishing earth. All of a sudden, they opened their mouths and took out more or less soil to trade. The seller standing on the platform actually had a large number of broken wave flowers in his hands. After exchanging for more than 3,000 caddies of flourishing soil, Zhang Xian finally stopped and walked off the stage. The difference between an auction and a free trade was clear at a glance. Auctions were big business, so the threshold was high. Free trade usually sold in bulk, the threshold was low. However, this was not absolute. After several Gu immortals, a Gu immortal who did not want to show his face took out an immortal Gu and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for him. This immortal Gu was one that had not been sold before. This time, the seller greatly lowered his requirements. But even so, he still asked for at least one immortal Gu. There were few who agreed, asking for a lower price. The seller was unwilling. The transaction failed and this immortal Gu returned to the seller. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, 30 had already passed. Secret Room 37, selling a Gu immortal captive, Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping Gu immortal in the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into an uproar. The immortals were already familiar with slave trading. But selling Gu immortals as slaves, such a large-scale transaction was extremely rare. Many people were seeing it for the first time. At once, the Gu immortals discussed with different expressions. When Qin Baisheng announced again, the commotion in the hall subsided slightly. Someone asked for details. Qin Baisheng introduced. Some of you might know this Gu immortal captive. His nickname is Loner Hongyu. He is a rank 6 fire path Gu immortal. His cultivation level is still at 1 heavenly tribulation. Everyone, please take a look at the situation of his immortal aperture. Saying so, an illusory projection appeared on the stage, showing the situation of Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a bit barren. Yes, the blessed land's management is not good. No wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the Gu immortal who captured him must have plundered the blessed land. For us fire path Gu immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hongyu's cultivation level is slightly lower? The Gu immortals were moved. Fire path Gu immortals especially valued Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture. As long as they annexed his immortal aperture, they could avoid 1 heavenly tribulation and many earthly calamities. Their cultivation level would increase, and the blessed land's foundation would rise sharply. Even if they were not fire path Gu immortals, most Gu immortals wanted the blessed land. Even if they had different paths and could not annex him, after killing him, they could occupy this ownerless blessed land and obtain a good place to manage. If managed well, the blessed land would be a treasure trove, continuously producing resources and supporting the Gu immortals' cultivation progress. As Qin Baisheng had predicted, Loner Hongyu had caused a huge commotion. Fang Yuan's requests were complex and disorderly. First was a large pile of immortal materials, followed by strength path, poison path, time path, wisdom path, and other killer moves. Next were all kinds of Gu recipes. The rarer the Gu recipes, the better. Finally, he asked for desolate beast corpses, food path inheritances or clues, wisdom path inheritances or clues, time path inheritances or clues. He even asked for battle bone will Gu, white bone chariot recipes, lifespan Gu, and so on. Finally, Loner Hongyu belonged to 5 Elements Grandmaster. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, and earth paths, so Loner Hongyu's immortal aperture was also useful to him. After Loner Hongyu was sold, it was the next person's turn. According to the rules of free trade, In every round, the Gu Immortal only had one chance to sell. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he waited patiently. After 7 to 8 rounds, he had already sold most of the Gu Immortal captives. Not only did he complete the list of materials given by Land Spirit of Langya, he even had leftovers. Not only that, Fang Yuan even obtained the corpse of a bat desolate beast. During this period, he also found that he was not the only one selling Gu Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu were selling them openly. Eastern Sea Gu Immortals bought 3 immortal zombie bodies. Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and others were very unhappy. Finally, these 3 immortal zombie bodies, the Medicine Sovereign happily kept it into his storage pouch. With this discovery, Fang Yuan's heart relaxed. Land Spirit of Langya was not the only thing that could capture Gu Immortals. There was always someone better than you. There were even more capable Gu Immortals. And during this period, Fang Yuan kept on changing secret rooms, releasing a dense fog. People could not tell that most of the Gu Immortal captives came from him alone. Gradually, more and more Gu Immortals stopped trading and chose to watch from the sidelines. They had basically achieved their goals. The remaining Gu Immortals were getting fewer and fewer in number. But the items being traded were getting rarer and more precious. After the 9th round, Gu Immortals were starting to leave. Right when Fang Yuan thought that the Gu Immortal captives would complete the transaction, Qin Baishang's expression suddenly changed. He had received an important request from a lone cultivator Gu Immortal. He raised his voice. The next transaction is the entire Gu recipe of the Immortal Gu House Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller wants wood path items that can aid in cultivation. What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? This Immortal Gu House is actually being sold. Why are they only selling it now? The auction is coming to an end. Haha, those who left early must be regretting it. In the 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance wanted to get rid of the Gu Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat. But this lone cultivator was very astute. He did not give them a chance to do anything. Now that they were in the auction, Zombie Alliance could not do anything. They could only persuade him and offer a high price. Next, this lone cultivator might have been influenced by the atmosphere of the auction. He became greedy and offered higher prices, threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, the 2 sides broke down. The lone cultivator Gu Immortal immediately took out the Red Fiend Divine Boat. I am willing to pay 6,000 yuan stone and 1,000 kilograms of red refinement gold. I will buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil. I will give it all to you in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. A bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Qin's words? The seller wants wood path resources. I have blue fall grass here. Blue fall grass is nothing. I have nature roots here. At once, the crowd became excited, especially the representatives of the super forces. Several rank 8 great experts also joined in. The 2 leaders of Zombie Alliance were extremely furious, but they had no choice but to compete. At once, the relaxed atmosphere of the free transaction became tense again, as if they had returned to the auction stage. The huge attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was evident. I am willing to pay a wood path Immortal Gu in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Soon, the representative of the Super Force Meng tribe shouted a high price. My Yuan tribe also has a wood path Immortal Gu. We will throw in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rangzun also shouted. The temptation of the Red Fiend Divine Boat was too great. He was even willing to give up his beloved true martial carps as a bargaining chip. If my Zombie Alliance buys this, I, Yin Lu Gong, swear on my reputation that I will sell it again. Yin Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can bear witness. Next, Yao Huang's words became heavier. Humph, I have a wisdom path unravel mystery Immortal Gu. I can deduce all inheritance clues. I also have 3 large wine jars of Zoisha spirit liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu immediately refuted. At once shouts could be heard endlessly, the scene was chaotic. Fang Yuan's heart also moved. His eyes shined with bright light. He did not hear wrongly. It should be unravel mystery Immortal Gu. Floating astronomy. Chapter 769. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo. Feng Yuan muttered as his fingers tapped on the armrest, emitting a loud sound. In the hall, bids were being called out endlessly. At the final moment of the auction, a treasure like Red Fiend Divine Boat actually appeared. This was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators and lone cultivators could forget about it. Only the rank 7 Goo Immortals and rank 8 Great Experts of Super Forces could compete for it. Especially Super Forces, the allure of an immortal Goo house to Super Forces was huge. The price soared at an extremely fast speed. Even though this was a free transaction, everyone subconsciously competed intensely for it. They adopted the auction rules. Qin Baisheng smiled bitterly. He was the one who set the rules, but seeing so many experts shouting and shouting, he wisely chose to watch from the sidelines. If he emphasized the rules now, he would offend all of these giants. Do you see this? This is the allure of Red Fiend Divine Boat. Your zombie alliance is too stingy. The seller used the situation to be arrogant, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yicha's face turned dark. Yin Lugong sighed. The current price was already much higher than Zombie Alliance's starting price. This was not the end, the price was still rising. Yin Lugong was an understanding person. He knew that at this point, this Red Fiend Divine Boat was no longer fated with Zombie Alliance. He did not know how the leader would punish him for his incompetence when he returned. Feng Yuan listened to the bids as he pondered in silence. I only have 4 immortal Goo captives left. One of them is Wu Hao. Known as Rushing Thunder Hand, he is the only rank 7 Goo immortal among the captives. The other 3 are the 3 Hua Hai immortals. They belong to Wood Path. Evidently, using these 4 Goo immortal captives to exchange for Heavenly Lord Baizu's Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was not likely to succeed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a Space Path Goo immortal. They were not compatible with each other. The allure of these 4 Goo immortal captives fell sharply. Most importantly, immortal Goo were unique. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo was extremely useful. If not for the temptation of Red Fiend Divine Boat, Heavenly Lord Baizu would not have exposed such a good Goo. It would not be appropriate for me to forcefully exchange it. The Strength Path Immortal Goo that I just obtained. Heavenly Lord Baizu looked down on him. If he used Calamity Beckoning Immortal Goo to exchange rank 7 for rank 6, it would be a huge loss. As for Fixed Immortal Travel and Connect Luck, these Immortal Goo are indispensable to me. It can't be traded. But if he could not obtain Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo, Feng Yuan was unwilling to give up. If he missed this opportunity in this atmosphere, it would be difficult for him to do business in the future even if he had sufficient capital. Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo itself was not something Feng Yuan needed. But in Feng Yuan's previous life's memories, there was a way to use this Goo as the core and combine it with other rare supplementary Goo. Brewing a Dream Path Killer move. Dream Path Immortal Killer move. At this time, the 3 Venerables spread throughout the 5 regions. Involving Great Dream Immortal Venerable. All Super Forces and rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although the results of the research were superficial, they were already able to manifest dreams. 2 Dream Path Immortal Goo had also appeared. One was in the hands of Feng Kim Hong, and the other was controlled by Lady Poison Scorpion. Speaking of which, the latter was more reliable. Feng Kim Hong was still a mortal girl, while Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, sleeping and exploring dream realms. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, she kept it to herself. Even though she created many Dream Path Mortal Goo, she did not circulate them. She treated them as her greatest secret. Those who could become Goo Immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. They had deep foresight and were astute. Thus, even in such an auction, there were no Dream Path-related treasures being sold. Feng Yuan naturally knew many Dream Path Mortal Goo recipes. But Mortal Goo were not very useful in exploring dream realms. Otherwise, the Super Forces would have already started infiltrating dream realms on a large scale. The truly useful ones were the Dream Path Immortal Goo. The amazing thing was, be it the 2 now or the Dream Path Immortal Goo that appeared later in Feng Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Or maybe it was the 3 Venerables, 2 male and 1 female Immortal Venerable. From this, it could be deduced that Great Dream Immortal Venerable was a female Immortal Venerable. In the short term, Feng Yuan would not be able to obtain Dream Path Immortal Gu. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, he could use it in place of Dream Path Immortal Gu. Gu were the essence of heaven and earth. Man was the spirit of all living beings. Simply put, the use of Gu depended on the user. There was no strongest Gu worm, only the strongest Gu master. Genius Gu masters were often able to combine different Gu worms together, and thus display even more power. For example, Feng Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal Gu. He only used Cleanse Soul Immortal Gu of Soul Path as the core, along with other Mortal Gu, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self and create the fusion of Enslavement and Strength Path. This Dream Path Killer move was the same. The core Immortal Gu was Wisdom Path Unravel Mystery, but when used it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this Gu, I can gather Dream Path Gu materials and refine Mortal Gu one by one. Even though it will take time and effort, if I succeed in combining the killer move, the benefits will be thousands or even tens of thousands of times greater. It will make up for the regrets of my previous life. I will be the pioneer in exploring dream realms. I will be ahead of all the forces in the world, big or small, and most of the giants. Feng Yuan's mouth was dry as he thought about it. He evaluated the value of this Dream Path Killer move. It was not inferior to Wisdom Gu. It was only inferior to Spring Autumn Cicada, and Hu Immortal Blessed Land. It was higher than All-Out Effort Gu. Looking at the fortuitous encounters in Feng Yuan's previous life, Spring Autumn Cicada was firmly at the top. Even though it was rank 6 and could not compare to Wisdom Gu's rank 9, it allowed Feng Yuan to be reborn again. Even though there was a chance of failure, it succeeded every time, didn't it? As long as it failed once, it would be the worst fortuitous encounter. But if it succeeded, it would be the undisputed number 1. Hu Immortal Blessed Land was second. It allowed Feng Yuan to have the foundation of a Gu Immortal when he was immortal. He could stand on the shoulders of Gu Immortals. After becoming an immortal zombie, it greatly made up for the shortcomings of immortal zombies. Precisely because of this place, Feng Yuan had ample capital. Gu Immortal cultivation was not just about fighting and killing. Management was the greatest foundation. Wisdom Gu was third. Using the light of wisdom, it gave Feng Yuan unlimited inspiration, and rapidly brought Feng Yuan out of the quagmire. But in the end, it still depended on the blessed land and culture. Maybe in the future it could truly control it. It could give Feng Yuan a pleasant surprise. But now it was only third. As for the fourth, it was All-Out Effort Gu. Even though this Gu was only a rank 4 Mortal Gu, the timing was extremely good. It was Feng Yuan's first springboard after rebirth. Without All-Out Effort Gu, there would not be Feng Yuan's outstanding battle strength. Without outstanding battle strength, he would be eliminated and might not even be able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if Feng Yuan could obtain it and use it properly, it would be on par with Wisdom Gu at the current stage. But after this period, the value of the Dream Path Killer move would continue to fall. If he obtained this killer move when the Dream Realm manifested and Dream Path was fully unleashed, its value would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter would fall even further. The value of a fortuitous encounter depended on the timing. Spring Autumn Cicada had great value, but after Feng Yuan became a demon venerable, he would be invincible in the world. What was the use? Hu Immortal Blessed Land was good. But if Feng Yuan became a Gu Immortal and had his own blessed land, Hu Immortal Blessed Land would not be as valuable as it was now. The same logic applied to Wisdom Gu, All-Out Effort Gu, and this Dream Path Killer move. But to obtain this Dream Path Killer move, the core Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, must be obtained. Otherwise, everything is just empty talk. Feng Yuan looked at the auction situation. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Zhouge and old ancestor Shui, who had already been eliminated. These two had spent a huge sum to buy Ma and Zhao. They had suffered a huge loss. They had no strength to compete with others now. Yao Huang also withdrew with regret. He had bought some Refinement Path Immortal Gu earlier, and was also a huge customer of Gu Immortal captives. Furthermore, Refinement Path consumed a lot of resources. All sorts of factors caused him to be pushed out of the competition. 5 Elements Grandmaster withdrew even earlier. He had bought many Immortal Gu of mainstream paths in the auction, and was a lone cultivator himself. The remaining competitors were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 Gu Immortal, and the three super forces: Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe also withdrew from the competition. Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rangzun was clamoring, saying that he would sell all of the true martial carps, but he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own immortal Gu house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left to compete. Murong Jin Xiao as the sect leader: I do not have an immortal Gu house to defend my sect. This is very inappropriate. If you stop today, I will reward you greatly. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea Gu Immortal persuaded. Murong Jin Xiao shook his head, bowing as he smiled. Lord, our Murong Tribe's immortal Gu house lacks a core immortal Gu. This is something that everyone in Northern Plains knows. This concerns the benefits of our tribe. Please forgive me for being disrespectful, but I will try my best to compete for it. Regardless of the outcome, I will only be satisfied. The Eastern Sea Gu Immortal sighed. He did not try to persuade anymore. He raised the price again. It seems that I still have hope. Right now the price had reached 2 immortal Gu. It far surpassed the value of the 4 Gu immortal captives. But Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming brighter. Red Fiend Divine Boat is good, but it does not have a core immortal Gu. The 3 parties are offering rank 6 immortal Gu. They are hard to use. 2 immortal Gu is already the limit. The 3 parties are already hesitating. The price is getting lower each time. After all, even if we get this Red Fiend Divine Boat, which contains the complete immortal Gu recipe, we will need to spend a huge amount to refine it. The seller is clearly a wood path Gu cultivator. They are asking for items that can help their cultivation. Among these 6 immortal Gu, only one is wood path. It comes from Murong Tribe. It is an investigative immortal Gu. Wonderful. Forget about the Gu immortal captive I have. Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, the 3 Hua Hai immortals are wood path Gu immortals. In this situation I might be able to make use of it. Fang Yuan acted quickly. He immediately contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu through Qin Baishang. Right now the 3 parties are in a deadlock. I do not have a wood path immortal Gu. Murong Tribe has the greatest hope. Maybe I can use this to break the deadlock? Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved. He took the initiative to change his offer. He first put down Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, then put up the 3 Hua Hai Immortals. The seller's eyes shined. After hesitating, he chose Heavenly Lord Baizu in the end. He was a smart person. To him, although the other 2 parties had an extra immortal Gu, one of them even had a wood path immortal Gu. But Heavenly Lord Baizu offered a movement immortal Gu and 3 wood path immortal apertures. They were suitable for him to swallow and raise his cultivation level. By selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat, he had already offended Zombie Alliance. Right now, he was only concerned about survival and development. The one that was most suitable for him was the one with the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu had little interest in the 3 Hua Hai Immortals, but the seller urgently needed them. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not lose anything. He still had to pay 2 immortal Gu. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu, it did not matter who he sold it to. Now that he sold it to Fang Yuan, he broke the deadlock and won the Red Fiend Divine Boat. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. This is a win-win situation for all 3 parties, ha ha ha. He laughed heartily. Chapter 770. After an intense contest, Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final victor, obtaining all the information on Red Fiend Divine Boat. And as the beneficiary of the backstage transaction, Fang Yuan also obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focus of everyone's attention, and other than a few crucial people, nobody knew that Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was in his hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat was an accident. It was the final stage of the auction. About 4 hours later, the auction that included many heroes finally came to an end. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's side? Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Baiyunsheng. Tai Baiyunsheng quickly transmitted, "Not yet. Fairy Li Shan is actually absent from such a grand event. It seems something must have happened over there. Should we go back?" Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng came to Qin Baishang's blessed land. They had relied on the whole earth gu that Qin Baishang and Fairy Li Shan had built together. Right now, Fairy Li Shan's situation was unclear. It was unwise to rashly use whole earth gu to return. No, let's leave with the crowd first, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, there will be chaos soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Baiyunsheng nodded with a solemn expression. Although the auction had ended, there were definitely many people who were not satisfied with this result. Once the Eternal Wind auction ended, the vow that they had signed earlier would also be over. Without restrictions, wealth would move one's heart, robbing, extorting, and killing would be the next part of the show. Most Gu immortals, they had the same awareness as Fang Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng. Thus, when everyone left the blessed land, they were in a hurry and were on high alert. We must stop that guy. He actually auctioned Red Fiend Divine Boat publicly. Our zombie alliance's face has been completely lost. Forget about our face being damaged. The crucial point is that this mission was something that leader had instructed us to do before leaving. In the end, we screwed it up. If leader hears this news when he returns, I wonder how he will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they chased after their target. Above the crimson reed marsh. Heavenly Monarch, I don't know if you are interested in selling the Scarlet Fiend Divine Boat to my Yao family? Yao Huang stayed at the inn. He advised Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Medicine Sovereign must be joking. How can I sell such an important artifact so easily? To be honest with the Medicine Sovereign, he had many descendants, filling the heavenly abode. Recently I have the intention to establish a family. Perhaps I can cooperate with the Yao family. The leaders of the other forces heard this. Immediately their expressions changed. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 giant. If he wanted to establish a clan with his support, it would be a sure thing. Not only that, with a rank 8 Gu immortal supporting them, no matter how weak their foundation was, they were still a super force. Giant Sun Immortal ruled the world. Northern Plains was his homeland. The land of dragon prosperity. All along the super forces of Northern Plains. Almost all of them were of the golden bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu's involvement in establishing a super faction would undoubtedly have a huge impact on the descendants of the Golden Tribe. At the same time, as a lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, would have a huge impact on both demonic path and lone cultivator factions. Yao Huang's expression did not change. His smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has the intention, who in the world can stop you? Look, it is hard for us old fellows to gather together. There is no time like the present. Why don't we have a good chat today? How about it? Haha, that is exactly what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly. Immediately, Yao Huang took out the Immortal Gu House Medicine Hut and invited all the Gu immortals present to participate. Eventually, most of the super forces joined in, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the interests of lone cultivators. But when they invited Old Ancestor Xue Hu, he rejected. In this auction, Old Ancestor Xue Hu made a huge investment, buying Ma Hongyun and the precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he wanted to do now was to use Ma Hongyun as the main material to recreate fortune rivaling Heaven Immortal Gu, and use it on himself. As the representative of the prince's impatience's will, Feng Jioge, who was disguised as Swordmaster Yulan, also rejected this meeting and left alone. In a hidden reed bush, he quietly met up with the Central Continent Gu immortals. Feng Jioge smiled as he looked around at the crowd. I've already sent word to let you know about what happened at the auction. Lord Jioge has great methods and guts. I am in awe. With Zhao Lianyun we can soul search her and find many precious clues. We can find the culprit. I still have to thank Lord for helping me exchange for the suitable immortal Gu. What should we do now? The Central Continent Gu immortals spoke one after another. They were clearly following Feng Jioge's lead. Feng Jioge laughed heartily. Along the way, he had used his strength to suppress everyone. And now, He took the risk and entered the tiger's den to exchange for immortal goo for everyone. Using Feng Joga's methods and charm, with the iron rod in one hand and the benefits in the other, he finally became the leader of the group. Of course, Feng Joga also knew that even though the atmosphere was harmonious, everyone still had their own thoughts. But everyone was smart. They were in Northern Plains now and had a heavy responsibility on their shoulders. Even if they had any thoughts, they would suppress them in their hearts and choose to cooperate sincerely. To Feng Joga, this was enough. Everyone, even though we have Zhao Lianyun to find the culprit, we do not have enough clues. If we had enough, Northern Plains' Gu immortal world would have already found out the truth, and the culprit would have nowhere to hide. I already have a suspect, Feng Joga said. Everyone heard this and felt their spirits rise. Feng Joga continued, but this person has concealed himself deeply. I do not know his true identity. To find him, we need to start with the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Baishang? He is a famous expert in Northern Plains, a rank 7 metal path Gu immortal. I know this person. He is a lone cultivator. His achievements today are all due to his own strength. It is very rare. Qin Baishang not only has outstanding battle strength, he is also good at socializing and has many connections. We need to deal with him. We need to strike at lightning speed and use all our strength. If we let him escape and call for help, it will be difficult. Everyone discussed enthusiastically. Although they were the representatives of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects and had many methods and strong battle strength, they were fighting as guest armies. Once their identities were exposed, it was very likely that Northern Plains Gu immortals would attack them together. But fortunately, there was also Princess Impatience, the person who was hiding behind the scenes. At another location, the battle had already begun. Yilangzi, you have guts. You actually dare to attack our Chanyu tribe. A Gu immortal who was ambushed shouted in anger. Why wouldn't I dare? So what if you are Chanyu tribe? No matter how strong the winged blade is, can it save you now? As long as you listen obediently. Hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant's egg. I will spare your life today. A huge wolf that was as tall as a hill spoke with an eerie gaze. This egg came from a mysterious Eastern Sea rank 8 Gu immortal. Because of a certain auction, it had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative. Yilangzi had left early because he had other plans. He had meticulously set up an ambush outside, waiting for his prey. He caught this unlucky person. Yilangzi, you concealed yourself very well. Someone actually leaked information to you in the auction. Didn't you call yourself Lone Wolf, a lone wolf who disdains communicating with other Gu immortals? If you have guts, fight me to your heart's content. Let's make a bet. If you win, I will give you the sandalwood sacred elephant's egg without hesitation. If you lose, you will join our Chanyu tribe and work for 100 years. The Chanyu Gu immortal shouted. He had just shouted when he heard a woman's laughter, coming from the left. Next, black light flashed as 3 Gu immortals appeared. Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal was shocked. The other party's hostility was so obvious, he did not sense it at all. You are Heichang? Chanyu tribe's Gu immortal looked carefully and quickly recognized the identity of the newcomer. And Fairy Zhongyum? Why is the demonic path Shuesongzi with you? Chanyu Zhong'er, I know you have the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe. But if you want to use this move to defeat Yilangzi and recruit a rank 7 fighter for your tribe, you are too naive. Fairy Zhongyu continued to smile as she spoke. Chanyu Zhong'er's expression sank. The other party was right. It was because of the immortal killer move Immemorial Flame Axe that he had the confidence to represent Chanyu tribe in this auction. But to think that he had greatly underestimated the human heart, and also overestimated the reputation of Chanyu tribe. Heichang, you are a He tribe Gu immortal. You have the Huangjin bloodline like my Chanyu tribe. You actually colluded with outsiders of the demonic path to harm us righteous path Gu immortals. Don't make a huge mistake. It is not too late to turn back now. Chanyu Zhong'er's thoughts changed as he tried to persuade Heichang. Shuesongzi laughed heartily. If your big brother Chanyu Shangyi was here, we would have a headache. If it were your third brother Chanyu Xiaosan, we would have given up on the idea of surrounding you. Unfortunately, you do not have your brother's defense, nor your brother's speed. You will definitely lose today. Chan Yuzhong Air's expression turned even uglier. His gaze was like lightning as he stared at He Cheng, shouting, "He Cheng, you are a righteous path Gu immortal. Do you not want your reputation? If today's matter is exposed, as long as a trace of it gets out, you will be condemned by everyone. You will be hated by everyone like a rat on the street, hunted by everyone." He Cheng's eyes flashed with hesitation, but after hearing Fairy Jiang Yu's words, he became firm. He did not speak. Instead he waved his sleeves and shot out a dark arrow towards Chan Yuzhong Air. He was using the most practical action to show his determination. Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Third Branch Peak. Green light flickered as Tai Bai Yunxing appeared in the room. Almost at the same time he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other goo worms could not be used during the teleportation process. The second disadvantage was that the immortal essence expenditure would increase according to the strength of the target. Earlier, Fang Yuan was immortal. He had few Dao marks on him, thus the immortal essence expenditure was low. When teleporting goo immortal targets, he would need at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After confirming there was no danger, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan had received them back then. Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan are not responding. Due to the alliance agreement, we have to react to this situation. Search, the most likely place is here. A moment later, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed. They seem to be sleeping. Tai Bai Yunxing had a dazed expression. He was just about to walk up when Fang Yuan stopped him. "It's dangerous, don't get close to them." "What danger?" Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. "They are both in a dream realm. Once we get close, we'll be implicated as well." Chapter 771. Dream Realm. Tai Bai Yunxing heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. A solemn expression appeared on his face. Earlier, Fang Yuan and He Lulan worked together to explore Starry Sky Blessed Land. They met with danger in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Fang Yuan had already informed Tai Bai Yunxing of this matter. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunxing heard the word dream realm, he immediately realized the severity of it. He sighed lightly. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan did not participate in the auction. They were trapped by the dream realm. I was still guessing if it was because of He Lulan's tribulation. Fang Yuan nodded. "Old Bai, you guessed correctly. It is very likely that they were trapped in the dream realm because of the tribulation, unable to get out." Why would Gu Immortal's tribulation turn into dream realm calamities? Tai Bai Yunxing asked in confusion. Fang Yuan sighed. There was no such thing in the past, but now that dream realms are manifesting, they are gradually creating such calamities and tribulations, especially in the 500 years of his previous life. During the middle and late stages of the 5 regions' chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, appearing in every corner of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms turning into calamities was very common. Who knew how many Gu immortals had died? What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot just watch them die. Tai Bai Yunxing was helpless, he could only ask Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, but his eyes flickered with a dark light. At this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan had weak defenses. It was not hard to kill them. But Fang Yuan could not attack due to the alliance agreement. He even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was signed using Mountain Pledge Gu. If I want to violate it, I have to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I am not strong enough, I cannot destroy Snowy Mountain. Even if I can destroy it, Tai Bai Yunxing has a kind nature, if I really want to attack, he will be an obstacle. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This was indeed a great opportunity. After killing He Lulan, he would get Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self-Strength Immortal Gu, Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu, and Slavery Immortal Gu. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal Gu. The latter was an enslavement path and was extremely suitable for Fang Yuan, especially Self-Strength Immortal Gu, as long as he obtained it. As the core, It could raise the power of the immortal killer move mirror itself by several levels. There was also Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge Gu. With it, Fang Yuan would have the same huge advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other Gu immortals to sign an alliance agreement was a huge transaction. The profits far surpassed the Guts Gu transaction. This is because using Mountain Pledge Gu to help others set up the alliance agreement. Not only could he get a generous reward, but he could also make a lot of friends. Fairy Li Shan was able to do well in both the righteous and demonic paths. It was mostly because of this Gu. Mountain Pledge Gu was not an offensive immortal Gu. Nor could it provide defense, nor could it help the Gu immortal move. But no matter which Gu immortal obtained it, they would have a huge advantage. It was only a supplementary immortal Gu. But Gu immortals were definitely not people who only fought and killed. Gu immortals prioritize cultivation and management. In reality, fighting was only a small part of a Gu immortal's life. Only during the 5 regions chaotic war would fighting become the main theme. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land suddenly shook. The surging aura of a rank 8 Gu immortal filled the sky and spread out. We welcome old ancestors' arrival. Next, several demonic path Gu immortals' voices came from their respective peaks. It is old ancestor Shuehu. He has his own grotto heaven. He does not usually stay here. Why is he here? Tai Bai Yunqing's expression changed. He had just finished speaking when old ancestor Shuehu's grand voice resounded in the entire blessed land. All of you, quickly come to the main hall to see me. I have something to discuss with you. We obey old ancestor's command. The demonic path Gu immortals replied in unison. Gu immortal figures flew out of the snowy peaks one after another. Tai Bai Yunqing turned pale with fright. Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still dreaming. She has not appeared for a long time and has not replied. Old ancestor Shuehu will definitely be suspicious and come to investigate. We can escape with fixed immortal travel. Fairy Li Shan is also probably safe. The crucial thing is He Lulan. She did not join Snowy Mountain Demonic Cave and is the most crucial person in the Truyang building case. If she is captured and soul searched, we will all be finished. Boom boom boom. An intense explosion occurred as a pitiful figure flew out. Behind him, a huge wolf jumped out of the dust and opened its bloody mouth, speaking in human language. Chan Yuzhong Air, where are you going? The pitiful figure was Chan Yuzhong Air. He escaped while shouting with a fearful expression. He Lang Zi, hey Chang, don't go overboard, I will fight you to the death. Immemorial flame axe. His body shook as he put his palms together, turning around and slashing backwards. Immediately, flames surged and condensed into the shape of an axe in the air, slashing towards the huge wolf. Before the attack even arrived, the burning flames had already scorched the huge wolf's fur. The huge flame axe illuminated half the sky. It was powerful and had an intense aura of destruction, as if it could destroy everything. This was an immortal killer move. It had a fierce attack. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's eyes showed disdain and mockery. Whoosh! The huge wolf vanished, dodging the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chan Yuzhong Air's escape route. No matter how fierce the attack is, if it cannot hit its target, so what? Fairy Jiangyu appeared floating in the sky. Earlier, she had used an immortal movement killer move to teleport He Lang Zi away. Damn it! Chan Yuzhong Air gritted his teeth. His heart sank to rock bottom. His furious and helpless face showed a trace of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed Gu immortal appeared behind him. Chan Yuzhong Air was shocked. He quickly retreated and pulled some distance. The mysterious black-robed Gu immortal was still floating on the spot. He stretched out his right hand and aimed his palm at Chan Yuzhong Air. This distance is enough. Now, taste the power of my immortal Gu soul lead. Chan Yuzhong Air's movements froze. His body stiffened and his soul shook, as if a huge force was trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no! Chan Yuzhong Air was shocked. Ordinary defensive methods could not defend against this soul path method. He tried his best to stabilize his soul. At once, he was in a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed Gu immortal. Quickly help me, the black-robed Gu immortal said. The moment he said that, Heicheng and Shuesongzi flew to his side. They placed their palms on the black-robed Gu immortal's shoulders. After secretly using Gu worms, the three immortals' souls exerted strength together, forming an even larger force. Using soul lead immortal Gu was like this, it was like a tug of war, disregarding everything else, it was a contest of souls. At this moment the black-robed Gu immortal Heicheng and Shuesongzi worked together. Against Chan Yuzhong Air they had a huge advantage. I am unresigned. I hate this so much, let me go. Chan Yuzhong Air could not resist it. His soul was pulled out. Without the control of his soul, his physical body was like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down. But soon, Fairy Jiangyu caught it. She quickly inspected it. She laughed loudly. As expected, this fire path immortal Gu is in Chan Yuzhong Air's blessed land. So your true target is my fire path immortal Gu. What are you trying to do? Chan Yuzhong Air's soul was in the black-robed Gu immortal's hands. He shouted angrily. No, we did not lie to you earlier. The sandalwood sacred elephant's egg is also our target. But for an immortal Gu, it is just icing on the cake. Fairy Jiangyu smiled. She was in a good mood after her plan succeeded. Just as she was about to explain to Chan Yuzhong Air, her expression suddenly changed. Not just her. The black-robed Gu immortal's hand shook. He was wearing a black robe and a hood. His face was shrouded in darkness. His voice was hoarse. Qin Baishang was plotted against him. So this Swordmaster Yulan is a Central Continent Gu immortal in disguise. We cannot lose Qin Baishang, we need to save him. Fairy Jiangyu's tone was anxious. She did not stop as she flew into the sky. The black-robed Gu immortal and He Langzi followed closely behind. Only Heicheng and Shuesongzi were left behind. Lord Heicheng, should we follow? Shuesongzi was hesitant. Heicheng looked at the black-robed Gu immortal, his heart filled with wariness. Not long ago this person had appeared. He had many methods and great strength. His relationship with Fairy Jiangyu was clearly not ordinary. Shuesongzi was hesitant, but so was Heicheng. It seems that this black-robed Gu immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Langzi might be the same as me, we might be collaborators. Shadow Sect and Central Continent Gu immortals. Heicheng's gaze flickered. He flew up and chased after Fairy Jiangyu and the rest. Shuesongzi snorted coldly, following closely behind. Huff huff huff. Qin Baishang breathed roughly. He had dozens of injuries on his body, some were bleeding, some were deep to the bone, some were black and emitting a foul stench. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you. But you still managed to injure 3 of them. Feng Zhouge crossed his arms as he watched, showing deep admiration in his eyes. Northern Plains Gu immortals have outstanding battle strength indeed. Their methods are clearly on par with ours, but they still allowed you to achieve such results. Qin Baishang, on account that you are a true man, just surrender. What we said to you earlier was the truth. As long as you tell us the true identities of certain people, we will let you leave safely. In the sky around Qin Baishang, Central Continent Gu immortals were standing all around him. They spoke and tried to persuade him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui from Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as the young Wisdom Path Gu immortal from Ancient Soul Sect, Old Oracle Z, were all injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Baishang frowned. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Humph! A foreign person sneaking into my Northern Plains. Intruder! Let me tell you, I am a man of Northern Plains, I am not a coward. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will definitely drag one of you down with me. Feng Zhouge sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, all of you step back. I'll do it. Qin Baishang stared at Feng Zhouge with a solemn gaze. He did not know Feng Zhouge, but he knew that he was their leader. He did not make a move in the intense battle earlier, he had his pride. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Zhouge slowly flew towards Qin Baishang. His expression was calm and his tone was plain. Floating astronomy. Chapter 773. One move. Hearing Feng Zhouge's words, Qin Baisheng laughed from anger. I have dominated for hundreds of years, defeating Lu Hao, Shan Yuxiong, and Nu Erdu, killing Baikan Zi, Jade Fire Farmer, and Heavenly Emotion Mountain Lord, drawing with Yuan Rangzun, and escaping from 5 Elements Master. In the entire Northern Plains there are only 5 rank 8 Gu immortals who can defeat me. But it is not easy to kill me. There are very few rank 7 Gu immortals who can match me. You are also a rank 7 Gu immortal, you want to defeat me in one move? Ha ha ha. Qin Baisheng laughed loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence towards himself. Feng Zhouge's words were indeed too arrogant. At once, even the surrounding central continent Gu immortals could not help but feel worried. Feng Zhouge, however, smiled faintly as he slowly narrated. I've been fond of music since I was a child. When I first started cultivating, I made a grand wish to compose 9 songs to express myself, all living beings, and the world. Until now I have created 6 songs. If you can listen to this song, I will admit defeat and let you leave freely. Qin Baisheng's laughter stopped. He looked at Feng Zhouge with a solemn gaze, not blinking for a moment. Looking at the serious tone and smiling Feng Zhouge, Qin Baisheng felt a strong sense of threat in his heart. He thought about it and bowed to Feng Zhouge solemnly. I have not asked for your name. Feng Zhouge returned the greeting. I am Feng Zhouge. Qin Baisheng's expression changed. So you are the number 1 person of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. No wonder. Ha ha ha, then come, let me see your power. As a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Qin Baisheng had heard of Feng Zhouge's reputation long ago. But after knowing Feng Zhouge's identity, Qin Baisheng's heart surged with boundless battle intent instead. They were all rank 7 Gu immortals. Why could you kill and defeat Gu immortals of the 10 great ancient sects and be called the number 1 person? I'd like to measure your weight. Feng Zhouge breathed in deeply, saying slowly, this song is called Green Jade Song, please enjoy it. The other Central Continent Gu immortals retreated, giving them a wide space. Come. Qin Baisheng shouted, his gaze was like lightning, his battle intent surged, he had a heroic aura. Snowy Mountain, blessed land. 3rd peak. This time it is all thanks to you guys. If old ancestor Shui who, even me, I might not be able to save her life. In the secret room, Fairy thanked Feng Yuan and Fairy, Tai Baisheng and Immortal. Gu immortal was Gu immortal, she Gu, and by immortals of the Emu of course she of them of course was Gu was she. By once his identity was exposed he would be hunted down by the Gu immortal world. Tai Baiyunsheng sighed deeply. Fairy, we were guessing the reason why you were absent from the auction. Once He Lulan was discovered, Feng Yuan and Tai Baiyunsheng would be implicated. These 3 were tied to the same rope. Sigh. Fairy Li Shan sighed. I never thought that dream realms could become disasters. Do you 2 have a way to wake little Lan up? Tai Baiyunsheng shook his head, looking at Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan said solemnly, difficult. The dream calamity's main target is He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan. You were only implicated because you touched her. Thus, I only need to injure you and make you wake up from the pain. But He Lulan is deep in the dream realm. Even if we kill her, she will not wake up. Fairy Li Shan's eyes shined with hope. If it is only difficult, then it is not that there is no way, Feng Yuan. It seems that you have a way. Feng Yuan chuckled. He Lulan is quite lucky. I obtained a Gu at the auction. It can be used to create a dream path killer move. It can solve this problem. But to create the killer move, just the core immortal Gu is not enough. We need the help of many mortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan was overjoyed, quickly saying, I can help with this, Feng Yuan. What materials do you need to refine Gu? You can tell me. I will do my best to satisfy your request. But Feng Yuan shook his head. These dream path mortal Gu require the refinement materials to be found in dream realms. Refining dream Gu is different from other paths. The entire process requires me to do it personally. So dream path has such details. Fairy Li Shan blinked. This was the first time she had heard of this. Dream path Gu worms were very different from Gu worms of other paths. One of them was that the refinement materials were not material from the real world. They were obtained from dream realms. This dream realm could not be someone else's. It could only be one's own. Only by using materials from one's own dream realm could one refine dream path Gu worms. Feng Yuan had his previous life's memories. Even though his dream path development was slow in his previous life, and his achievements were limited, he still knew this common knowledge. After rebirth, this common knowledge had instead become the most advanced research result. It was kept by the few forces that controlled it. Because of the Snowy Mountain Alliance, Fairy Li Shan did not doubt Feng Yuan's words. But in her heart, she could not help but look at Feng Yuan in a new light. Fairy Li Shan also knew a portion of Feng Yuan's situation and experiences. Especially the Gutsgu transaction, Fairy Li Shan had a share of the profits. This junior Feng Yuan is truly amazing. It seems like there is no problem that he cannot solve. Previously, he researched Airsac Gu and could actually transfer Gutsgu. Now, he also has such research on Dream Path. This is not something a lone cultivator like him can create. I'm afraid his background is not simple. Fairy Li Shan was thinking when Feng Yuan spoke again. Fairy, you know that I am a straightforward person. I like to communicate openly. If I can save the two of you this time, how much will the reward be? Fairy Li Shan's eyes turned. She was already familiar with Feng Yuan's nature. She was not surprised, she smiled. The debt of saving your life is naturally as heavy as a mountain. Feng Yuan, how many immortal yuan stone, immortal gu recipes or immortal materials do you want? Just name it. Her tone was very polite. After all, she had a request. Feng Yuan raised his head and smiled. I don't want anything else, but I want the self-strength gu and strength chi gu in He Lolan's hands. 2 lives, 2 gu. Fairy Li Shan's smile vanished without a trace. These 2 immortal gu are Shaolan's core gu worms. A gentleman does not take what others like. Feng Yuan's condition is too harsh. Feng Yuan raised his eyebrows. Could it be that your lives are not as precious as 2 gu worms? You are wrong. Fairy Li Shan shook her head. Even if we are discovered, Shaolan's life will be in danger. I will be fine. Furthermore, if something happens to Shaolan, the two of you will also be implicated. We are bound together for good or ill. Helping us is also beneficial to the two of you. Feng Yuan smiled, nodding in agreement. Fairy's words are very reasonable. I am full of admiration for you. Let's forget about the previous condition. I will go back and prepare. I promise that in 3 to 5 years we will definitely save He Lulan. I will take my leave now. Saying so, Feng Yuan stood up and prepared to leave. Although both sides had signed an alliance agreement, they could not leave them in the lurch. But there was a rule that neither side could use the alliance agreement to force the other to save them. They had to negotiate a suitable reward. It was not that Feng Yuan did not want to save them, it was just that it would take some time. Thus his current actions were not going against the alliance agreement. Fairy Li Shan felt a huge headache. She quickly stood up and advised, Wait, Feng Yuan, let's talk. Fairy, what do you want? I am all ears. Feng Yuan lowered his attitude. He was very humble and polite. Sai Feng Yuan, don't be like this. The 2 strength path immortal gu are not mine. I cannot promise you anything now. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Feng Yuan showed an understanding expression. That's right, I also feel that this condition is too much. Just pretend I did not say anything. Fairy, you are right. Self-strength and strength chi gu are He Lolan's immortal gu. How can you make the decision? Forget it, we are allies after all. I will definitely help. But you need to know that refining dream path gu worms is very troublesome. Thus, it takes a lot of time. We need to make a lot of preparations. During this time, you can search for other methods to see if you can wake up He Lulan. My method will definitely succeed, but it will take too long. If He Lulan is discovered by others during this time, it will be terrible. But thankfully, Tai Bai Yunsheng and I are in Central Continent. Even if He Lulan encounters any mishap, we will uphold our relationship as allies and take revenge for He Lulan. These words made Fairy Li Shan so angry that she rolled her eyes. Tai Bai Yunsheng was laughing so hard that his stomach hurt. He did not forget to add, Speaking of the alliance agreement, we still have 2 years left. After 2 years, if He Lulan does not wake up, how will we renew the agreement? Sai, this is a troublesome matter. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a kind nature, but when it came to important benefits, his attitude was firm. He was not always a good person. You too. Fairy Li Shan was furious. He Lulan's identity was hidden. Even though He Chung knew about it, the other party had a scheme and did not dare to expose He Lulan's identity. But this greatly restricted Fairy Li Shan's ability to request for help. The crucial thing was that Dream Path was involved. Even if the large forces researched it and obtained some results, they would not easily give it to Fairy Li Shan to save He Lulan. Thus, in front of Fairy Li Shan, the most likely and effective method to save He Lulan was to rely on Feng Yuan. Regarding this, Fairy Li Shan was well aware. Seeing that Feng Yuan was not willing to give in, she could only take a step back and say dejectedly, forget it, we are unlucky. We will do as you say, 2 immortal goo. But you can only choose between strength chi and strength chi. I can make the decision for Little Lan. The remaining immortal goo will be provided by me. Just tell me the truth, this is my bottom line, don't force me anymore. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but be moved, he sighed. He Lulan is truly blessed to have a senior like you. Fairy Li Shan smiled bitterly, looking at Feng Yuan. She knew that even though Tai Bai Yunsheng was Feng Yuan's senior brother, Feng Yuan was the leader. To save He Lulan, Feng Yuan had to make a move. Feng Yuan pondered for a while. He knew that even though he could still force her, he would lose their friendship. Earlier, when he took the initiative to give in, the atmosphere that was created with great difficulty would be destroyed. Strength chi and self chi were good, but Feng Yuan had obtained several new strength path immortal goo. He did not need them as urgently as before. Chapter 774. What you want, Mountain Pledge Goo? Fairy Li Shan stared with wide-opened eyes, showing anger on her face. Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo was extremely important. It was Fairy Li Shan's main source of income. As the saying goes, cutting off a person's wealth is like killing their parents. This was a deep grudge. Not only that, Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo allowed Fairy Li Shan to form relationships with many people, allowing her to move freely between the righteous and demonic paths in Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Once Mountain Pledge Goo was lost, Fairy Li Shan's advantage would be gone. Feng Yuan laughed, waving his hand. It was a joke, don't mind it. He naturally knew the importance of Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. This was mostly a test. He had not thought of the possibility of success. Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, her tone turning cold. Feng Yuan, your joke is not funny at all. I have several immortal goo here, you can choose from them as half of the reward. As for the other half, when Little Lan wakes up, she will hand it over to you. Feng Yuan was still thinking about that slavery immortal goo in He Lulan's possession. But after seeing Fairy Li Shan's immortal goo, his eyes shined, changing his mind. This immortal goo is not bad, I will choose it. Fairy Li Shan saw that Feng Yuan chose an immortal goo and sighed internally, her heart filled with bitterness. She had just obtained this immortal goo not long ago. It was snatched away by Feng Yuan before she could even use it. This goo was called Time Luck. It was a luck path and time path immortal goo. It expended immortal essence in time to increase one's luck path. Fairy Li Shan was naturally unwilling. She tried to persuade him. Feng Yuan, if you really choose this goo, I have some good words to say to you. I obtained this Time Luck immortal goo from Qin Bai Shang as a reward. If ordinary goo immortals use this goo, they would have to expend their lifespan. You are an immortal zombie half dead. I am afraid you cannot use this goo. You might as well choose other immortal goo. Oh, so it is like that. Feng Yuan's eyes shined with interest. Goo path cultivation did not increase one's lifespan. In this world, the lifespan of ordinary people was about 100 years. If they exceeded the time limit, they would die of old age. A goo master's immortal ascension could not change this time limit. Only lifespan goo could increase lifespan without any repercussions. Other than that, things like zombie transformation, tree man, yin-yang life extension technique, possession technique, or sleeping all day to reduce energy consumption were all unorthodox methods to extend one's life. Thus, goo immortals valued their lives even more than goo masters. They valued their lifespan even more. Qin Bai Shang's auction included almost all of the heroes and experts of Northern Plains Goo Immortal World. Even so, not a single lifespan goo was auctioned. Instead, in Mortal Goo Masters transactions, lifespan goo would occasionally be auctioned. This was easy to understand. After goo masters become immortals, they would naturally understand the difficulty of cultivation. It was not easy to become a goo immortal. They would definitely cherish this kind of high and mighty status in life. As a result, he cherished his life even more, and would usually travel around the 5 regions. Unless it was an emergency, they would not enter the blessed lands to live. Because time passed very quickly in blessed lands and grotto heavens, Gu immortals had limited lifespans. Living in blessed lands and grotto heavens consumed much more than in the 5 regions. Mortal Gu masters did not know the preciousness of lifespan. They would even use some forbidden techniques that would damage their lifespan to increase their battle prowess. The higher the rank, the broader the Gu master's outlook, the more they cherished their lives. They would use all sorts of methods to extend their lifespan. For example, Generation Guyua or Century Boy. And this situation was even more severe for Gu immortals. It was like comparing the rich to the poor. Normally speaking, the poor would focus on their career and neglect their health. The rich would cherish their lives even more. They would protect their health. In the end, it was not that the rich were nobler than the poor, but because of their different statuses, their thoughts and actions were different. Fairy Li Shan was naturally a Gu immortal. Time Luck Immortal Gu expended immortal essence and lifespan to obtain luck amplification. Thus, she definitely had a method to make up for this flaw. Fang Yuan was a shrewd person. He immediately guessed that Fairy Li Shan had a crucial method. Fairy Li Shan saw that Fang Yuan was looking at her with a burning gaze. She knew she could not hide it from him. She said helplessly, "I won't hide it from you. I have a method that uses Time Luck Immortal Gu as the core to create an immortal killer move. It can extract other people's lifespan and expend it to increase one's own luck." Fang Yuan had been deeply scammed by Luck Path before, but he had also tasted the benefits of Luck Path. He immediately asked, "I wonder if Fairy can sell this immortal killer move to me?" "Don't even think about it." Fairy Li Shan's reply was very straightforward. Fang Yuan had already expected it. He was not disappointed, instead he laughed. "In that case, I need this immortal Gu even more." Fairy Li Shan's expression turned cold. "Fang Yuan, are you trying to ruin my plan?" "I wouldn't dare." Fang Yuan's expression immediately turned solemn. His tone was filled with sincerity as he explained, "Even if Fairy does not have this killer move, I will still choose this immortal Gu. The reason is simple. It is because I obtained a modified Mortal Gu recipe of Inch of Time in the auction. Since Time Luck Immortal Gu needs immortal essence and time to activate, maybe I can use Inch of Time to expend it. It will not affect my lifespan." "So it's like that." Fairy Li Shan was stunned. She did not expect this to be the reason. Tai Bai Yunxing chuckled, speaking for Fang Yuan. "When we bought this Gu recipe, we did not expect Fairy to have Time Luck Immortal Gu. Now it seems that the two can coincidentally work together." Regarding this matter, Tai Bai Yunxing was undoubtedly more qualified to speak. Because he was a Time Path Gu immortal, Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time were both Time Path Gu worms. Since he had a feeling that these two could work together, it was most likely true. Fairy Li Shan's expression calmed down, but her tone was still stiff. Even so, to think of a new immortal killer move on the basis of Time Luck Immortal Gu and Inch of Time, it will take a lot of time and effort. Why don't the two of you leave Time Luck Immortal Gu to me? I can use the immortal killer move to increase your luck. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Fang Yuan laughed, immediately saying, "Precisely because we have Fairy's immortal killer move. Even if we cannot create a way to use Time Luck and Inch of Time together, we can still lend Time Luck Immortal Gu to you. At that time you can use this immortal killer move to increase our luck. It will be the same." Fairy Li Shan's expression froze, thinking, "Immortal Gu are unique. Time Luck Immortal Gu is in your hands. You naturally hold the initiative. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? The Great Snow Mountain Alliance has a time limit. Whether or not it will be renewed is another matter. If we become enemies, why would Time Luck Immortal Gu be lent to me?" Fairy Li Shan thought of this and suddenly understood. Wasn't the thing that she was worried about the same thing that Fang Yuan was worried about? With Time Luck Immortal Gu in her hands, she also had an immortal killer move. She would hold the initiative. If the alliance agreement lost its effect in the future, even if she could increase the luck of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing, wouldn't she be able to decide the price she wanted? "Fang Yuan, this lad is really not easy to deal with." Fairy Li Shan gritted her teeth, regretting taking out Time Luck Immortal Gu. Her plan was to use Time Luck Immortal Gu. and this immortal killer moved to create another profitable transaction. Increasing the luck of other Gu immortals, this transaction would definitely be profitable. It was a pity that He Lulan was trapped in the dream realm. Fairy Li Shan needed his help, but she did not want the two-strength path immortal Gu to end up in Fang Yuan's hands. Thus she was in a passive situation. Even though Fairy Li Shan had a lot of friends, He Lulan's identity could not be exposed. She could only rely on Fang Yuan's help. Thus she was completely eaten by the latter. Fang Yuan saw this chance and extorted it. This ruthless bite was at the crucial point, forcefully tearing out a large amount of flesh essence. Forget it. Just based on Fang Yuan's shrewdness, if not for time luck immortal Gu, he might not even want the other Gu worms. If he really wants the two-strength path immortal Gu, what can I do? Do I have to watch little Lan remain trapped in the dream realm? In her immortal aperture, there was a trace of kinship and a large amount of green grape immortal essence left behind by her younger sister. Precisely so, little Lan could use immortal Gu when she was immortal. However, when the dream realm became a disaster because of this kinship, it became even stronger. With the dense emotions, the dream realm was unbreakable. Wrapping around little Lan tightly, she could not escape. As time passes, even her soul might dissipate. Fairy Li Shan sighed. It could be said that Fang Yuan was her only hope now. She was also a shrewd person. She schemed in her heart and did not reveal the secret that after Su Xian'er died, she left behind a trace of kinship to take care of He Lulan. She did not lie, she only concealed it. In the future, even if Fang Yuan could not wake up He Lulan, because of the alliance agreement, he would have to find a new and reliable method. It could be said that regardless of success or failure, Fairy Li Shan had tied Fang Yuan to her side. At least in terms of rescuing He Lulan, both sides were on the same page. Thinking of this, even though Fairy Li Shan was unwilling, she could only accept it and let Fang Yuan take away time luck immortal Gu. In this transaction, both sides obtained what they needed. Fang Yuan grabbed the chance and extorted 2 immortal Gu coincidentally. This was a new arrangement, he had profited greatly. But he did not find out Fairy Li Shan's true bottom line. In fact, even if Fang Yuan wanted the two-strength path immortal Gu, it was not impossible. Unfortunately, Fairy Li Shan's acting was superb. Fang Yuan did not find out her bottom line. As for Fairy Li Shan, she had to pay 2 immortal Gu to get out of the dream realm and save her life. Her life was naturally much more precious than immortal Gu. Both sides immediately signed a new alliance agreement and completed this transaction. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing immediately set off, returning to Hu immortal blessed land and quickly refining many dream path mortal Gu to form an immortal killer move to wake up He Lulan. Meanwhile, Fairy Li Shan rushed to Snowy Mountain's first branch peak. Over there, old ancestor Shui Hu had already gathered most of the demonic path Gu immortals and urged Fairy Li Shan several times. Chapter 775. When Fang Yuan activated fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu immortal blessed land. In a certain battlefield in northern plains, a battle had already ended. The victor had been decided. More than 10 Gu immortals surrounded the 2 people in the center. Qin Baisheng landed on the ground, his back was bent. He supported his knees and did not kneel down. He was no longer as valiant and heroic as before. Even the battle intent he had at the start of the battle had dissipated. Almost all of it had turned into shock and dejection. This immortal killer move is called Green Jade Song? Qin Baisheng raised his head and looked at Feng Jioge. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he spoke. His blood was not the normal red color, it was eerie green. When the eerie green blood came out of his mouth, it quickly condensed into balls, turning into jade beads that fell on the ground. These jade beads collided with the ground, giving off a crisp sound. The entire area of 100 li on the ground had turned into a jade field. The soil was originally very ordinary, but now it had turned into green jade. It was a single entity. Not just that, the reeds on the ground had also turned into dead jade objects. A light wind blew, the sturdy jade poles swayed with the wind, the thin jade leaves shook with the wind, and on Qin Baisheng's body there was also a jade will. Not only did his clothes turn into hard jade clothes, half of his hair also turned into jade. Even most of his skin had been frozen into jade. The blood in his body was not flowing smoothly. The jade wool that was tainted was being spat out by Qin Baishang. Thankfully, his organs were protected by a defensive immortal killer move. They blocked Green Jade Song. After personally witnessing the process of Qin Baishang's defeat in one move, the other Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. From time to time, they would look at Feng Jioge with unconcealable wariness in their gazes. Feng Jioge floated in the air, looking down at Qin Baishang. His tone was full of praise. That's right. This is the Green Jade Song I created. It can turn all living things into jade. For you to be able to withstand it for a quarter of an hour is already very rare. Alright, you are a true man. It is too much of a pity for you to die like this. Searching your soul is also disrespectful. How about this? I'll ask and you'll answer. You only need to answer truthfully. The Central Continent Gu immortals heard Feng Jioge's words and felt surprised. This was the action plan that they had discussed earlier. They were not consistent. Lord Feng Jioge, Qin Baishang is an expert of the northern plains. Letting him go so easily is like letting a tiger return to the mountain. This person was able to withstand the Green Jade Song for 15 minutes. Another rogue cultivator. How about? Everyone chimed in. He hoped that Feng Jioge would kill Qin Baishang. On one hand, they were afraid of Qin Baishang's battle prowess. On the other hand, they coveted Qin Baishang's wealth. Qin Baishang was also one of the biggest winners in the auction. To make a comparison, the immortal materials that Feng Yuan obtained by selling all of the Gu immortal captives did not even amount to 1% of what he had. However, Feng Jioge waved his hand. I've already made up my mind. You don't have to say anything. Old Oracle, I will have to trouble you to use the killer move Gentleman's Bamboo. In the face of Feng Jioge's aggressiveness and stubbornness, the Central Continent Gu immortals did not speak. The Jasper battlefield in front of him was the best deterrent. They were also the experts of the 10 great ancient sections. But now they found out that they could not even block one move from Feng Jioge. If they were to switch places with Qin Baishang, they might be even worse off. Feng Jioge's strength was so strong that it caused everyone present to lose their morale. Qin Baishang lost his battle intent. The Central Continent Gu immortals thought to themselves. No wonder Feng Jioge was known as the #1 person in Central Continent. 6 songs meant 6 immortal killer moves. Green Jade Song was only one of them. Such battle strength was truly terrifying. Even against a rank 8 Gu immortal, it would not be inferior. The young wisdom path Gu immortal that Feng Jioge called out was from Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. He breathed in deeply and walked out of the crowd, arriving at the center of the battlefield. From his wide sleeves he stretched out his fist and slowly spread his fingers. A colorless crystalline bamboo grew out of his palm. My immortal killer move, Gentleman's Bamboo, uses the rank 6 immortal Gu Bamboo Gentleman as the core, along with 660 mortal Gu worms. It is specially used for interrogation and lie detection. Even though the core immortal Gu is rank 6, this killer move can detect rank 7 Gu immortals. Any higher and you will face rank 8 Gu immortals, but you will not be able to do so. Old Oracle introduced. He sounded humble on the surface, but he was warning Qin Baishang not to play any tricks. Qin Baishang's expression was extremely ugly. He naturally understood the meaning behind Old Oracle's words. Defeated in one move, Feng Jioge, you are truly amazing. I am inferior to you. I lost the bet. You can ask me anything, but you can only ask 3 questions. Qin Baishang said. The Central Continent Gu immortals were unhappy. They frowned and emitted killing intent. Feng Jioge smiled. No matter, 3 questions are enough. Ask quickly, I don't have time to waste with you. Qin Baishang spat out the last mouthful of jade blood, recovering some of his vigor. First question, who sold delight in water and mountain and worldly wave trace immortal Gu? Qin Baishang was stunned. Feng Yuan's figure flashed in front of his eyes. He felt bitter and resentful. Sha Huang. Oh Sha Huang, so it was you who harmed me. The moment this thought flashed in his mind, Qin Baishang immediately said, this seller is called Sha Huang. He is an immortal zombie. Sha Huang. Immortal zombie. Feng Zhuge muttered. Continue. Qin Baishang continued. I have not known this person for long. The reason is that I used rank 6 luck inspection immortal goo and found that this person's luck was not ordinary, thus I purposely befriended him. This person's origin is mysterious. He seems to have a backer. In this auction he sold 13 goo immortal captives alone. Among them was a rank 7 goo immortal, Rushing Thunderhand Wu Hao. Furthermore, he has a close relationship with Fairy Li Shan. This is all I know. The moment he said this, Qin Baishang's body shook intensely. His skin burst open. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Qin Baishang growled in pain. He quickly focused his mind and activated Healing Immortal Goo. After more than 10 breaths of time, he stabilized his injuries, but the pain was unbearable. His body was still trembling slightly. This was because he had signed an alliance agreement earlier. Now that he leaked the information, he went against the alliance agreement. He suffered an intense backlash. His life was in danger. Feng Zhuge looked at Qin Baishang, before turning to Old Oracle. Old Oracle was holding a crystal colorless tender bamboo. It swayed with the wind without any signs of changing color. This proved that Qin Baishang's words were all true. Thus Feng Zhuge asked, second question, regarding the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. Tell me everything you know. Qin Baishang heard this and his expression became even more grim. An hour later, the Central Continent Immortals looked at Qin Baishang, who had already shrunk into a black dot in the sky. A figure that was about to leave their vision. One of them said unwillingly, Lord Feng Zhuge, are you really going to let him go? After all, he has a lot of immortal goo. He even has almost half of the immortal materials traded in the auction. Feng Zhuge shook his head. It is not that I am unwilling to make a move, but I found out that this person has a soul explosion method. Just the aura that he exudes is terrifying. If we force him, he will drag a few of you down with him. This is inevitable. That time, our plan to gather information will fail completely. So it is like this. The Goo Immortals were shocked and uncertain. Feng Zhuge said with deep meaning, just look at this colorless tender bamboo. You will know that I am not lying. Everyone kept quiet. Old Oracle smiled awkwardly as he retracted the immortal killer move in his hand. He changed the topic. It is all thanks to Lord Feng Zhuge. Now that we have these clues, we will be able to deduce the true culprit. Feng Zhuge nodded. Next we will split into 2 groups. One group will protect Old Oracle, let him deduce in peace. The other group will follow me to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Check if there is news of Sha Huang. If Sha Huang is a member of Zombie Alliance, we will capture him. That would be for the best. The Central Continent Goo Immortals listened to him. They split into 2 groups and retreated. About a quarter of an hour later, several blurry figures landed on the ground. This place, how can it be? Looking at the green jade land, He Langzi could still feel the remnant power of the killer move. Wariness flashed in his eyes. Oh no, Qin Baishang was ambushed, they have already fought. He Cheng was experienced. Seeing this, his expression sank. Fairy Jiangyu quickly took out an investigative goo worm. After inspecting it, she let out a breath of turbid air. Thankfully, although both sides fought intensely, Qin Baishang was not captured. He escaped and went that way. Fairy Jiangyu's investigative method made He Cheng, Shuesong Zi, and the rest gasp in amazement. When the Central Continent Goo Immortals left, they used their methods to erase their traces. But under Fairy Jiangyu's manipulation, more than 10 Goo Immortal auras appeared in the area. These auras were of different colors, some were big, some were small. Among them, the aura left behind by Feng Zhuge was extremely huge, far surpassing the others. More than 10 Goo Immortals attacked. Qin Baishang actually escaped? Shuesong Zi was surprised. There are only 5 of us, how can we trap Qin Baishang? Don't worry, I have my methods. The mysterious black-robed Goo Immortal spoke. His voice was hoarse and deep. Fairy Jiangyu stored the goo worms in her hands, showing an anxious expression. Go, he is in that direction, let's chase after him. Langya blessed land. Such a huge piece of thorny gold. Wow, 1,500 kilograms of reincarnation water. This is actually a jadewood egg. Gasp. So many of them. Feng Yuan, you are crafty and cunning, you really did not disappoint me. Land spirit of Langya buried his head into the mountain of immortal materials. His expression was joyful but also painful. The immortal materials in front of him were not only large in quantity but also of good quality. The land spirit was very satisfied. But when he thought of the 60-40 split that he had negotiated with Feng Yuan earlier, he felt very uncomfortable. Those 13 Gu immortal captives were all captured alive by land spirit of Langya. But in the end, Feng Yuan got the lion's share. No one would feel good about this. Actually, if you want the immortal materials, it is not impossible, Feng Yuan said. Land spirit of Langya stared with wide eyes. He was not happy, instead he showed intense vigilance. Rascal, what are you up to now? He was truly afraid of being tricked by Feng Yuan. Your blessed land has a large number of hairy men. They are raised well. Almost all of them are experts in Gu refinement. My batch cannot compare to them. I have many mortal Gu that I want to refine. Help me refine Gu, and I will pay immortal materials as compensation. Don't be afraid, this is a fair transaction, Feng Yuan said warmly. Feng Yuan came to the sky above the largest lake and activated pulling water immortal Gu. Similarly, a formless force entered the lake. Feng Yuan slowly raised his hands, and with a splash, a large amount of lake water was pulled up. Compared to pulling Dang Hun Mountain, Feng Yuan's extraction of the lake water here was as easy as picking up a piece of white paper. The difference in difficulty between the two was like heaven and earth. The lake's shape was still the same as before. It did not change. Large numbers of fishes, prawns, eels and turtles were swimming freely inside. But they could not swim out of the periphery. A formless force replaced the shore. The package held up the lake water. Under the suspended lake water, the bottom of the lake had completely dried up. Not even a trace of water was left. The riverbed was exposed. Large numbers of water plants were piled up together. There were also rocks, shells, and so on. Feng Yuan's 10 fingers moved. The formless force changed. The huge lake water. Like soft mud, Feng Yuan kneaded it as he pleased. Sometimes it looked like a long dough. Sometimes it looked like a sphere, sometimes it looked like a hexahedron. After changing for a while, Feng Yuan's 10 fingers stopped, thoughts moving in his mind. The lake water was shaking. It moved in all sorts of strange shapes. Sometimes it looked like a deer running, sometimes it looked like clouds moving. But no matter how it changed, the fishes and other living beings inside were covered by the formless force, unable to fall out. Fun. Little Hu Immortal, who was watching from the side, her eyes were shining brightly as she laughed happily. Tai Bai Yunsheng was also watching from the side, and when he saw this, he could not help but sigh. Moving mountains and seas, truly the aura of an immortal. Feng Yuan's thoughts moved again. The huge amount of lake water slowly fell back into the lake. Feng Yuan retracted the formless force and stopped pulling water immortal Gu. This lake water had returned to its original appearance, but the water surface was surging, not ceasing for a long time. These two strength path immortal Gu are both skillful strength. One targets the mountains, the other targets the waves. With a move of benevolence, it can move clouds and summon rain, moving mountains and opening a path. With a move of malevolence, the mountains overturn, and huge waves rise to the sky. Feng Yuan praised in his heart. This was the battle strength of a Gu immortal. Against mortal Gu masters, they could directly crush them like ants. With these two Gu, my battle strength rose sharply. But to fuse them into the immortal killer move Miri itself is not a simple matter. It will definitely take a lot of time and effort. It is not like self-strength and strength chi immortal Gu, which can directly fuse with Miri itself. Because the concept of Miri itself is the same as the latter two. Designing a killer move was not simple. Thunderpath Gu Immortal Vicious Lightning Fiend had gone into close cultivation for many years before he created Lightning Deity from Blood Deity's Immortal Gu recipe. He Lulan already had the mortal killer move Self-Strength Phantom with such a foundation. It would be difficult to modify it into an immortal killer move. She had been working hard but had no results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, when he created bloodpath killer moves, which one of them did not take a lot of time and effort? As for how to fuse these two strength path immortal goo into myriad self, Fang Yuan still had no idea. But he was not worried, he was even full of confidence. A part of his confidence came from his strength path attainment level. More importantly, it was because Fang Yuan had incomparable confidence in rank 9 wisdom goo. Bathed in the light of wisdom, one could have unlimited inspiration. This was a supreme tool for deducing goo recipes, immortal goo recipes, mortal killer moves, and other things. Looking back at this auction, Fang Yuan lost worldly wave trace, rising azure cloud, and delight in water and mountain, while he obtained iron crown eagle strength goo, pulling mountain, pulling water, eat strength and unravel mystery. They were all good goo, the key was whether they were suitable for him. During this period, Fang Yuan's battle strength rose by a large amount. Junior brother, you have gained a lot from this auction. When he completely digests them, your battle strength will rise by several times. Tai Bai Yunsheng flew over with a joyful expression, congratulating Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. That's right, I have the desolate beast bat corpse now. I can add a third pair of bat wings. Eat strength immortal goo and iron crown eagle strength goo can be used to increase my strength path Dao marks. The more Dao marks I have, the more powerful my strength path immortal goo will be. I also need to refine inch of time memory thought goo, malicious thought goo, and others in large quantities. Combining the complete unfamiliar face and incomplete vaguely familiar face, I can think of a brand new disguise method. All sorts of matters and aspects need to be carried out. In the following days, Fang Yuan would definitely be extremely busy. He would not be able to leave. But this was a good sign. The auction was a great opportunity. Fang Yuan grasped it tightly and made full use of it. He was able to open up a lot of opportunities in all aspects. Tai Bai Yunsheng reminded, don't forget the alliance agreement you signed with Fairy Li Shan. The most important thing is to refine Dream Path Mortal Goo and combine them into an immortal killer move to save He Lulan. I understand this, go to Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunsheng could not help but smile. These last days Shark Demon has been urging me several times. Junior brother, if anything happens inform me, I will rush back immediately. Fang Yuan frowned, be careful. We exposed many things in the auction, Ma and Zhao are also exposed, this is not good for us. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.